Somewhere in Spain, in a parish church that smelled of wax and old stone, a man climbed a ladder with a folded yellow sack under his arm. His job was maintenance. The sack was a garment, a rough tunic painted with red crosses, and it had a name written across it, along with a crime and a date. The one already hanging on the wall had rotted. Damp does that to cloth, even indoors, even in Spain. So he took the old one down, hung the fresh copy in its place, and climbed back down, and the name stayed exactly where it had been for the last 100 years, in full view of everyone who came to Mass. The person who had once worn that garment was long dead. Their children were dead. In some churches, their great-grandchildren were sitting in the pews below, and every Sunday they filed past their own family name hanging on the wall of God's house, painted on a penitential sack, announcing to the whole town what their ancestor had confessed to under torture a century before. The Inquisition paid men to keep those garments legible. When one faded, it was renewed. When one fell apart, it was replaced. A church in Palma de Mallorca kept its collection visible for so long that the surnames on the sacks became a caste marker, and the families carrying those names were still being refused marriages and shut out of neighborhoods deep into the 20th century. An instruction from 1561 spelled the purpose out in plain administrative language. The garments were to hang in the churches where the condemned used to live, so that the infamy of the heretics and their descendants would be remembered forever. Forever is a strong word for a bureaucracy to use. This one meant it. Before we go any deeper into this, a quick pause for the housekeeping. Welcome in, whether you're brand new here or you've been around for a while. If you're listening to this on a commute, or doing dishes, or lying in the dark at 2 in the morning, drop a comment and tell me where you're listening from. The map of you all gets stranger every video, and I love it. Huge thank you to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members. You're the reason a video like this can take as long as it takes to make. If you want to join them, the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. Alright, back to Spain, and then a long way back before Spain, because that wall of painted sacks is the finish line of a process, and the process is the actual subject of this video. Most institutions that kill people are at least in a hurry about it. This one was patient. It kept files. It employed notaries who sat in torture chambers writing down every word, every plea, every scream, in real time, in neat script, and those transcripts still exist. We can quote them. In a minute, I'm going to quote one, word for word, from a woman on a rack in Toledo in 1568, and I want you to know, going in, that nothing in it is reconstructed or dramatized. A clerk wrote it down while it happened. That, more than anything, separates the Inquisition from almost every other horror we cover on this channel. Instead of rumor filtered through enemies, a great deal of the evidence is the institution's own paperwork, produced by the institution, for the institution, describing what it did in its own proud, careful hand. The story starts about 3.5 centuries before that ladder and that yellow sack in the south of what's now France, in a stretch of country between Toulouse and the Mediterranean called the Languedoc, wine country, olive country. In the late 1100s, it was also, from Rome's point of view, infected country. The people Rome was worried about called themselves good Christians. History calls them Cathars, and their neighbors sometimes called them Albigensians, after the town of Albi. Their beliefs, as far as we can reconstruct them from hostile records and a handful of their own surviving texts, ran roughly like this: the physical world is evil. Matter itself is evil. A good God made the world of spirit, and a dark power made everything you can touch, including your own body. So the God of the Old Testament, the one who made the earth, was on the wrong team. Christ never truly took on flesh, because flesh is filth. The Catholic Church, with its gold and its land and its wine and its bishops who lived like princes, was a fraud built by the dark power to keep souls trapped in matter. You can see how that last part might have gone over. The movement had a spiritual elite called the perfecti, the perfect ones, men and women who had received a laying on of hands called the consolamentum, and afterward lived on almost nothing. No meat, no eggs, no cheese, no sex, no property worth mentioning, no lying, no oaths. Ordinary believers lived normal lives and hoped to receive the consolamentum on their deathbeds. And this made the movement doubly dangerous from the Church's perspective. The perfecti were visibly, publicly holier than the local Catholic clergy. A peasant in the Languedoc could look at a Cathar perfect who owned one robe and walked everywhere and healed the sick, and then look at his own bishop rolling past in velvet and draw his own conclusions. The nobility of the region tolerated the good Christians, protected them, in many cases were related to them. Whole towns leaned that way. The Church sent preachers, and the preachers got debated in public squares by weavers and did not always win. Rome escalated in stages. In 1184, Pope Lucius III issued a decree at Verona called Ad Abolendum, sometimes described as the founding charter of the Inquisition, ordering bishops to actively hunt for heretics in their dioceses rather than waiting for heresy to present itself. In 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council hardened the machinery further and wrote the duty into the general law of the Church. But the event that turned paperwork into fire happened in January of 1208 on the banks of the Rhône, when a papal legate named Pierre de Castelnau was murdered. He'd been in the region to pressure the Count of Toulouse, Raymond VI, into cracking down on the heretics on his lands, and the meeting had gone badly, with threats on both sides. The next morning, as Castelnau's party prepared to cross the river, a horseman rode up and put a lance through him. The killer was assumed, then and now, to be one of Raymond's men, whether or not Raymond ordered it. Pope Innocent III, one of the most formidable men ever to hold the office, responded by declaring a crusade against Christians, or people who at least considered themselves Christians, in the middle of Europe. Anyone who took up the cross against the Albigensians got the same spiritual rewards as a crusader to Jerusalem, plus a much shorter trip, plus the possibility of confiscated land. Knights from the north of France came south in the summer of 1209 in enormous numbers. The first major town in their path was Béziers. What happened there on the 22nd of July, 1209, comes down to us from several sources, and the most chilling one was written by the winning side. The town refused to hand over its heretics. The Catholic majority inside the walls declined to surrender their neighbors. Ordinary Catholics choosing to face a crusade rather than give up the heretics they'd grown up alongside. The assault, when it came fast. Camp followers and servants of the army stormed a gate almost by accident during a skirmish. The fighters poured in after them, and the town died in an afternoon. The papal legate travelling with the army, a Cistercian abbot named Arnaud Amalric, wrote a report to Pope Innocent shortly afterward, and his letter survives. Our men, he told the Pope, spared no one, regardless of rank or sex or age, and put to the sword almost 20,000 people. The letter is a status report, and its tone is triumph. The town was then burned, and Amalric described the divine vengeance as marvelous. You've probably heard the famous line attached to Béziers, "Kill them all. God will know his own." Supposedly Amalric said it when a soldier asked how the army was meant to tell Catholics from heretics in the chaos. The line doesn't appear in Amalric's own letter or in any eyewitness account. It shows up about a decade later in a book of moral stories compiled by a German monk named Caesarius of Heisterbach, who was careful to write that Amalric is reported to have said it. So the quote comes to us second-hand, from another country, years after the fact, with a hedge built into it by the man who wrote it down. What needs no hedge at all is the letter. Whatever Amalric said or didn't say in the moment, he told the Pope in writing that his army had killed nearly everyone in a town, sorted no one, and he framed it as a miracle. People had crowded into the churches as the sack began. The Church of Mary Magdalene was full of them, townsfolk pressed together around the altar, priests among them. Some accounts say the bells were rung until the ringers were killed. The building was set alight or its occupants were cut down inside it, depending on which account you follow, and either way, nobody walked out. The number 20,000 is probably inflated. Medieval battlefield figures usually are, and the whole town may not have held that many people, but the letter's author had no reason to exaggerate the completeness of a slaughter he was celebrating. And archaeology and every written source agree that Béziers, on that day, essentially stopped existing as a community. Word travelled ahead of the army after that. Carcassonne, the next great fortress town, held out for a couple of weeks in the August heat until the water gave out, and then surrendered on terms that give you a picture all by themselves. The entire population was allowed to leave alive, and required to leave everything. Chroniclers describe thousands of people walking out of the gates in their shirts and drawers, carrying nothing, the town behind them handed over intact, houses, furniture, food on the tables, to the crusade. The army's new military commander took possession. His name was Simon de Montfort, a minor lord from near Paris, ferociously pious, ferociously capable, and about to become the most feared man in the south for the next 9 years. De Montfort's war settled into sieges, and the sieges settled into a pattern. In the early summer of 1210, he surrounded Minerve, a village on a rock spur where 2 river gorges meet, a natural fortress with one weakness, a covered well at the base of the cliff. His engineers built a catapult the soldiers nicknamed Malvoisin, the bad neighbor, and pounded the path to the well until nobody could reach water. In the heat of a Languedoc July, that ended things. When the town surrendered, the fighting men and ordinary residents were spared. Inside, though, were about 140 Cathar perfecti, the movement's clergy, men and women. They were offered their lives if they would convert. Under the rules of the crusade, this was the standard offer, and one of the churchmen present reportedly grumbled that he hoped they'd refuse, since a forced conversion was worth nothing anyway. He needn't have worried. Contemporary accounts say a huge fire was built in the valley, and the perfecti walked into it on their own, without waiting to be pushed. A chronicler of the crusade wrote that only 3 women recanted and were pulled out. The rest, something like 140 people, burned in that gorge over the space of an afternoon. It was the first of the great mass burnings of the war, and it set the precedent that the fire, not the sword, was the proper end for a heretic. The following spring at Lavore, the pattern got worse. The town fell in May of 1211 after a hard siege, and the Crusade's fury landed on 3 separate groups. 80 knights who had defended the walls were sentenced to hang, and when the gallows collapsed under the first man, de Montfort had the rest put to the sword instead, apparently out of impatience. The lady of the town, Giralda de Laurac, widely described even by hostile sources as generous and much loved, was handed to the soldiers, thrown down a well, and buried under stones thrown in after her. And then somewhere between 300 and 400 Cathar perfecti and believers were burned together in a meadow outside the walls, the largest single burning of the entire crusade. A chronicler on the Crusader side recorded the event in a phrase that has stuck to it ever since, writing that the Crusaders burned them with immense joy. 400 human beings in one fire produces a column of smoke visible for many miles, and a smell that people who lived downwind would not have needed explained to them ever again. The war went on like that, back and forth, for another 2 decades, through the death of de Montfort, killed at the siege of Toulouse in 1218, when a stone from a catapult reportedly operated by the women and girls of the town struck him in the head, through treaties, relapses, and a slow, grinding French royal takeover of the whole region. But military force turned out to have a limitation the church hadn't fully appreciated. You can burn a town. You cannot besiege an idea. Believers went quiet, went underground, met at night, and the perfecti kept moving from farmhouse to farmhouse under cover of darkness. Killing heretics at scale had failed to kill heresy. What came next was designed to succeed where the army hadn't, and it's the actual birth of our subject. Between 1231 and 1233, Pope Gregory IX began appointing full-time professional heresy investigators answering directly to Rome, bypassing the local bishops who had proven either too lazy, too compromised, or too closely related to the suspects to do the job. He staffed the new office mostly from the Dominicans, a preaching order barely a decade old, founded specifically to argue heretics back into the fold, highly educated, owning nothing, and answerable to nobody local. The Latin word for an investigator is inquisitor. The procedure they ran was an inquisitio, an inquiry. Nobody at the time would have spoken of the Inquisition as a single organization with a headquarters and a letterhead. For most of the medieval period, it was a legal procedure and a scattering of appointed men. But those men shared manuals, shared methods, and shared an understanding of the assignment, and the assignment was to make the hiding of heresy impossible. The first generation attracted a particular type. Conrad of Marburg had already made his reputation in Germany as the confessor and spiritual director of a young widowed princess, Elizabeth of Hungary, later Saint Elizabeth, a woman famous for her charity to the poor. His direction of her was brutal even by the standards of the era. He separated her from her children, beat her, and by some accounts had her whipped for disobedience. She died at 24, worn through. Contemporaries were already uneasy about him. Then in 1231, Gregory made him the first papal inquisitor in German lands, and Conrad went to work with a theory. Hidden among the population were secret worshippers of Lucifer who kissed toads and cold demonic bodies at midnight gatherings. His method was speed. An accusation from anyone, however obtained, was enough. The accused could confess and betray their friends, or burn. Trials could begin and end in a day, and men and women went from denunciation to the stake before their families understood what was happening. He rode circuit through the Rhineland on a mule, trailed by assistants. Among them, the chronicles say, a lay helper called Conrad Tors, and a one-eyed, one-handed man named John, both credited with the ability to identify a heretic on sight, and his own contemporaries, churchmen, not skeptics, described his tribunals as monstrous, with one chronicler recording that he burned the innocent and the guilty alike. Conrad made the mistake of moving up the social ladder and accusing a count of the Luciferian conspiracy. The count demanded a proper hearing before bishops, got one, and was cleared. Shortly afterward, on the 30th of July, 1233, Conrad was ambushed on the road near Marburg by a party of knights and hacked to death along with his companion. The Pope mourned him as a martyr. Germany, notably, did not clamour for a replacement, and serious inquisition in the region went quiet for a long time. France produced a similar figure with an even darker origin. Robert le Bougre, Robert the Bulgarian, the nickname a slur meaning roughly Robert the Heretic, because he was a convert who had allegedly spent years among the Cathars himself before joining the Dominicans, became an inquisitor in northern France around 1233 and inquisitor for the whole kingdom by 1235. Converts hunting their former co-believers tend to be effective, and Robert was devastating because he knew the signs, the phrases, the network. He also, by the accounts that survive, barely bothered with procedure. Chroniclers describe him identifying heretics by their gestures and manner of speaking, as though he could smell it. His masterpiece, if that's the word, came on the 29th of May, 1239, at a place called Montemay in Champagne, where a community of heretics had persisted for generations. Robert arrived, and within about 1 week for the entire process of investigation, trial, and sentencing of an entire community, he had condemned around 180 people. They were burned together on a single day in one enormous holocaust on the hill, in the presence of the Count of Champagne and a crowd of nobles and prelates gathered as if for a festival. A monastic chronicler recorded the number and the date and moved on. 180 people, a village's worth of men and women, screaming in one fire on one afternoon, and it earns 4 lines in the annals. Robert's career eventually collapsed under complaints about his methods. The church quietly shelved him, and one tradition says he ended his life imprisoned. The burnings stayed burned. Down south, meanwhile, the last act of the Cathar War was approaching, and it happened on a mountain. Montségur sits on top of a limestone crag in the foothills of the Pyrenees, a castle above cloud level, and by the 1240s it had become the unofficial capital of what remained of the Cathar Church, home to a garrison of soldiers and a community of perfecti, including bishops of the faith. After Cathar sympathizers connected to the fortress murdered a party of inquisitors in their beds at Avignonnet in 1242, the assassins reportedly smashed the inquisitors' skulls and took the tribunal's records. The French crown decided Montségur had to end. The siege lasted around 10 months through a mountain winter, supplies coming up the cliff paths by night, until Basque mercenaries scaled a face of the rock that the defenders had considered unclimbable and took an outwork. The garrison negotiated a surrender with a strange 15-day truce built into it, and the terms were the usual ones. Soldiers walk free, believers who renounce walk free, perfecti who refuse to renounce burn. During those 15 days, something happened that shows you the pull of this faith. A number of the ordinary defenders, soldiers and their wives, people who were free to leave, asked to receive the consolamentum. They chose, with the fire already visible in their future, to convert into the category that guaranteed their death. On the 16th of March, 1244, somewhere between 210 and 215 people were brought down the mountain path. A palisade had been built in the field at the base and packed with pyre wood. The accounts suggest they weren't tied to individual stakes. The numbers were too great, but enclosed together inside the fence of stakes and burned as a mass. The fortress's community, bishops and weavers and soldiers' wives together. The meadow at the foot of the mountain is still called the Prat dels Cremats, the field of the burned. Depositions taken from survivors later described a coda. On the night before the burning, a handful of perfecti were lowered by rope down the sheer face of the mountain, carrying away the church's remaining treasure and writings, and they vanished into the caves of the Sabartes. And treasure hunters have been digging up that country ever since. Catharism itself survived Montségur by a few generations, in hiding, in the mountains, in exile in Lombardy, but as a public faith with a home, it died in that field. 8 years later, the legal framework caught up with the practice. In 1252, Pope Innocent IV issued a bull called Ad Extirpanda, and among its provisions, it formally authorized the use of torture to extract confessions from accused heretics. Now, torture wasn't a papal invention. Roman law had used it, and the secular courts of Europe were rediscovering it enthusiastically in this same century. But this document brought it inside the Church's own process, with rules attached. The torture was to stop short of death or the loss of a limb. It was to be applied only once. It was supposed to be used only when the evidence was already strong. Those limits sound almost restrained until you watch what happened to each of them in practice. Only once became a fiction almost immediately, through a piece of legal wordplay you're going to see used on a woman in Toledo 3 centuries later. A torture session that ended without a confession was never described as finished. It had merely been suspended, and a suspended session could be continued another day, and a continuation, legally speaking, was still the first session. A man could be tortured on Monday, Thursday, and the following Tuesday, and the record would show one application of torture, ongoing. As for the rule against bloodshed and mutilation, the methods that became standard were selected precisely to honor it on a technicality. Ropes, water, and stretching tear people apart on the inside while leaving the outside more or less presentable. And in 1256, Pope Alexander IV added the final convenience. Inquisitors were empowered to absolve each other for any irregularities committed in the course of the work. If something went wrong in the chamber, if a session went too far, if a prisoner died, the inquisitor could be cleansed of it by his colleague across the table, and the work could continue. The machine now maintained itself, and it kept records like nothing else in medieval Europe. The man who shows you what the mature system looked like is Bernard Gouy, Inquisitor of Toulouse from 1307 to 1323, the man modern audiences vaguely know as the villain of The Name of the Rose, a portrayal his defenders consider unfair and his registers make complicated. Gouy wrote the profession's great handbook, a manual laying out how to interrogate each sect, what evasions to expect, how a Waldensian will dodge a question about oaths, how to trap a Cathar sympathizer through his relatives. His surviving book of sentences covers his years in office, over 630 judgments. Of those, about 42 or 43 people were handed over to be burned alive. Roughly 69 more sentences were pronounced against the dead. Corpses ordered dug up out of consecrated ground, dragged through the streets and burned, sometimes decades after burial, with the town crier announcing the name of the person whose bones were on the cart. Hundreds more went to prison, in some cases the harsh regime called the strict wall, chained in a cell on bread and water indefinitely. And the registers themselves were a weapon that outlasted any sentence. Goui's records were indexed, cross-referenced, organized by family and by village, so that a man questioned in 1320 could be confronted with what his grandmother had confessed in 1270. One modern historian who studied these archives described the inquisitors as pioneers of data retrieval, and he wasn't being cute. Your family's file never closed. A slip by your grandfather sat in a folder in Toulouse waiting, and it would still be there when your grandson said something careless at a wedding. People in the Languedoc learned to live as though everything said in front of anyone might eventually be written down, because it might. That low, permanent hum of caution in every conversation is a punishment the registers don't record, and it fell on everyone, including the perfectly innocent, for generations. A document from this era became the profession's Bible, and it lets you hear the mind of the enterprise talking shop. In 1376, the Inquisitor General of Aragon, Nicholas Eymerich, compiled the Directorium Inquisitorum, the Directory of Inquisitors, a complete operating manual that stayed in use, updated and reprinted for 300 years. Eymerich is disarmingly frank. He complains that torture is an unreliable tool, noting that the weak will confess anything and the strong will withstand everything, and then he explains how to use it anyway. He devotes a chapter to the verbal tricks of heretics under questioning, and a matching chapter of tricks for the questioner. Pretend to have proof you don't have, flip through papers as though the file already contains everything, and sigh at the prisoner's stubbornness. Feign kindness. Have a colleague play the sympathetic visitor who drops by the cell to advise confession as a friend. Promise mercy. And Eymerich walks the inquisitor through exactly how to do this without technically lying. The inquisitor may promise mercy while privately intending the mercy owed to the church or to the state rather than to the prisoner. Mercy in that vocabulary could mean a quicker death. Plant an informer among the prisoners. Plant one who claims to be a heretic himself to draw confidences in the dark. Every one of those techniques appears in action in the transcripts we've been through today, 2 and 3 centuries after the manual prescribed them. The shuffled papers, the false friends, the cell spies, the ambiguous mercy. And when the Directorium was republished in Rome in 1578, in the great modern edition used across the Spanish and Roman systems alike, a canon lawyer named Francisco Peña supplied a commentary, and in it he wrote a sentence that historians of the institution quote more than any other because it drops the mask entirely. We must remember, Peña advised his colleagues, that the essential aim of the trial and death sentence is not saving the soul of the accused, but procuring the public good and terrorizing the people. His words: punishment as pedagogy, the stake as a teaching aid, and the intended student stood in the crowd, taking the lesson home, so that others, seeing the punishment, would be scared away from the evils they might otherwise commit. Those are his clauses, not mine. The entire apparatus, the processions and the painted sacks and the fires, described by its own leading legal commentator as an instrument for the production of fear in the innocent. Carry Peña's sentence with you through the rest of this video. Everything you're about to see in Spain is that sentence staged. The medieval version of this machine ground the Cathars out of existence over about a century, chased the Waldensians into the Alps, and then, with its original prey gone, went relatively quiet in most of Europe. The story could almost end there, as a grim medieval episode. Instead, in the late 1400s, the whole apparatus was picked up, redesigned, and plugged into the power of a modern centralizing state. And that combination, medieval procedure, Renaissance bureaucracy, royal backing, produced the institution whose name still gets used as shorthand for organized cruelty. For that, we cross the Pyrenees. Medieval Spain, for all its wars, had been home to the largest Jewish population in Europe, communities that had lived on the peninsula since Roman times, longer than most of the Christian kingdoms had existed. That world broke in the summer of 1391. Anti-Jewish riots that began in Seville, whipped up by a preaching archdeacon, spread city by city like a fever. Córdoba, Toledo, Valencia, Barcelona, and for months mobs sacked the Jewish quarters, killing thousands and offering the survivors a choice at knife point: baptism or death. Enormous numbers chose baptism. Over the following decades, through continued pressure, preaching campaigns and discriminatory laws, more followed, until by the middle of the 1400s, Spain contained hundreds of thousands of conversos, new Christians, families that had been Jewish within living memory, and were now, officially, as Catholic as the king. Some embraced the new faith completely and produced bishops and friars. Some converted in name and kept the old observances behind closed doors, lighting candles on Friday night with the shutters closed. Most probably lived somewhere in the blurry middle, sincere enough in church, sentimental about grandmother's customs at home, the way people actually are. And crucially, conversos, being legally Christian, could now do everything the law had barred Jews from doing. They entered the town councils, the cathedral chapters, the universities, the royal service, and they married into the nobility, and they prospered, and the old Christian population watched them prosper and reached for a new kind of hatred, because the old religious hatred no longer technically applied to baptized Catholics. The new version fixated on blood. In 1449, during a tax revolt in Toledo, the city government issued a decree called the Sentencia Estatuto, barring anyone of Jewish descent from holding any office in the city, regardless of the sincerity of their faith or how many generations back the conversion lay. The Pope condemned it within months, in a formal document affirming that all Christians are equal whatever their descent. The idea outlived his objection by about 400 years, and will come back to what it did to Spanish life, because those purity of blood statutes eventually crawled into everything. For the moment, hold Spain in the 1470s in your head. A huge, resented converso population, a popular belief that many of them were secret Jews mocking the sacraments, and two new monarchs, Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, who had just fought a civil war for the throne and wanted their patched-together kingdoms unified, orderly, and unquestionably Catholic. In 1478, at their request, the Pope issued a bull allowing them to establish an Inquisition in Castile, and one change made the Spanish version historically unique. This Inquisition would be appointed by the Crown, run under the Crown, funded by the confiscated property of the people it condemned, with that property flowing towards the royal treasury. Rome had built the weapon. Spain took the weapon home and pointed it. Popes spent the next decades intermittently trying to restrain the thing they'd authorized and intermittently being ignored. The first tribunal went to work in Seville, and the fear arrived before the inquisitors finished unpacking. Thousands of conversos simply fled the city at the news. The tribunal responded by declaring that flight was itself evidence of guilt and demanding the nobles of the region hand back anyone who'd taken refuge on their lands. On the 6th of February 1481, Seville held the first auto de fe of the Spanish Inquisition, and 6 men and women were burned alive. Within days there were more. A local chronicler, a priest, wrote approvingly that the fires had begun and would burn for a long time, and he was better at prophecy than he knew. Seville built a permanent burning platform outside the walls, a stone stage called the Quemadero, with 4 large statues at its corners. Later legend claimed the hollow plaster figures were used to roast victims inside them, though the contemporary accounts described them simply as ornaments for a structure the city expected to use indefinitely. Think about that as a piece of municipal planning. A permanent installation, budgeted and built, on the assumption that the burning of citizens was now a fixture of civic life, like a market or a fountain. Within a decade, the civilian tribunal alone had put hundreds of people into that fire. A story told in Seville afterward, It appears in later chronicles, so treat it as the city talking to itself about its own wound. Said the crackdown was triggered when a young conversa woman, in love with a Christian nobleman, told him about secret meetings in her father's house, and that her father, a wealthy merchant named Diego de Suzanne, went to the stake among the first victims. The records confirm a Susan condemned in those early months. The tale of the beautiful daughter, whose remorse supposedly drove her to a convent and then to ruin, grew in the telling for centuries, a wound the city kept polishing. Numbers from these early years are genuinely horrifying, the worst of the entire 3.5-century run. The most careful modern archival work suggests that up to around 1530, the Spanish tribunals executed somewhere around 2,000 people, the overwhelming majority of them conversos, accused of secretly practicing Judaism, and that this opening half-century accounts for more than 3/4 of everyone the Spanish Inquisition would ever kill. One scholar's estimate for the single tribunal of Toledo: about 250 people burned in person between 1485 and 1501, a mid-sized town's parish register worth of neighbors, marched out of one city's gates in 16 years. In Ciudad Real, a smaller city, the visiting tribunal held an auto on the 23rd of February, 1484, at which 30 people were burned alive in a single day, along with 40 effigies of the dead and the fled. Stop on the effigies for a second, because they're going to keep appearing, and they say a great deal about the mindset. If a suspect died in prison before sentencing, or died peacefully years before ever being accused or escaped abroad, the tribunal did not consider the case closed. A life-sized figure was made, dressed in the penitential garb, sometimes labeled with the name, sometimes, when the person had died in custody, accompanied by a box containing their actual exhumed bones, and the figure was solemnly sentenced and burned in the person's place. The heirs still lost the inheritance, since a posthumous conviction voided the estate backward. Escape, even escape by dying, was not recognized. Presiding over the system as it spread, tribunal by tribunal, Córdoba, Toledo, Valencia, Zaragoza, eventually a permanent network across Spain and its empire, was the man whose name became a synonym for the whole enterprise: Tomás de Torquemada, Dominican friar, confessor to Queen Isabella, appointed the first Inquisitor General. By an irony that his own tribunals would have found actionable in anyone else, several early sources report that Torquemada himself came from a family with converso blood a couple of generations back. He was austere, tireless, incorruptible in the financial sense, and absolutely convinced. In 1484, he issued the instructions that standardized procedure across all the tribunals: how an investigation opens, how evidence is weighed, and, in Article 15, when torture may be applied. Where the evidence amounts to half-proof, the accused may be put to the question. Half-proof: one witness instead of two, or strong suspicion without confession. Under Torquemada's 15 years, the machine ran at its hottest, and even contemporaries choked on it. Complaints flowed to Rome about the burnings and the confiscations, and toward the end of his life, the Pope gently attached colleagues to share his authority, about the closest thing to a rebuke the system ever produced from within. He also kept, reportedly, a personal guard of dozens of mounted men and a horn of unicorn on his table as a defense against poison, a man perfectly certain of God's favor, and perfectly certain half of Spain wanted him dead. Both beliefs were reasonable. In Zaragoza in 1485, conversos actually did assassinate an inquisitor, Pedro de Arbues, cutting him down at midnight while he knelt at prayer in the cathedral. He wore a mail shirt and a steel cap under his robes, so they went for his neck. If the conspirators hoped to intimidate the tribunal, they achieved the precise opposite. The manhunt that followed devastated the converso elite of Aragon. The assassins died horribly. Hands cut off, dragged, quartered, and Arbues became a martyr and eventually a saint. And the Inquisition in Aragon, previously resisted by local institutions, became untouchable. One murder bought the tribunal a century of momentum. Then came 1492 and the decision that reshaped the peninsula. In January, Granada, the last Muslim kingdom in Spain, surrendered to Ferdinand and Isabella. In March, riding the crest of that triumph, the monarchs signed the Alhambra Decree. Every unconverted Jew in Castile and Aragon had until the end of July to accept baptism or leave the kingdoms forever, on pain of death, taking no gold, no silver, no coined money. The stated logic connects directly to our subject. The decree itself argues that the presence of practicing Jews tempted the conversos back toward their old faith. So the Inquisition's work of purifying the new Christians required removing the old community entirely. Estimates of how many people went into exile that summer range widely, from 40,000 up toward 200,000, out of a community of maybe 300,000, with the balance converting under the deadline, and scholars still argue the split. What we have in close focus is what the departure looked like, because a parish priest named Andrés Bernaldez, no friend of the Jews at all, described it in his chronicle. Families sold what couldn't be carried for whatever was offered in the panic of a forced market, and he records the going rates: a house traded for a donkey, a vineyard for a small piece of cloth. He describes the roads to the ports that summer full of families walking, the young carrying the old, women carrying children, some giving birth beside the road, some dying beside it. And this detail is his, an eyewitness hostile to them, that the rabbis had the young people sing and play tambourines as they walked to keep the people's spirits up. At the ports, worse waited. Overloaded ships, captains who took payment and then robbed or drowned their passengers, plague in the holds, exiles dumped on North African beaches and stripped by bandits. Stories circulated, and Bernaldez repeats them, of passengers murdered at sea by crews who'd heard the refugees had swallowed their gold coins to smuggle them out, and who opened them up to check. Communities that had been in Spain for 1,000 years, families who could walk you to Roman-era graves of their ancestors, ended in a single summer. The exiles carried Spanish with them, and their descendants in Istanbul and Salonika and Morocco were still speaking a 15th century Spanish, Ladino, into living memory, a language preserved like a fly in amber at the moment of the expulsion. And now watch the trap close. Every Jew who converted under that deadline, rather than leave, immediately came under the Inquisition's jurisdiction. The tribunal couldn't touch a professing Jew who was outside the church. A baptized one was inside and watchable forever. The decree that emptied Spain of Judaism simultaneously restocked the Inquisition's hunting grounds with tens of thousands of brand new, resentful, half-instructed converts. Every one of them now legally capable of committing heresy by doing what they'd done openly the year before. The tribunals would live off that population for 2 centuries. How did it actually work then, from the point of view of a person caught in it? Step by step then, the procedure is where the cruelty lived. The fires get the attention, and we'll get to the fires in full, but the fires were rare compared to this. The process happened to tens of thousands of people, and it was engineered, whether by design or by evolution, to inflict the maximum possible dread at every stage while keeping the paperwork immaculate. It usually began with a sermon. When a tribunal arrived in a district or opened a new campaign, the inquisitors published what was called an edict of grace, later an edict of faith. The town assembled in church, attendance effectively compulsory, and listened to a catalogue of heresies described in detail. And notice the double edge of that, since for many listeners this was the most complete education in secret Judaism they'd ever received, courtesy of the institution hunting it. Anyone guilty of the listed practices had a window, typically 30 or 40 days, to come forward voluntarily and confess. Confess within the window, and you'd be reconciled gently, spared the stake and the confiscation. One catch. A confession only counted as full and sincere if you also named everyone else. Your mother who lit the candles, your brother-in-law who wouldn't touch pork, the neighbor you once saw wash her hands before prayer. A confession that spared your circle was, by definition, an incomplete confession, and an incomplete confession was worse than none, since it proved you were shielding heretics. Then, when the period of grace expired, the same edict required every good Christian, under pain of excommunication and prosecution, to denounce anyone they suspected, not knew, suspected. The signs to watch for were helpfully listed. Clean clothes on Saturday, no smoke from the chimney on Saturday, avoiding pork, washing a corpse in warm water, turning the face to the wall to die. A community that had listened to that sermon walked out of the church transformed. Every servant was now a potential informer with a legal duty. Every grudge had a mailbox. Business rivals, jilted suitors, feuding in-laws, the woman next door who envied your kitchen. All of them could now put your name in the tribunal's ear, in secret, with no obligation to face you, ever. Denunciations went into the record, and when the file thickened enough, the tribunal issued an arrest order, and the arrest itself was built for terror. The familiars, lay agents of the Holy Office, a badge that noblemen competed for, since it carried privileges and a certain menacing glamour, came for people at night. A knock, a warrant, and a person left their home and dropped out of the world. Into the cárceles secretas, the secret prisons, and secret is the operative word, incommunicado, completely. No visits, no letters, no messages in or out. Families were told nothing. Not the charge, not the location, sometimes not even a confirmation of custody. A husband taken in the night simply stopped existing, and his wife could spend the following years in a limbo, where mourning wasn't allowed and hope wasn't rational. At the moment of arrest, the prisoner's property was inventoried down to the spoons and sequestered, held by the tribunal, and one detail lays the accounting culture bare: the cost of the prisoner's food, and the salaries of the jailers, and the expenses of the trial were paid out of the sequestered estate. You financed your own imprisonment. A long trial could eat a family's entire wealth before any verdict existed, so that even an acquitted man could come home after 4 years to find his children begging and his business gone, consumed legally by the process of determining that he had done nothing. If the verdict went the other way, confiscation was total and retroactive, and this produced one of the nastiest wrinkles in the whole system. Since heresy was calculated from the moment of the first offence, not the conviction, every sale, dowry and gift the condemned had made in the intervening decades could be voided and clawed back. Buy a vineyard in good faith from a man who, 15 years later, was posthumously convicted of having Judaized 20 years earlier, and the tribunal could take the vineyard from you because he'd never legally owned it after his crime. Whole networks of commerce around convicted families simply detonated. Doing business with a converso became in itself a financial risk, and everyone understood the implication, and the isolation tightened accordingly. Inside the prison, time was a weapon. Months routinely passed before a prisoner learned why he was there, and years-long detentions before trial were common enough that the archives are full of them. The prisoner sat in a cell, and accuracy demands a strange admission. The physical conditions varied and were sometimes, by the standards of the age, not the worst part. One modern historian went through the records and concluded the Inquisition's cells were often better kept than the royal prisons, and prisoners of the secular courts occasionally blasphemed on purpose to get transferred into inquisitorial custody, where at least the food arrived. Take that on board and then set it beside what the custody was actually doing to people, because what did the damage in those cells was the silence. When the hearings finally began, they opened with a move of pure psychological genius. The prisoner was brought before the inquisitors, sworn on the cross, and invited to confess. Confess what? He'd ask. That they would not say. Search your conscience, they'd tell him, and confess the sins that brought you here, because surely a man knows his own offenses. The tribunal never told you the charge, you had to guess it. Sit with what that does to a mind. An innocent man, or a man innocent of anything he could think of, now had to review his entire life for the crime, knowing that guessing wrong was catastrophic in both directions. Confess to something they didn't have, and you'd handed them a new crime and proven yourself a liar in the process. Deny everything while they held solid testimony, and you were an impenitent heretic sitting on his guilt, and impenitence was the specific quality that lit the fires. Prisoners broke themselves against this. The archives preserve people confessing in expanding circles across multiple hearings, offering up every sin and half-sin and rumor about themselves they could dredge up, trying to strike the invisible target, while the inquisitors sat, took notes, and repeated that the confession did not yet appear to be full. Eventually, a formal accusation was published, drawn from testimony whose sources were concealed. The witnesses were never named. Their statements were edited before the accused saw them, stripped of any date, place, or circumstance that might identify who had spoken, on the stated ground that identified witnesses would face retaliation. Whatever the merit of that fear, follow the consequence. You could not confront your accuser, and you could barely rebut an accusation deliberately blurred to protect them. The defense you were allowed was real but strangled. An advocate was assigned, chosen from the tribunal's own approved list, and his formal duty, if he became convinced of your guilt, ran to the court, not to you. Several manuals instruct the advocate to urge a guilty client to confess and abandon the defense. Your two practical tools were tachus and abonos. You could submit a list of everyone you could think of who hated you, with reasons, hoping to blindly name a hidden witness and have their testimony discounted as malice, and you could call character witnesses to your good Christian conduct. Prisoners, therefore, sat in their cells compiling inventories of their own enemies. Every quarrel of a lifetime, every debt and slight and border dispute, guessing at who had done this to them. Some guessed right and saved themselves. Some sat there realizing the testimony could only have come from inside their own house. Children denounced parents. Wives denounced husbands. Go through enough case files and it stops being shocking, because the system was purpose-built to crack households open. A person arrested and facing torture bought mercy with names, and the names nearest to hand. The people you'd actually seen light candles or skip pork were your own blood. Reconciliation required completeness. Shielding your mother voided your confession. So the records fill up with exactly what you'd expect and can hardly bear to look at. A teenager's testimony convicting her father, sisters cross-denouncing each other in adjoining cells, a man confirming details about his wife, because his own children had already supplied them, and denial would kill him without saving her. One case from the Mexican tribunal preserves a family's destruction in sequence. We'll spend real time in Mexico later, with a family whose file runs to thousands of pages, where the interrogators worked through the members like a man taking apart a watch, each confession preloading the next arrest. The tribunal called this the discovery of accomplices. The word for your family in the files is accomplices. And through all of it, at every hearing, in the corner of every room, sat the notary. Every tribunal ran on them. Everything was transcribed. Questions, answers, evasions, silences noted as silences. And, in the chamber we're about to enter, screams noted as screams. The Holy Office was, among all the things it was, the most disciplined record-keeping operation in early modern Europe. And its archives, millions of pages, are the reason we can do what we're about to do 4.5 centuries later, and stand in a specific basement in Toledo, on specific dates in 1568, next to a specific woman. Her name was Elvira del Campo, wife of Alonso de Moya, a scribe of Toledo. The charges against her, assembled from the testimony of people who had eaten at her table and worked in her house. She did not eat pork, and she put on clean linen on Saturdays. That's the whole indictment. Those two habits, sworn to by witnesses she never got to see, were the legally sufficient signature of a secret Jew. When the accusation was finally shown to her, she admitted the habits readily. She just denied the meaning. She didn't eat pork, she said, because it made her ill. She'd been that way since childhood. It disagreed with her. And as for the linen, she changed it because it was clean and pleasant, not for any law of Moses. And with that answer, she walked into the deepest trap in inquisitorial law, the question of intention. The acts were established and admitted. What remained uncertain was the inside of her head. The tribunal's response was to vote her to the torture, in the formal phrase, on intention. To apply physical pain to a woman in order to establish the motive behind her laundry. The chamber, on the day, looked like this. Every piece of it specified in the manuals and reflected in the transcript. The inquisitors present, a representative of the bishop, the executioner, a physician on call, and the notary at his desk with his paper and ink. Before anything began, the formal protestation was pronounced, one of the most repulsive sentences early modern law ever perfected. The prisoner was warned that if, during the torture, she should die, or suffer broken bones, or effusion of blood, or mutilation, the fault and the sin would be hers alone for refusing to tell the truth and not the tribunal's. They made the victim legally responsible in advance for whatever they were about to do to her body. Then she was ordered stripped. For a respectable woman of 16th century Spain, standing naked in a cellar in front of a room of clergymen and officials, this was already a violation profound enough that the transcripts show prisoners pleading during the disrobing before anyone touched them. Elvira did. The record has her crying out as the garments came off, "Señores, I have done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. Note what she's doing there, because it's the position the procedure forced on people, offering a confession and retracting it in the same breath, begging them to accept a guilty plea she is simultaneously telling them is untrue. The session began with the chords. The potro was the workhorse of the Spanish tribunals, a trestle frame on which the prisoner was bound with ropes wound around the limbs, each rope tightened by twisting a stick, a garrote, turn by turn, so that the cords bit through skin and into muscle. The transcript counts the turns. One cord on the arms, twisted, and the admonition repeated, "Tell the truth." She said she had nothing to tell. Another turn. She screamed. The notary wrote down that she screamed. Then the words start tumbling, and I'll give them to you as the notary recorded them. A summary would be a mercy the original doesn't offer. Tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. Loosen me, señores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. More turns. I did not eat pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me, and I will tell the truth. They loosened nothing. She was asked to state what she had done, and she said, "What am I wanted to tell? I did it, and I have confessed. Señor, remind me of what I have to say, for I don't know it." Take that plea in again. A woman asking her torturers to tell her the crime so she can confess to it, and the tribunal declining because a prompted confession was procedurally worthless. The whole point was that she had to produce, from her own mouth, unprompted, a confession matching evidence she'd never seen. The cords kept their count. She said her arms were breaking. She asked why they would not tell her what to say. She said over and over in slightly different words that she had done it, whatever it was, that she was a sinner, that they should say the thing and she would swear to it. Then they moved her to the water. The apparatus for the toca was a sloped trestle, sometimes called the escalera, the ladder, with sharpened rungs pressing into the back. The prisoner bound onto it head downward, the head held immobile. Some accounts describe an iron band across the forehead, and an iron prong called the bostezo, forcing the jaws apart. A strip of linen, the toca itself, was pushed into the mouth and down into the throat, and then water was poured from a jar, holding a little over a quart, soaking down the cloth, so that the prisoner swallowed and inhaled and drowned by degrees on dry land, the linen dragging the water into the windpipe. The tribunals measured the severity of a session in jars, and the number of jars went into the record like a dosage. When the cloth was hauled back up the throat, it came out wet and sometimes bloody, and the choking prisoner was invited between jars to tell the truth. Elvira's session, by the tribunal's own standards, was recorded as mild. She was given only a single jar. Somewhere in the middle of all this, the transcript records her being asked once more to state plainly what she had done, and her answer has stayed with everyone who has ever worked through this file. "Señores," she asked, "why will you not tell me what I have to say?" And shortly after, "I said that I did not want to eat it," meaning the pork, and the questioners pressed, and her answers dissolved into repetitions and fragments, and the session was, in the record's own word, suspended. You'll remember that word from 1252. 4 days later, they brought her back down. The manuals and the medical men of the tribunals understood something about the human body that the 4-day gap exploited deliberately. Torn muscle and bruised tissue stiffen. A limb that has been corded and released is far more sensitive on the 4th day than the 1st. The 2nd session was legally the same session as the 1st, a continuation. So the rule permitting only one application of torture remained pristine in the file. The transcript of the 2nd session is shorter. Confronted with the trestle and the cords again, on a body 4 days into its bruising, Elvira del Campo broke. She confessed to Judaism, to having observed the law of Moses in her heart, the intention they'd been mining for, and she begged for mercy, and the notary, whose prose betrays no feeling anywhere across all these pages, recorded the confession as obtained. A 19th century historian who spent his career in these archives, Henry Charles Lee, a sober man not given to editorializing, described the recording of her case as passionless and businesslike, and singled out this transcript out of the thousands he'd handled as almost unbearable. Within 24 hours, by rule, the confession had to be ratified. The prisoner, back in a normal room, away from the instruments, was asked to confirm freely what she'd said under torture. Prisoners who revoked at ratification faced the obvious problem, since a revoked confession put the file back where it started, and the session, legally, had merely been suspended. Almost everyone ratified. Elvira ratified. She appeared at an auto da fe, was formally reconciled to the church, had her property confiscated, and was sentenced to the San Benito and a term of imprisonment, later moderated. The sack, with her name on it, went up on a church wall in Toledo. Her children inherited nothing except the name on the sack, a strange, cold detail from the account books before we move on. The third standard technique, alongside the cords and the water, was the garrucha, the pulley, wrists bound behind the back, the prisoner hoisted to the ceiling by them, so the arms rotate hideously in their sockets, weights sometimes hung from the feet, and then the drop, checked short with a jerk that wrenched the shoulders and could pull them from their sockets outright. By the middle of the 1600s, at least one tribunal, Córdoba, had quietly retired the garrucha from use, along with a few older practices like the brazier of coals applied to the soles of the feet, and its stated reason survives. The pulley kept dislocating people. Permanent injury violated the rules. The tribunal accordingly streamlined its inventory down to the cords and the rack, the tools that hurt just as much and broke less, as a workshop retires an implement that damages the material. The register these documents are written in all the way through is maintenance. And in case Elvira's outcome tempts anyone toward relief that at least she lived, set her file next to another woman's from the same archive, Marina Gonzalez of Ciudad Real, a generation earlier. Marina had confessed voluntarily under an edict of grace back in the 1480s, been reconciled, and gone back to her life. And reconciliation was a one-time offer. Years later, she was denounced afresh. The testimony describing the same familiar signatures, the clean linen, the avoided pork, now aggravated into relapse, and a relapsed heretic, was beyond mercy by definition. She was tortured with the water jars. The transcript survives, with its counts. She was condemned, and she went to the fire. First offense, second offense. The same laundry, the same butcher's stall. The difference between a sack on a wall and a stake was, in the end, chronology. The sentence itself was delivered at the ceremony everyone has heard of, the auto da fe, the act of faith, and the phrase describes exactly what the event claimed to be, a public liturgy in which justice was performed as worship. The popular image gets one thing wrong in an understandable direction. Nobody was burned at an auto da fe, strictly speaking. The auto was the religious ceremony, the procession, the mass, the sermon, the solemn public announcement of every sentence. The church did not execute anyone. Its formula for the condemned was that they were relaxed to the secular arm, handed over, released, relaxed, one of history's great obscene euphemisms, with an official plea that the civil authorities treat them with mercy and without the shedding of blood. Everyone in the transaction knew that without shedding of blood meant fire, and that the plea for mercy was a ritual fiction, and that a magistrate who actually showed mercy to a relaxed heretic would shortly be explaining himself to the tribunal. The state did the killing at a separate site, usually outside the walls, at the quemadero, the burning place. The church kept its hands formally clean at a distance of about half a mile. To see a great auto at full scale stand in the Plaza Mayor of Madrid on the 30th of June, 1680. We can reconstruct this one almost hour by hour because an official eyewitness account was published, written by José del Olmo, who helped stage the event, and a court painter, Francisco Rizzi, produced an enormous canvas of the scene that hangs in the Prado today, tiers of spectators rendered face by face. The occasion was partly celebratory. The young king, Charles II, had recently married a French princess, and the capital's tribunal assembled a spectacular auto in honor of the marriage, a wedding gift consisting of 118 prisoners. Preparations ran for a month. Carpenters built a stadium in the plaza, an amphitheater of staged seating, royal boxes, altars, and a great cage-like structure for the accused. And the account tells us the men who supplied the wood marched in the opening procession with pride of place. The night before, the Green Cross procession wound through Madrid by torchlight, Dominicans singing, carrying the Green Cross of Hope to the Plaza altar, and the 50 soldiers of the faith, the tribunal's guard, escorting it. Charcoal braziers and the stacked wood were already waiting at the brasero outside the Fuencarral gate. The day itself began before dawn and ran, by Del Olmo's account, something like 14 hours. The prisoners were marched out in careful order of ascending gravity, each with familiars at their elbows, through streets packed with what contemporaries estimated at 50,000 spectators, people having rented balconies along the route at scalpers' prices. First came the effigies on green poles, the mannequins of the dead and the escaped, some accompanied by small trunks painted with flames containing exhumed bones. Then the penitents in ascending order of ruin, the ones to be reconciled, in plain yellow San Benitos with the red cross of St. Andrew. Then those spared burning but sentenced to scourging or the galleys, and at the rear, the relajados, the ones going to the fire, in black San Benitos painted with flames and devils, wearing the carroza, the tall pasteboard cone painted to match, each carrying a green cross and accompanied by 2 friars working on them, right up to the last hour, for the conversion that would earn them the garrote. On the scaffold, the sentences were then chanted out one by one, each prisoner brought forward to a small pulpit to hear their life dismantled in legal Latin and Castilian, and with 118 cases, this took the entire day. The king sat through all of it. Etiquette required his presence at each sentencing, and there's a detail from these royal autos that historians keep returning to. At one point, the Inquisitor General ascended to the royal box, and Charles, the sovereign of half the world, swore a formal oath on the cross to defend the Holy Office and denounce its enemies. The tribunal put the oath in the king's mouth, and the direction of that promise is the whole political story of the institution in a single gesture. Of the 118, 104 were accused as Judaizers, most of them of Portuguese origin. The tribunals in that era were feeding heavily on Portuguese converso merchant families who'd migrated into Spain, and the sentences from that single day break down like this. Dozens reconciled with prison, galleys, or the lash. 22 burned in effigy, 8 burned as corpses or bones, and 18 or 19 living human beings condemned to the fire. When the ceremony finally ended at nightfall, the relajados were loaded onto donkeys and taken out the gate to the brasero, a raised platform 60 feet square built for the occasion, where the stakes stood ready. And here the crowd watched the final sorting, the one that had been in negotiation all day. A condemned prisoner who confessed and kissed the cross, even at the stake itself, received the mercy of the garrote. An executioner strangled them with a cord or an iron collar from behind the stake, and the fire consumed a corpse. A prisoner who refused, who stayed in their faith to the end, burned alive. Del Olmo and the other accounts from Madrid that night record both outcomes. Most accepted the crucifix at the end, with the friars pressing it against their lips as the executioner took position behind them. A few refused, and among the refusals the accounts single out a man who, as the flames climbed, was seen to be still moving in the fire for a long time, and spectators near the platform, expecting an edifying spectacle, found something else. Burning a living human being is a slow business. The body does not surrender in the theatrical minute the paintings imply. Hair goes first in a flash, then the fire has to work, and the person is conscious for far more of it than anyone watching wants, and the sounds carry, and the smell. Witnesses across centuries and continents describe it identically. A thick, roasted sweetness that people who encountered it once flinched from for the rest of their lives when a kitchen fire caught fat. 50,000 people took that home from the wedding celebration. Some fraction of them, no doubt, had a wonderful day. The accounts also mention food vendors, and spare a minute for the rest of that day's list. The 18 or 19 at the stake can crowd out the other 100, and the other 100 are the normal case. Most sentences pronounced at an auto stopped short of death and were built to grind instead. Scourging was standard. Sentences of 100 or 200 lashes delivered in public, the penitent stripped to the waist and paraded through the streets on a donkey, while the executioner worked and a crier announced the crime. And the files show 200 lashes handed to women in their 60s and 70s. Sentences a strong young man might barely absorb, applied to grandmothers through the streets, with the neighbors watching from the same balconies. The galleys were slower, a term at the oar, 3 years, 5, 10, chained to a rowing bench in the Mediterranean fleet, was understood by everyone who pronounced it to be a death sentence on an installment plan for any but the toughest, and the tribunals supplied the Royal Navy with a steady stream of heretical muscle. The account books, ever practical, note the Crown's interest in able-bodied convictions. So-called perpetual prison usually softened after a few years into a marked liberty, since the tribunals saw little point feeding a harmless penitent forever. And that marked liberty was its own quiet sentence. A reconciled penitent walked out into civil death. Barred from public office, from the professions, from bearing arms, from riding a horse, from wearing silk, gold, or jewels, and the same bans fell on their children and, for men, their grandchildren, none of whom had been convicted of anything. 2 generations dressed in plain wool, on foot, watching the neighbors ride past, every restriction a small daily announcement of the family's standing. Then the San Benito went up on the parish wall, and the announcement became permanent. The dead weren't done paying, though, and this loops us back to the church wall we started on. After the auto, each penitent's San Benito, painted with their name, their crime, and their punishment, was hung in their home parish, by regulation, permanently. The instruction of 1561 that I quoted at the start, perpetual memory of the infamy of the heretics and their descendants, was enforced with genuine diligence, sextons and notaries assigned to renew the fading garments, inventories taken to make sure none had quietly disappeared, because families did try to make them disappear. And getting caught removing your grandfather's San Benito was itself an offense against the Holy Office. A theologian of the tribunal defended the practice in print by reaching back to the Book of Numbers, to the rebels swallowed by the earth, whose censers were hammered into a covering for the altar as a sign for the children of Israel. A warning worked in metal, kept in front of the congregation forever. Substitute painted sackcloth and you have the system exactly. And its bite was practical, since the hanging sack fed directly into the purity of blood machinery we met back in 1449. Across the 1500s, those statutes metastasized through Spanish institutions, cathedral chapters, the military orders, the elite colleges, town councils, eventually even some guilds, each requiring proof that a candidate carried no Jewish or Muslim ancestry and no inquisitorial stain anywhere in the family tree. Applicants commissioned genealogical investigations of themselves, probanzas, with sworn witnesses and archival searches. And one document a probanza absolutely could not survive was an ancestor's name on a parish wall. Those sacks hung there, in effect, as a public genealogical database of the damned, consulted, literally, by investigators. Men were refused entry to religious orders over a great-great-grandmother. Families paid forgers to launder their trees, and other families made a business of maintaining the memory of exactly who descended from whom. And one of the ugliest words in the Spanish archives is the casual term for all this knowledge. Everyone simply knew who was clean. On Mallorca, where the sacks stayed up longest and the community was smallest, 15 surnames from the condemned of the 1600s became a permanent hereditary caste, the Suetas. Endogamous because nobody else would marry them, restricted to a single street of silversmith shops, and still facing marriage refusals and social exclusion within the lifetime of people alive now. Formal blood purity requirements for Spanish military and government posts were abolished by decree in the 1860s and 1870. Measure that span. A legal structure born in a 1449 tax riot outlasted the Inquisition itself, outlasted Napoleon, and had to be dismantled while railways were being built. The autos, meanwhile, were exported wholesale to the empire, and the American tribunals, Lima, Cartagena, Mexico City, ran the full apparatus at the far end of the world, San Benitos on cathedral walls in the Andes, a Quemadero in New Spain. And it's in Mexico that the archives hold the single most complete family tragedy the institution ever documented, a story that runs across 60 years and 2 generations, with a written voice at the center of it, because one of the victims left us his autobiography. He wrote it in secret, in a hand so small it strains modern eyes, in a book about the size of a deck of cards, and the only reason it survives is that his persecutors filed it as evidence. The Carvajals came to Mexico as a success story. Luis de Carvajal y de la Cueva, called the Elder, was a Portuguese-born conquistador and slaver-turned-governor who in 1579 won a royal contract to conquer and settle a vast territory in northern Mexico, the new Kingdom of Leon, and he was granted the unusual privilege of recruiting settlers without the standard proof of clean blood. So he filled his ships with his own extended family. His sister Francisca, her husband, their 9 children, cousins, in-laws, upward of 100 people, and a great many of them were secret Jews, of the deepest kind, families who had held on through a century of Iberian pressure. The governor himself, by every account, was a sincere Catholic. He apparently knew what his relatives were and looked away, and that looking away is what destroyed him. In 1589, the Mexican tribunal arrested the family, and the governor was convicted not of Judaizing, but of concealing it, of failing to denounce his own sister's household. Stripped of his governorship, sentenced to exile, he died in a cell before he could serve it. The tribunal would spend the next 60 years working through the people he'd brought over, generation by generation, and the archive it built on them runs to thousands of pages, because one of those people turned out to be a writer. Francisca's son Luis, the governor's nephew and namesake, was in his early 20s at the first arrest, and he is one of the most vivid human beings the colonial archives contain, since we have him from both directions. The tribunal's transcripts of him, and his own secret memoir, the little book I mentioned, written in a microscopic hand in notebooks that fit in a palm, the earliest known Jewish writing composed in the Americas. In it, he calls himself Joseph Lombroso, Joseph the Enlightened, and describes his awakening to the faith of his ancestors as a teenager, his self-circumcision in a ravine with a pair of worn scissors. He was, at the time, a boy alone in a canyon in northern Mexico, performing surgery on himself with shears in obedience to a verse in Genesis, and he records it as the proudest day of his life. The first trial, in 1589 and 90, gathered in Luis, his mother, and several of his sisters. His mother Francisca was tortured. He wasn't that first time, but he was made to watch what the process did to her, and at the auto of 1590, the family appeared in San Benitos and were reconciled, the one-time mercy, remember, with prison terms and perpetual penitential dress. Luis served his sentence partly as a scribe and teacher at a college, where the friars grew fond of him and gave him the run of a library full of scripture. And the irony of that arrangement apparently escaped everyone. The Holy Office had sentenced a hungry young crypto-Jew to several years inside a building full of Hebrew learning. His faith came out the far side of reconciliation hotter than it went in. The family resumed their observances, more carefully now, fasting in pairs, praying behind locked doors. And Luis kept his tiny chronicle of all of it, in ink, under a roof the tribunal had already visited once. When I said the archives preserve people, I meant it almost literally in his case. His voice off the page is warm, fervent, sometimes boyish, full of pet names for his sisters and raptures about God's mercies, and every page of it was, under the law he lived beneath, a death warrant in his own handwriting. They came back for the family in 1595. A denunciation, from within the wider community, from a man the family trusted, brought the whole network down, and this second file shows the machine at its most methodical. Luis in one cell, his mother and sisters in others, none of them knowing what the others had said, the inquisitors shuttling fragments of testimony between them. Luis at first admitted nothing, then admitted himself but shielded everyone else, and the tribunal, patient as ever, kept the sessions coming. From his cell, he tried to hold the family together by smuggled signal, messages to his sisters hidden in fruit, a pear with a note where the core should be, verses sung loudly enough to carry through walls, coded reassurances passed by a sympathetic fellow prisoner who was, naturally, reporting everything. In February of 1596, they took him to the chamber. The chords went on, and the transcript does to the modern reader exactly what Elvira's does. He screamed the same universal sentences, that he would say whatever they wanted, that they should tell him what to say. And then, turn by turn, he broke in the specific way the procedure was engineered to produce. Completeness, remember, was the requirement. Over the sessions that followed, Luis de Carvajal, Joseph the Enlightened, the proud heart of his family's faith, gave the tribunal more than 120 names. His mother, every sister, cousins, friends, associates across New Spain, the whole map of the community he'd spent his adult life protecting. The confession spared none of them and saved none of them, least of all him. As a relapsed heretic, reconciled once already, he was legally beyond mercy, and so were his mother and 3 of his sisters. The despair in his final months bled through the walls. Other prisoners later testified they heard him at night, and at one point he attempted to destroy himself by leaping from a window during the proceedings, and survived, broken, to be nursed back to health for execution, the tribunal's physicians patching a man so that he could be killed on schedule and in public. The auto came on the 8th of December, 1596, in the great plaza of Mexico City, one of the largest the New World had yet seen. Luis walked in the procession with his mother Francisca and his sisters Isabel, Catalina and Leonor, all in the painted San Benitos, all condemned to relaxation. Friars worked on Luis the whole route, and at the very end, the accounts differ on his interior state, and I'll leave you to weigh a conversion produced at the foot of a stake. He accepted the crucifix, and so did his mother and sisters, and they were granted the garrote, strangled at the stake, one after another, a family in a row, and then the fires were lit under the bodies. He was about 30. A 4th sister, Mariana, wasn't burned that day for a reason the record states plainly. Her mind had given way during the family's destruction, and even this tribunal balked briefly at burning the insane. They waited. In 1601, judged recovered enough to be responsible. Mariana de Carvajal was burned. The youngest child, a little girl called Anika during the first trials, was reconciled as a minor and released into a marked life, and keep her in mind for a few minutes. The archive is not finished with Anika. The community the Carvajal confessions had mapped was left to regrow in the tribunal's full view, and for a few decades Mexico's crypto-Jews lived in a strange hum of tolerated suspicion, everyone on file, nobody arrested, the tribunal watching. Then in the 1640s, the politics shifted. Portugal revolted against the Spanish crown, and every Portuguese converso in the empire became a suspected traitor twice over, and the Mexican tribunal launched the sweep known as the Great Conspiracy Trials. Hundreds of arrests. The prisons overflowed into rented houses, and it all drained toward the 11th of April 1649, and the ceremony remembered as the Gran Auto de Fe, the largest ever staged in the Americas. 109 cases, tens of thousands of spectators, stands built as at Madrid, the vice-regal court in attendance, and at the end of it 13 human beings relaxed in person, alongside dozens of effigies and chests of exhumed bones. The tribunal had gone into the graveyards for this one, digging up convicted ancestors so their remains could join the procession. 12 of the 13 accepted the cross and were garroted. The 13th is the reason this auto is remembered as something more than a body count, and his name was Tomás Trevino de Sobremonte. Trevino was a merchant in his late 50s, born in Old Castile, prosperous in Mexico, and a two-time guest of the tribunal, reconciled once back in the 1620s, which under the rules made this second conviction automatically fatal. What sets him apart in the record is that he stopped pretending. Somewhere in the years of his final imprisonment, Trevino quit the double life entirely and told the inquisitors to their faces what he was. The priest assigned to him in his last hours testified afterward that Trevino declared he was a Jew and was resolved to live and die in the law of Moses, and the trial record shows a man spending his final months debating scripture with his judges, unbending, almost serene. On the day, he refused the crucifix at the procession, refused it at the stake, and by the accounts of the friars, his enemies, writing to condemn him, he went into the fire alive and unrepentant, the only one of the 13. Mexican tradition gives him a last line, flung at the executioners as the wood caught, "Throw on more wood, wretches. It's my money that pays for it." A jab at the tribunal burning him with funds confiscated from his own estate. Trace that quote back, and the trail runs not to the trial record, but to a narrative poem written by a Mexican poet 2 centuries later. So what you make of it depends on how much credit you give a legend that grew around a documented core. The core needs no legend. The file itself shows a man who was offered, until the final instant, an easier death in exchange for one kiss on an object, and declined. And in the procession that same morning, among the condemned, walked a woman of about 67 named Ana de León Carvajal. Anica. The little girl reconciled in the 1590s, the last of Francisca's children, arrested in the Great Sweep, condemned as a relapsed heretic like her mother, her brother, and her 4 sisters before her. 53 years after she watched her family burn as a child, the tribunal completed its work on the house of Carvajal. She accepted the cross and was garroted before burning at the same quemadero by the same institution, working from the same file that had been opened before she could talk. No family in the records of the Holy Office anywhere on earth was consumed so completely across so many years, and the tribunal's own paperwork is the tombstone. That, and the little memoir, which the inquisitors preserved as exhibit and evidence, and thereby carried Joseph the Enlightened's voice safely through 4 centuries to us. It sat in the Mexican National Archives until the 1930s, when it was stolen, vanished for 80 years, surfaced at a New York auction house in 2016, priced as a curiosity, was identified, and went home to Mexico. You can see digitized pages of it now, the handwriting so small it looks at first like decorative lines, until it resolves, and a young man in a locked room in the 1590s starts talking to you about his sisters. Lima ran the South American branch of the same enterprise, and its archive holds the one prisoner who arguably outstubborned the entire system. Francisco Maldonado da Silva was a surgeon in Chile, born around 1592 in what's now Argentina, son of a converso physician who had himself been penanced by the tribunal. At 18, by his own account, Francisco asked his father about a book he'd found, and the father, after swearing him to secrecy, taught him the faith of his ancestors, and the young man took to it with a completeness that would eventually astonish his judges. He too circumcised himself, alone, with scissors. The denunciation, when it came in 1626, came from inside the walls of his own house. He confided in his devoutly Catholic sister, hoping to persuade her, and she went to the Holy Office. And he seems to have understood the risk and accepted it, because when the familiars came for him, he told them plainly what he was. Then he spent almost 13 years in the secret cells of Lima, making the tribunal's life miserable. He refused to swear his oaths on the cross, offering instead the God of Israel. He debated relays of theologians, the file records more than a dozen formal disputations, and held his ground in all of them, citing scripture from memory. He fasted so severely his jailers thought he'd die, and survived. He converted 2 fellow prisoners through the wall, and in the dark of his cell over years, he manufactured books. He saved scraps of paper, sewed them into gatherings with thread teased out of his rags, cut a pen from a chicken bone off his own plate, brewed ink from kitchen charcoal, and filled hundreds of tiny leaves with defenses of his faith, signing them as Healy the Nazarene, unworthy servant of the God of Israel. The tribunal confiscated them, filed them, and kept building its case. He went to the stake at Lima's great auto of January 1639, the climax of the so-called Great Complicity, a sweep against the city's Portuguese merchants that put about a dozen people into the fire in one day, including the richest man in Lima. Maldonado da Silva, burned alive, unrecanted, and the tribunal hung his handmade books around his neck so they would burn with him. The institution that archived everything, making one pointed exception, a chronicler of the auto records that, as the sentences ended, a wind tore the awning above the scaffold, and the surgeon looked up and said the God of Israel had done it, to look upon him face to face. Take the line as the chronicler's flourish or as the man's own. Either way, someone in that plaza thought it deserved writing down. Back across the ocean, in the very years young Luis was writing his notebooks, the Spanish tribunals stumbled into a different sort of panic. The machine pointed, this time, at an imaginary crime, and then, almost uniquely in this whole story, someone inside the machine pulled the brake. The setting is the Basque country, the mountains along the French border, around a village called Zugarramurdi, where a cave system opens out of a hillside above a stream. In 1608, a young woman named Maria de Chimildegui came home to the area after some years working in France, and she brought a story with her. Across the border, she said, she had attended the witches' Sabbath, and she'd seen neighbors from this side of the mountains there. She named a village wife, Maria de Jureteguía, as a fellow attendee. The accused woman denied it. The accuser recounted the gatherings in such convincing detail that the village believed her, and Maria de Jureteguía, under the pressure of her own family, broke down and confessed to being a witch, and immediately did what confessed witches everywhere did, and named others. Her elderly aunt, the aunt's circle. Within weeks, the village was consumed. Confessions describe the Aquelarre, the Sabbath, held in the meadow by the cave, the devil presiding in a black chair with a face beneath his tail that his servants kissed, feasts of exhumed corpses, toads dressed in little clothes serving as familiars, poisonous powders ground from dead men's brains, witches slipping through windows to suck the blood of sleeping children. Village children began saying witches carried them to the cave at night. Parents kept vigil, and children woke screaming that they'd been taken anyway. 2 of the accused elderly women died from the treatment their own neighbors and families gave them to force confessions, and the news moved down the mountain roads to the tribunal at Logroño. What gave the panic its lethal turn was the coincidence of the border, since on the French side, at that exact moment, a royal judge named Pierre de Lancre was running a full-blown witch hunt through the Basque province of Labourd, torturing and burning on a scale the Spanish tribunal never approached, convinced the entire Basque population was compromised. He wrote that the region's women were beautiful, the men were sailors, and the devil had found the mixture congenial. Refugees from his hunt streamed south over the passes carrying the terror with them, some of them accusers, some of them accused. The Logroño tribunal arrested an initial batch from Zugarramurdi, and the confessions in custody grew richer. These prisoners had been held for months among other prisoners, learning the expected story better with every retelling, until the investigation held around 300 names, with 40-odd shipped to Logroño for trial. An epidemic tore through the crowded cells while they waited, and more than a dozen of the accused died in prison. Among them an old woman from Renteria named Maria de Zozaya, who had confessed to decades of spectacular witchcraft with an eagerness her interrogators found gratifying, and whose death before sentencing solved nothing for her. Because you know by now how the tribunal handled escape by dying. The auto da fe at Logroño ran across 2 days, the 7th and 8th of November, 1610, and drew a crowd that contemporary accounts put around 30,000, pilgrims walking in from France for it, the largest public event that region had ever staged. 53 penitents in total, of whom about 30 were witchcraft cases. 18 who had confessed were reconciled and spared. 11 had refused to confess or had revoked, and for them the stage was set with a gallows load of effigies alongside the living. 6 human beings were burned alive at Logroño as witches, among them Gratiana Shara, an elderly widow who had spent her life running the Little Pilgrims Hospital at Urdax, washing travelers' feet on the road to Santiago. A man named Domingo de Subildegui, Maria de Arburu, Maria Bastan de la Borda, Maria de Echachute, Petri de Juangorena. Ordinary rural people, most of them old, every one of them protesting innocence of a crime that consisted of flying to a meadow and kissing the devil. 5 more were burned in effigy, their coffins of bones on the pyre beside the living, Maria de Zozayas among them. The sentences were narrated to the crowd in full, the corpse feasts, the toads, the powders, and the published account of the auto became a bestseller, spreading the Sabbath template across Spain, so that within months, new witch accusations were sprouting in villages that had never produced one before, in exactly the pattern of the stories everyone had just heard. One of the 3 inquisitors on that tribunal had voted against the executions, and his name deserves to be far better known than it is. Alonso de Salazar Frias, the junior of the 3, a canon lawyer in his 40s. Salazar had watched the trials assemble themselves out of coached testimony and cell block contagion, and when the Supreme Council in Madrid, itself uneasy, ordered a fresh visitation of the region with an edict of grace, Salazar took the assignment. He spent the better part of a year, 1611, on the roads of Navarre, and what he ran was, in effect, an audit of a mass delusion, conducted with a rigor nobody had thought to apply. He took the confessions of nearly 1,800 people, the large majority of them children and adolescents, since children had become the panic's main engine. He revisited confessed witches and let them recant in safety, and hundreds did, describing how they'd confessed under beatings from their own families or to end the questioning. He had midwives examine young women who claimed to have been carried to the Sabbath and given to the devil, and reported them physically untouched. He collected the jars of alleged flying ointments and demonic powders, had them tested on animals under observation, and watched nothing whatsoever happen. He cross-checked testimony against itself and found accusers placing the same person at Sabbaths in 2 locations on the same night, or at a Sabbath on a night the person could prove they'd spent elsewhere in front of witnesses. His reports back to Madrid run to hundreds of pages, and the sentences that survive from them are the coldest water in this entire story. Considering the matter with all Christian attention, he wrote, he had not found one single proof, nor even the faintest indication from which to infer that an act of witchcraft had actually occurred. And then the sentence that historians of the witch craze quote more than any other, his diagnosis of the whole mechanism. Neither witches nor bewitched existed in a village, he wrote, until people began talking and writing about them. The sermons announcing the crime were manufacturing the crime. Publicity was the pathogen. 3/4 of the accused, he noted, had been denounced by children. Madrid weighed Salazar's findings against his 2 furious senior colleagues, who accused him of everything short of witchcraft himself, and in 1614 the Suprema came down on Salazar's side, issuing new instructions that adopted his recommendations nearly whole. Witchcraft confessions were to be treated with systematic doubt. Corroboration was to be sought for external facts, accusations from children discounted, the edicts on witchcraft no longer published aloud, and a quiet detail with everything in it. The Sanbenitos from Logroño were not to be hung in the churches. The tribunal was declining to memorialize its own auto. Spain, the land of the Inquisition, effectively stopped executing witches from that point, generations before the courts of Germany, France, Scotland, and New England stopped. Hold that ledger up for a second. Secular and church courts across the rest of Europe and the colonies killed tens of thousands of accused witches in the 1600s, while the Spanish Holy Office, after 1610, killed approximately none. The institution built on the premise that confession reveals truth had run one controlled experiment on that premise, watched it fail, and filed the results. It never applied the lesson to itself. The same council that accepted Salazar's proof that torture and pressure generate false confessions went right on burning Judaizers convicted on confessions, extracted by torture and pressure, for another century and a half. The two files sat in the same archive. Portugal ran its own version of all this, and in some respects the Portuguese branch was the harsher franchise. The background there begins with a betrayal of the exiles of 1492, since tens of thousands of the Jews expelled from Spain that summer walked west into Portugal, paying an entry fee for what they were told was refuge. 5 years later, the Portuguese king, negotiating a Spanish marriage, agreed to expel them too, and then, calculating that he'd rather keep their skills and their taxes than lose them, chose a different cruelty: mass forced conversion. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were, in effect, baptized as a population in scenes that included children being taken from parents to be raised Catholic, and dragged to the font conversions of adults who never consented to anything. Portugal thus instantly acquired an enormous new Christian population that had, unlike many Spanish conversos, never chosen conversion even nominally, and Lisbon showed what it thought of them in April of 1506. A dispute in a church, a new Christian was heard doubting a reported miracle, flared into a massacre that ran for days. Mobs led in part by friars sweeping the city, dragging new Christian men, women and children from their houses, killing them in the streets and burning the bodies, and sometimes the living, on pyres built in the Rocio Square. Contemporary estimates of the dead run from several hundred to a couple of thousand over 3 days. Sailors from ships in the harbour joined in for the looting. The king, to his credit, executed the ringleaders and punished the city. 30 years later, in 1536, the crown formally established a Portuguese Inquisition anyway, on the Spanish model, and its overwhelming business, even more than in Spain for its entire existence, was those same forcibly converted families and their descendants. Portuguese autos da fe ran regularly in Lisbon, Évora and Coimbra for 200 years, in the great riverside square in the capital, with the crowds and the ceremony you've already seen at Madrid. Something like 1,000 people or more went into Portuguese fires across those centuries, out of tens of thousands tried, and the flight of new Christian merchant families out of Portugal into Spain, ironically, and into Amsterdam, Bordeaux, Hamburg, the Ottoman lands, kept the Spanish tribunals supplied with victims and Europe supplied with a Sephardic diaspora whose descendants include a good chunk of early modern banking, medicine, and philosophy. Spinoza's family were refugees from the Portuguese Inquisition. So, in the 1730s, was Portugal's most popular comic playwright, Antonio José da Silva, a Lisbon lawyer whose puppet operas packed the theatres. Arrested with his family as a Judaizer, his mother had been tortured in his childhood. He himself had been tortured and reconciled once already, and you know what a second arrest meant. He was garroted and burned at a Lisbon auto in October of 1739. A tradition reports one of his plays was on the stage in the city around the very time he died. His audience that season included his judges. And Portugal did the thing empires do with their institutions. It shipped this one east. In 1560, a tribunal of the Holy Office opened in Goa, the capital of Portuguese India, with jurisdiction over Portuguese Asia and East Africa, an operating territory stretching from Mozambique to Macau, and by reputation, a reputation attested by Portuguese sources as well as foreign ones, it was the most feared branch of the entire system. Its stated targets were the usual new Christians who'd fled east to get away from the tribunals at home, plus a category unique to the colonies, converted Hindus suspected of backsliding into the religion of their birth. Around the tribunal grew a whole legal ecosystem of coercion, bans on Hindu ceremonies, on marriage rites, on cremation in the territories, temples destroyed by the hundreds, and a law under which orphaned Hindu children could be seized by the state and raised Catholic, with orphan defined generously enough that a living mother didn't necessarily disqualify you. The tribunal's headquarters occupied a former palace off the main square of Goa, a building the locals called simply the Big House, and mothers in Goa frightened children with its name for generations. Its trial records were almost entirely destroyed when the tribunal was finally abolished, a deliberate bonfire of the archive in the early 1800s, one last burning. So Goa is the branch we know least about from the inside. Surviving lists and indexes suggest on the order of 16,000 trials between 1560 and the end, with dozens burned in person and dozens more in effigy. And whatever those fragmentary numbers conceal, we happen to possess something better than statistics for this tribunal. A full-length insider account, written by a prisoner who survived it, got home to Europe, and published everything. Charles Delon was a young French physician, Catholic in his early 20s, working in the Portuguese enclave of Daman on the west coast of India in 1673, when he fell into a quarrel with the local governor. There was, naturally, a woman both men were interested in, and made the additional mistake of speaking his mind in company. Free-thinking table talk, roughly, skepticism about the veneration of images, some doubts about the efficacy of baptism as practiced, remarks about the Inquisition itself. A denunciation followed. He was arrested, chained, and eventually shipped down the coast to Goa in the hold of a vessel with other prisoners and delivered to the Big House, and his book, published in France in 1687, an immediate bestseller across Europe, translated everywhere, banned by the authorities whose conduct it described, takes you through the building room by room. The cells were small, windowless or nearly so, arranged along corridors built for surveillance, and the regime inside was silence. Total, enforced silence. Prisoners were forbidden to speak, to sing, to pray aloud, even to weep audibly, and Delon describes guards patrolling the corridors listening, and prisoners beaten in their cells for groaning. He learned the prison's geography by sound anyway. Everyone did. Coughs, the scrape of doors, the count of footsteps at feeding time, and on occasion, screams from the interrogation rooms arriving muffled through masonry, so that every prisoner sat in the dark doing the same involuntary cartography. How far away is that? And when is it my turn? He describes the interrogations, always circling, always inviting him to confess without stating a charge. The same procedural trick you saw in Toledo, unchanged across a century and half the planet, since the manuals were the same manuals. He describes despair so total that he attempted his own death in the cell, was bled and nursed by the tribunal's physicians, and understood, as Luis de Carvajal had, that he was being repaired for the ceremony. And he describes the ceremony. In January of 1676, after more than 2 years inside, Delon walked in a Goa auto da fe in a San Benito, barefoot, holding an unlit candle among a couple of 100 penitents assembled from across Portuguese Asia, and watched at the end of it the small group wearing the flame-painted garments. At that auto, a handful of convicted men, including Hindus convicted of sorcery by some accounts, go to the fire while the assembly looked on. His own sentence: property confiscated, 5 years at the galleys, meaning 5 years chained to an oar. He served part of it in Portugal, where French connections and pure luck eventually pried him loose, and he went home and did the one thing the Holy Office could not forgive and could not prevent. He remembered everything, in order, with names, and put it in print. For the next century, when Europeans argued about the Inquisition, Delon's little book was on the table. Voltaire used it. The tribunals had spent 200 years perfecting the control of information inside their walls, and one talkative French doctor with a good memory undid a measurable amount of it from the outside for the price of a printing run. Italy, meanwhile, had revived its own version of the office, and the Roman Inquisition is the branch where this story intersects with names you already know. In 1542, with Protestantism spilling over the Alps and Italian intellectual circles passing Luther around under the table, Pope Paul III reorganized the old papal Inquisition into a permanent central congregation in Rome, the Holy Office, a standing committee of cardinals supervising tribunals across the Italian states. Compared to Spain, it killed far fewer people. The counts historians have assembled from Italian archives run to roughly 1,000+ executions across its centuries, against tens of thousands of trials, and its distinctive fixation, alongside Protestants and Judaizers, became books and ideas. The Index of Forbidden Books was its sibling institution, which means the Roman tribunal spent an unusual amount of its energy on people who thought for a living, and on a few who thought while grinding grain. Domenico Scandella, called Minocchio, was a miller in a village in the hills of Friuli, in the northeast, born in 1532. A talkative, sociable, argumentative man, a father of 11, sometime village mayor who had somehow taught himself letters and gotten hold of perhaps a dozen books over his lifetime, including a vernacular Bible, a medieval travel fantasy, and possibly, at some remove, a whisper of the Quran. Out of that pile, and his own restless milling of it, he built a personal cosmology, and he told it to everybody. The village later agreed he'd talk theology to anyone who stood still, on the road, in the tavern, at the mill while the wheel turned. His ideas, as the trial transcripts preserve them, are like nothing else in the century's records. In the beginning, he told his interrogators, all was chaos, and the elements churned together into a mass, the way cheese forms in milk. And in that cheese, worms appeared, as worms appear in cheese, and the worms were the angels. And the most powerful of the worms was God. Creation as fermentation. He thought Christ was a good man and a prophet, and no more. That the church's sacraments were merchandise. That every person could be saved in their own law, Turk and Jew included, a sentence of such casual tolerance that it must have chilled the tribunal more than the cheese did. A priest he'd quarrelled with denounced him, and in 1583 and 84, Menocchio stood trial before the Inquisition of Aquileia and answered questions with a fatal enthusiasm, expanding on his system, correcting his judges' misunderstandings of it, at one point remarking that he'd long wished for exactly this chance to explain himself to important churchmen. They gave him a lesson in what the chance cost. Condemned as a heresiarch, an inventor of heresies, he got prison and served 2 years of it before release on strict terms. The penitential garment, confinement to the village, silence. Silence held for a while. It could not hold. He was a man made of talk. Word of his relapse floated for years. Testimony describes him unable to stop, arguing scripture at the market, testing lines on strangers. And in 1599, old and worn, he was arrested a second time, and a relapsed heresiarch had only one exit. The final interrogations were pressed under torture. An old miller on the rope asked for accomplices, and the record shows him giving up nobody, insisting the heresies were his own manufacture, from his own head. Rome itself took an interest. The file went up the chain, and the order for his death is connected to the personal attention of the chief inquisitor of the age, Cardinal Bellarmine. Menocchio was burned at the stake in 1599. 400 years later, a historian named Carlo Ginzburg found the transcripts, wrote the book that made the miller famous, The Cheese and the Worms, and scholars have been arguing about him since. His judges recorded his cosmos in the act of destroying him, in the usual bargain of these archives, and the bargain, as usual, has a bitter kick. Everything we love about Menocchio, the voice, the worms, survives only because the questions were asked by men assembling a case to kill him. The chief inquisitor, whose attention reached down to crush a village miller, was simultaneously occupied that same year with a bigger fish in a cell in Rome. Giordano Bruno had been in the Holy Office's custody for 7 years by then, and his road there had crossed most of Europe. A Dominican friar from Nola, near Naples, brilliant and impossible, he'd fled his monastery around 1576, ahead of heresy proceedings, and spent a decade and a half as a wandering celebrity philosopher. Geneva, Toulouse, Paris, London, Wittenberg, Prague, lecturing on memory arts, quarrelling with every faculty that hosted him, and publishing a vision of the universe that still lands like vertigo, an infinite cosmos, no center, no edge, The stars, other suns, circled by other earths, carrying, he was willing to say, other inhabitants, all of it one infinite substance shot through with divinity. Copernicus, whom Bruno championed, had rearranged the solar system. Bruno dissolved the container. In 1591 he made the mistake his admirers still wince at. He accepted an invitation home to Italy, to Venice, from a young patrician named Giovanni Mocenigo, who wanted private lessons in the art of memory and seems to have expected something closer to magic. The lessons disappointed. The relationship curdled. In May of 1592, Mocenigo locked his house guest in an attic and summoned the Inquisition, delivering along with the philosopher a dossier of everything Bruno had said under his roof. Christ a magician, the Trinity impossible, the virgin birth absurd, worlds without number. Venice's tribunal handled him gently at first, and Bruno maneuvered, apologizing, distinguishing philosophy from faith. Then Rome demanded extradition, and Venice, after some proud haggling, handed him over, and the gates of the Roman Holy Office closed on him in 1593. They held him 7 years. The file of the trial mostly burned or vanished in the Napoleonic era. A summary survived. So the interrogations reach us in fragments, but the shape is clear. Years of sessions, propositions extracted from his books and demanded for retraction. Bruno yielding on scraps, then reclaiming ground, insisting to the end that his infinite universe was sound philosophy and no heresy, negotiating with men who held the fire in their pocket. Bellarmine drew up the final list of propositions. Bruno refused the full retraction. On the 8th of February, 1600, kneeling before the assembled cardinals, he heard himself declared an impenitent, pertinacious heretic, stripped of every clerical grade, and relaxed to the secular arm with the customary prayer for mercy without bloodshed. And it's at this moment that a witness, a Catholic one, writing to a friend, records the sentence that has followed the Inquisition ever since. Bruno rose from his knees and told his judges, "Perhaps you pronounce this sentence against me with greater fear than I receive it." 9 days he waited. On the morning of the 17th of February 1600, he was taken from the prison to the Campo dei Fiori, the Field of Flowers, a market square, and the records of the confraternity whose duty was comforting the condemned. They walked beside him in hoods, holding up images of the crucified Christ, chanting litanies. Note 2 details with their usual dispassion. His tongue was imprisoned, in their phrase, a gag, described in the sources as a wooden or leather device, by some accounts driven through with an iron spike pinning the tongue, because of the wicked words he would not stop producing. And at the very end, when the crucifix was held up to his face above the lit wood, he turned his head away. He was burned alive, the fire consuming, in the confraternity's words, his miserable and unhappy life, and his ashes went into the Tiber. Every book he'd written went onto the index. In 1889, over the Vatican's protest, the city of Rome raised a statue of him on the exact spot, the hooded figure that stands there now facing deliberately toward the Vatican, and the flower market goes on around his feet every morning. Rome's cells in those years held one more philosopher, and his case shows the tribunal's procedure meeting the one opponent it struggled with, a man willing to outsuffer it. Tommaso Campanella, another Dominican from the far south, had been arrested in 1599 for his part in a genuinely real conspiracy, a planned uprising in Calabria against Spanish rule, with Campanella as its prophet, aiming at a utopian republic timed to apocalyptic omens. Rebellion meant death, and heresy charges rode alongside, and Campanella, in a Naples cell, chose the single legal loophole available. The insane could not be executed for heresy, since a madman cannot be a heretic. So he went mad, deliberately, and stayed mad for years through every test. The authorities suspected the performance from the start, and the procedure for testing feigned madness was torture. The reasoning ran that no sane man would hold the pretense under sufficient pain. In June of 1601, they gave him the veglia, the waking, a specialty that combined the strappado with a seat of sharpened wood. The prisoner, arms wrenched in the ropes, could relieve the shoulder agony only by settling his weight onto spikes, and the apparatus rotated a man between two torments for as long as the sentence specified. Sleep made impossible by pain, pain made continuous by sleeplessness. Campanella's session lasted around 40 hours. Physicians attended in the usual way, monitoring the material. 40 hours on the veglia, and the friar raved, babbled nonsense, held the character without a crack, and at the end of it, the tribunal wrote down, in effect, that the madness must be genuine, since no one could have withstood that voluntarily. He'd beaten the manual with its own logic. He spent the next 27 years in prison, sane as a judge the entire time, and filled them with books. A utopia, the city of the sun, philosophy, poetry, astrological treatises for the very cardinals keeping him locked up, and in 1616, from his cell, of all the gestures in this story, a written defense of Galileo. Galileo's own collision with the Holy Office is the most famous trial in the history of science, and against the material we've been walking through, the physical facts of it are almost gentle, and the menace is in why they're gentle. Summoned to Rome in 1633 over his dialogue on the two world systems, he was lodged in comfortable apartments, never chained, never touched. What the record does contain is the examen rigorosum. At the decisive session, he was formally examined under the threat of torture. The standard escalation shown the possibility, with the Pope himself directing that it stop at the threat. A 69-year-old man, half the courts of Europe watching, and the tribunal's file against him running back to 1616, to a warning delivered personally by Bellarmine, the same hand on Bruno's file and Menocchio's. Galileo knew precisely what the institution threatening him had done to men who held their ground. Bruno's fire was living memory in the city where he was being questioned. He abjured. On his knees, in the white shirt of a penitent, he swore that he abhorred and detested the error of the earth's motion, and the tribunal gave him house arrest for life. And he went blind in his villa outside Florence, still working, dictating to students, and died there in 1642. And the sentence had achieved its actual purpose, since the point was never to hurt one old astronomer. The point was the audience. Descartes, in Holland, heard the news and pulled his own book on the world from publication, unprinted, and that, a book quietly strangled in a different country by a man the tribunal never met. is the truest measure of what all the fires had purchased. The system's finest work was always the work it never had to do. Roll back now to Spain in the 1550s, because while Rome was dealing with philosophers, the Spanish tribunals had discovered, to their genuine shock, Protestants at home, and the episode that followed produced one of the most terrible marriages in the whole archive. Small circles of Lutheran-leaning believers had formed in Seville and Valladolid, a few hundred people all told, monks, nuns, noblewomen, a celebrated court preacher named Agustín de Cazalla among them, and when the network cracked open in 1557 and 58, the state reacted as though it had found gunpowder under the throne. The aging emperor Charles V wrote from his retirement monastery, urging that heresy be treated as sedition and crushed without the usual mercies. The autos that answered him were the grandest Spain had yet staged. At Valladolid in May of 1559, before the regent and the court, 14 of the condemned went to the stake. Cazalla, broken and recanting, was garroted first, along with most of the others. One man walked past the mercy. Antonio Heresuelo, a lawyer from the town of Toro in his 30s, had confessed his Lutheran faith at once when arrested and never moved from it through every session, and at the stake he refused the crucifix, so he burned alive, and because he would not stop professing while he still had breath to profess with, he went to the fire gagged, the iron holding his tongue, able to burn but not to speak. An account passed down through the historians of the trial records, one of the guards being so unsettled by the man's composure in the flames that he ran him through with his halberd. Take that either as rage or as the only mercy anyone offered that day. And Heresuelo's execution is only half of his story. His wife, Leonor de Cisneros, was in the same procession. She was about 23, arrested with him, and under the fear of the fire she had done the human thing, recanted, accepted reconciliation, taken the San Benito and the prison term. The accounts say that as her husband passed her on the way to the stake, he looked at her once, said nothing. The gag settled that, and the look was reproach enough. She served her sentence with that look in her. Some years later, Leonor de Cisneros walked into the tribunal and revoked her recantation. She declared the faith she'd abandoned, knowing exactly, better than almost anyone alive, what the declaration purchased, and no persuasion moved her. The inquisitors spent months on her, since a young widow re-condemning herself unsettled even them. In September of 1568, at Valladolid, 9 years after her husband, she was burned alive at the same ground, unrecanting, and the file closed on the two of them. The second great Valladolid auto, in October 1559, was graced by the new king himself, Philip II, home from the north, and it gave Spanish history one of its most quoted exchanges. Among the condemned was an Italian-born nobleman, Carlos de Seso, once a trusted royal servant, and the chroniclers report that as he passed the royal box he called out to ask how the king could allow his servant to be treated so, to which Philip is said to have replied that if his own son were as wicked as de Seso, he would carry the wood to burn him himself. The line comes from chroniclers rather than a transcript, so give it the weight you give such things. What's beyond dispute is that the king watched de Seso burn alive that afternoon, gagged like Heresuelo. and that within a few years, the Protestant circles of Spain had ceased to exist. A movement that consumed Germany, France, England, and the Low Countries for a century was, in Spain, simply deleted, a few hundred people at a time, in about 5 years. If you ever wonder whether the terror worked on its own vicious terms, you have your answer. It worked. Seville's autos in that same purge produced a story that even the tribunal's own aftermath couldn't tidy. Maria de Bohorques, 21 years old, learned in Latin and scripture, one of the stars of the Seville Protestant circle, went to the stake at the Great Auto of September 1559, and the accounts describe her arguing theology with the friars assigned to convert her until they gagged her, and at the very end briefly freed to speak, reciting the creed with her own additions before the garrote took her. Under torture, in the sessions before the auto, she had been pressed for names, completeness always, and among the fragments extracted was that her half-sister Juana knew of her beliefs and had not denounced her. Juana de Bohorques was a married noblewoman, and she was heavily pregnant when the familiars came for her. She gave birth in the secret prison. The tribunal took the baby from her on the 8th day. About a week after that, her body barely knitted from the delivery, she was put to the cords, and the account that carried her story to Europe, written by Protestant exiles, so weigh its provenance, though the case's outline is accepted by the historians who've checked what can be checked, describes a session savage even by the chamber's standards, the ropes cutting to the bone, blood coming from her mouth, and internal injuries she did not recover from. She died in her cell days later. The tribunal then reviewed the file and declared her innocent, posthumously, of everything. A pregnant woman arrested for not informing on her sister, her newborn confiscated, tortured to death a week after childbirth, and acquitted. That sequence, in that order, is the procedure working precisely as written, every step of it lawful under the manuals, and no one was ever sanctioned for a moment of it. The same decade demonstrated that no altitude protected you, because in August of 1559, the Inquisition arrested the Archbishop of Toledo. Bartolomé de Carranza was the primate of all Spain, the highest churchman in the kingdom, a Dominican who had sat at the Council of Trent and ministered at the deathbed of Charles V, and his own catechism, plus the jealousy of the Inquisitor General and a rival theologian who combed his writings for propositions, was enough. Familiars took the archbishop from his bed at dawn in a small town outside Valladolid, and the primate of Spain went into the secret prisons like any grocer's wife, and stayed in confinement for very nearly 17 years. 7 in Spain, then a decade in Rome as popes and kings wrestled over the jurisdiction, while his case crawled through the machinery he had once helped supervise. The end, in 1576, was a compromise so exquisitely inquisitorial that it functions as a summary of the whole legal culture, not guilty of heresy, but made to abjure a list of suspicions of error, mildly penanced and released. He died 16 days later. 17 years of a man's life, the throne of Toledo held vacant with its revenues conveniently in escrow, for a verdict of, roughly, never mind. If the tribunals could do that to the Archbishop of Toledo, the lesson for everyone below him required no elaboration, and everyone below him took it. One more Spanish population belongs in this ledger, and their story bookends the conversos almost exactly. The Muslims of Spain had been promised their religion in the surrender of Granada in 1492, and the promise held for about 7 years before mass forced baptisms began. Granada's Muslims in 1502, Aragon's and Valencia's in the 1520s, creating the Moriscos, hundreds of thousands of new Christians who were, even more transparently than the conversos, nothing of the sort. Whole villages baptized by decree that had never seen the inside of a church since. The Inquisition inherited them as clientele, and Morisco cases flooded the tribunals of Valencia, Zaragoza, and Granada through the second half of the 1500s. And look at what the prosecutions were for. The charges map the reach all by themselves. Trials for refusing wine and pork, for couscous, for bathing. Regular washing was so associated with Islamic ritual that cleanliness itself functioned as evidence, and the files genuinely contain the accusation that the defendant was known to bathe. For dyeing with henna, for singing the old songs at weddings, for owning a paper with Arabic writing on it. An entire texture of ordinary life criminalized, and the galleys and the prisons, and sometimes the stakes receiving the convicted. After a brutal Morisco revolt in the mountains south of Granada in the 1560s was put down with massacre and mass enslavement, the crown's patience curdled into something colder, and between 1609 and 1614, Spain simply expelled the Moriscos altogether. On the order of 300,000 people marched to the ports and shipped mostly to North Africa, where chroniclers record thousands robbed and killed on the beaches by the locals they'd been dumped among, having been robbed first, efficiently, by the shippers. Morisco children under a certain age could be retained in Spain, taken from their parents at the docks to be raised Christian, and were. Spain thus closed the circle it had opened in 1492. Within 120 years, the peninsula that had been the most religiously plural corner of Western Europe for 8 centuries had amputated all 3 of its faiths but one, and the Inquisition had been the standing instrument of the whole operation. Not always the blade doing the cutting, but always the whetstone and the file cabinet, always the reason nobody dared object above a whisper. Now for the question everybody eventually asks about all of this, and the honest, complicated answer to it. How many people did the Inquisition actually kill? Before the numbers, one more inquisitor, the man who showed what the system produced when quality control failed completely. Diego Rodriguez Lucero took over the Tribunal of Córdoba in 1499, and within a few years he had converted it into an engine of pure fabrication. Witnesses were tortured into inventing synagogue meetings that never occurred, in houses chosen almost at random. Prisoners were coached, sometimes by professional perjurers kept for the purpose, to recite the same script about secret sermons and prophesying. And on those scripts, Lucero burned people in batches. One auto in December of 1504 sent scores to the fire in a single day, with estimates for his tenure running past 120 burned, many of them people whose Christianity nobody in Córdoba had ever doubted. He arrested members of the household of the saintly old Archbishop of Granada, a converso himself, and tried to build a case that the most respected churchman in Andalusia was running a secret synagogue. Córdoba's elite protested to the crown. Witnesses who recanted their coached testimony were tortured back into line. It took the death of Queen Isabella, years of appeals, and finally, in 1506, an armed uprising. The gentry and citizens of Córdoba stormed the Alcázar where the tribunal sat, broke open the cells, and released the prisoners before the system moved against him, and mark the manner of the moving, gently. A commission eventually found the accusations manufactured, the trials void, the dead innocent. Lucero was removed and retired to a comfortable canonry and died in his bed. Nobody was punished for the 100+ human beings burned on evidence the Inquisition's own review declared fictitious. The institution absorbed its worst scandal, admitted the error in a filing, compensated no one, and continued. Now, the count. For about 200 years, the loudest answer came from the institution's enemies, and it was enormous. The most influential single figure was published in 1817 by Juan Antonio Llorente, a priest who had actually been a secretary of the Inquisition and turned against it, taking his access to the archives with him into exile. His tally for Spain alone, nearly 32,000 burned in person, another 17 or 18,000 in effigy, roughly 290,000 otherwise penanced. Those numbers dominated the 19th century. Then scholars started actually counting, file by file, and the archive pushed back on its own legend. The Spanish tribunals, from the 1540s onward, sent annual case summaries to the Supreme Council, the Relaciones de Causas, and those reports survive in bulk. And in the 1970s and 80s, two historians, Gustav Henningsen and Jaime Contreras, sat down and tabulated them. Roughly 44,674 trials between 1540 and 1700 across the whole empire. Of those, about 826 people executed in person and 778 in effigy. Under 2% of verdicts ending at the stake. Add the early period, the terrible 1480s through 1520s, before systematic reporting, the decades of Torquemada and Lucero, when the great majority of the killing happened, and the working estimates most specialists now use put the Spanish Inquisition's full body count somewhere in the low thousands across 3.5 centuries, with figures like 3,000 to 5,000 appearing most often. Portugal adds its 1,000+. Rome adds its 1,000+. For comparison, the secular and Protestant courts of Europe killed somewhere between 40 and 60,000 accused witches in a fraction of that time, and single massacres like St. Bartholomew's Day in France consumed more lives in a week than the Spanish tribunals took in their worst decade. None of that comparison is offered to shrink what you've been listening to for the past 2 hours. Look hard at what the revised numbers actually describe. An institution that killed thousands, tortured tens of thousands, imprisoned and ruined hundreds of thousands, marked their descendants for centuries. and did it all so slowly and procedurally, wrapped in such perfect paperwork that the total climbed for 350 years without any single year looking like an atrocity. The horror doesn't shrink when the number does, it changes shape. A mob kills more people faster. A mob also exhausts itself. This never got tired. The gap between the legend's numbers and the archive's numbers has its own history, and it's tangled up with a propaganda war the Inquisition thoroughly earned. Spain in the 1500s was the superpower, at war with Protestant England and the rebellious Dutch, and its enemies had printing presses. In 1567, a book appeared out of Heidelberg under the name Reginaldus Gonsalvus Montanus, almost certainly a pseudonym for one or more Spanish Protestant exiles who had passed through the Seville tribunal's hands, laying out the Holy Office's methods for a European audience, the secret prisons, the anonymous witnesses, the tortures, the autos. It was translated into English, French, Dutch and German within a few years and became the foundation of the Inquisition's international image for centuries, alongside Fox's Book of Martyrs and a river of Dutch revolt pamphlets, engravings of dungeon scenes included. Set Montanus beside the actual trial records his author never expected anyone to check, as modern scholars have, and something surprising happens. The procedure he describes, the sequence, the chamber protocol, holds up remarkably well. The exaggerations pile up at the edges, in the implication that every prisoner was tortured, that the fires never paused, that Spain itself was one vast dungeon. The core mechanism, everything you've heard today from the tribunal's own transcripts, needed no inflation. Later centuries did the inflating anyway, and by the 1800s the popular Inquisition had accumulated a museum's worth of properties the files don't show. You've seen the props, the spiked cabinet shaped like a woman that folds shut on its victim. The paper trail on the famous one begins around 1793, when a German scholar described such a device, and the celebrated example toured the world's fairs until an Allied bomb destroyed it at Nuremberg in 1944. Nothing like it appears in any inquisitorial record anywhere. The little pear-shaped implement said to expand hideously inside the body. It surfaces in collectors' catalogues in the 1800s, and surviving examples mostly can't do what the placards claim. Set those objects beside what the notarized records actually contain, session after session, tribunal after tribunal, century after century, rope, water, a pulley, a trestle, a jar, a torturer on salary, a doctor on call, a clerk writing down the screams. The reality was cheaper than the props, quieter than the props, and worse than the props. Because the props are fiction you can walk away from, and Elvira del Campo is not. Which returns us on the way to the end to that island church where we began, because the sacks on the walls of Palma de Mallorca have a specific catastrophe behind them. Mallorca's converso community, the ancestors of the Shuetas, had survived quietly for generations, marrying among themselves, keeping fragments of the old faith in a few families, tolerated as long as nobody looked hard. In 1688, Frightened by a fresh round of investigations, several dozen of them attempted the only exit remaining and boarded an English ship by night to escape the island. The weather turned. The ship couldn't clear the harbor, the passengers were noticed, and the attempted flight, as the tribunals had held since Seville, was itself proof, handed the tribunal an entire community in one sweep. The trials ran 3 years. In 1691, across a series of autos on the island, some 36 people were relaxed in person, most accepting the garrote at the end. 3 did not. Raphael Valls, the spiritual anchor of the community, and 2 siblings, Raphael Benito Tarongi and his sister Catalina, refused conversion at the stake and burned alive. And we know how it looked in ugly close-up, because a Jesuit named Francisco Garau, who watched from the good seats, published a triumphant account of the ceremonies. He called the book The Triumphant Faith, and in it he described with satisfaction how the fat of Vals's body caught, and how the man burned, in Garau's phrase, like something at a roast splitting open in the heat, and how young Catalina screamed in the fire that she was burning, as though, Garau notes with something like a sneer, that were news. That pamphlet was reprinted on the island for 2 centuries. Reprinted, as in Mallorcan readers kept buying a gloating eyewitness description of their neighbors' ancestors splitting open in a fire, and the 15 surnames of the condemned stayed on the sacks in the church of Santo Domingo, renewed and legible, into the 1820s, and the descendants stayed a shunned caste into the 20th century. And when the Balearic Parliament and Jewish organizations held ceremonies of apology and remembrance for the burnings, the year on the programs was 2011, 320 years from the fire to the apology. The men who painted the San Benitos would have considered that a system functioning exactly as designed. After Mallorca, the fires grew rarer, though one last convulsion was still coming. In the 1720s, under a new dynasty, the Spanish tribunals ran a final coordinated campaign against surviving crypto-Jewish families, hundreds of trials in a decade, and several dozen more human beings went to the stakes in the last mass burnings on Spanish soil, a generation that included great-grandchildren of people penanced in the 1500s, the files still cross-referenced, the old family folders reopened one final time. Then the 18th century settled over Spain, and the Holy Office aged into something stranger, a censorship bureau with a dungeon attached. Its energy went into the index, into hunting French books, into prosecuting Enlightenment-minded officials for owning Voltaire and Rousseau, the royal reformer Pablo de Olavide, penanced in 1778 for exactly that, became a European celebrity victim, proof to the salons of Paris that Spain still kept the old beast fed. The stakes themselves nearly went cold. Nearly. In August of 1781, in Seville, the tribunal that had opened the whole Spanish story 3 centuries earlier closed the burning chapter of it with one of the saddest files in the entire archive. Maria de los Dolores López was a blind woman in her mid-30s, a beata, one of the freelance holy women of the era, who claimed visions, conversations with heaven, and intimacy with the divine, and who had been, since childhood, passed among confessors, at least one of whom had made her his mistress. Her claims curdled into a charge of demonic pact. Theologians spent months trying to talk her out of her visions. She held to them, blind and alone against the last inquisitorial tribunal in Europe still willing to kill, and on the day, accounts describe her finally breaking down at the stake as the friars pressed her, or being executed still constant, depending on the source. She was garroted before the fire, and her body burned on the Seville meadow where the Quemadero's foundations had stood since 1481. The institution's first fire, and its last one, in the same city, 300 years apart, and the final person it burned was a blind woman whose visions would, in another century, have gotten her a doctor instead of a stake. Killing the institution itself took another half-century and a foreign army. When Napoleon's forces took Madrid, his brother Joseph, installed as king, abolished the Inquisition by decree in December of 1808, and French officers made a point of throwing open tribunal buildings as they went. The liberation of the dungeons became a set piece of Napoleonic propaganda, complete with lurid prints. The Free Spanish Parliament at Cadiz, no friend of the French, reached the same conclusion from the opposite direction and voted the Holy Office out of existence in 1813, after debates in which Spanish liberals said out loud, for the first time in 3 centuries on Spanish soil, what the institution had cost the country. Then Ferdinand VII came back from captivity in 1814, tore up the constitution, and restored the Inquisition with the rest of the old order, and the tribunals creaked back to life, older and poorer, chasing Freemasons and liberals now more than heretics. A revolution in 1820 abolished it a third time, and in that round the crowds of Madrid and Barcelona stormed the tribunal palaces to free the prisoners of conscience inside, and the scenes disappointed everyone. The mobs burst into the famous secret prisons expecting hollow-eyed multitudes, and found a handful of bewildered inmates and room after room of paper, files, shelves and shelves of the real weapon. Some of the crowd, the story goes, went home with armfuls of confiscated books instead of rescued martyrs. When Ferdinand clawed back absolute power in 1823 with a French royalist army, he somehow never got around to formally restoring the Holy Office. Even the European reaction had its limits by then, but he permitted something almost worse for being smaller. Local juntas de fe, boards of faith, diocesan committees that carried on the old business at retail. And one of them, in Valencia, produced the last file of the entire story. Cayetano Ripoll was a schoolmaster, born around 1778, a quiet man by every surviving account. As a young soldier, he'd been captured in the war against Napoleon and spent years as a prisoner in France, and he came home changed in the most dangerous way available to a man of his time and place. He'd done some thinking. In France, he had encountered deism, the spare, undecorated belief in a creator God, arrived at by reason, without churches, without dogma, without intermediaries, and it had settled into him and stayed. Back in Valencia, he took a post teaching children in a small school, and he taught them, by the testimony gathered against him, honesty and charity and the existence of God, while quietly omitting the rest. He didn't take his pupils to mass. Former students, questioned later, could point to nothing sinister. A teacher who was kind to them, who drilled them on their letters and their duties to their neighbor, and who simply left certain words out of the morning routine. The gap where those words should have been was the crime. He was heard to substitute, for the customary praise of the sacrament, the phrase "Praise be to God," and in some tellings the schoolroom's walls carried the words "Praise be to reason." Somebody, inevitably, denounced him. This was 1824, in the white heat of the Restoration, and the Junta de Fe of Valencia took the case and held the schoolmaster in prison for nearly 2 years, while it processed him with the old patience. He never recanted. The record of his final position is simple and, after everything you've heard today, almost unbearably familiar. He believed in God. He did not believe the rest, and he would not say otherwise to save his life. The junta convicted him of teaching deist principles and handed him to the civil power, and on the 26th of July, 1826, while London had gas lighting and steam presses, while the first railways were being surveyed, within the lifetimes of people who would live to see photographs, Cayetano Ripoll was taken out and hanged in Valencia. Spanish law no longer permitted burning a man for heresy, and the old rule said a heretic's remains belonged to the fire, so the authorities squared the circle with a piece of theatre that stands as the institution's true final signature. His body was placed inside a barrel, and on the barrel they painted flames. Painted flames. 6 centuries after Minerve, 4 centuries after Torquemada, the fire that had consumed the Cathars in their gorge and the Carvajals in their plaza, and Bruno in his flower market had shrunk to a decoration on a piece of cooperage, and they buried him in it, in unconsecrated ground, a schoolteacher whose crime was believing in God slightly too simply. His reported last words, "I die reconciled to God and to man." The execution scandalized Europe. Newspapers across the continent carried it as an atrocity from a museum. Governments protested, and even in Spain the embarrassment was heavy enough that no junta ever tried another capital case. 8 years later, on the 15th of July, 1834, the regent Maria Cristina signed the decree that abolished the Spanish Inquisition finally and completely, 356 years after the bull of 1478. Portugal had shut its version in 1821. Goa's big house had already been closed and its archive burned. The Roman Holy Office survives to this day as a Vatican department, renamed twice into something with doctrine in the title instead. The aftermath scattered in every direction, and a few pieces of it carry all the way into the present, so follow them before we close. The Spanish tribunal's archives, those millions of pages, met the fate of all suddenly worthless empires of paper. Some collections were carted to Madrid and preserved, some were looted, and some, this is documented, and it physically hurts, were sold off by weight as scrap, so that in certain Spanish towns in the 1800s, shopkeepers wrapped fish and cheese in torture transcripts. What survived, though, survived spectacularly, and the irony of this whole subject is that the Inquisition's meticulousness became the instrument of its own exposure. Everything we know that damns it, it wrote down about itself. In 1998, the Vatican opened the Roman Holy Office's archives to researchers, and in the year 2000, John Paul II stood in St. Peter's and asked forgiveness for the use of violence in the service of truth, the closest the institution's parent has come to a verdict on its own creation. Spain, for its part, passed a law in 2015 offering citizenship to the descendants of the Jews expelled in 1492, and tens of thousands of families applied. some of them still speaking Ladino, some of them producing, for the cameras, the iron keys to houses in Toledo and Seville that their ancestors locked behind them in the summer of the expulsion and carried through 5 centuries of exile, passed down with the story attached. This opens a door in Spain, and in the Toledo archive, in its folder, the transcript of Elvira del Campo is still there. You can request it. Scholars handle it with cotton gloves. The paper has gone brown at the edges, and the ink has faded to the color of dried blood, and partway down the page, in a clerk's disciplined hand, unchanged in 450 years, a woman is asking the men around her to please tell her what she has to say. The men are 4.5 centuries dead. The institution is dead. The question is still sitting there on the page, unanswered, about as close to a verdict as this story will ever get, and it was written by the Inquisition's own employee, on the Inquisition's own paper, at the Inquisition's own request. And that's where I'm going to stop. This one was heavy, I know. They're not all going to be like this, but this one had to be. If you made it the whole way through, you're my favorite type of person, and the comments are yours. Tell me what stuck with you, or just tell me you survived it. Massive thanks as always to the Patreon crew and the YouTube members who fund these deep dives. If you'd like to help decide what we cover next and keep this thing independent, the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. Sleep well. See you in the next one. A wool mitten tied to a length of string, drifting down through the air over one of the busiest streets in England. Winter, London, some morning in the 1400s, and anyone walking up Ludgate Hill would have watched it come down the stone face of the city gate and stop at head height, swaying. High above it, behind a barred window, a man nobody on the street could see. Drop a farthing in, and the string went taut, and the mitten rose back up the wall and vanished, and the man inside ate that day. If nobody stopped, he didn't. That was the whole system. A grown man, a citizen, maybe a shopkeeper who'd had one bad year, fishing for coins above one of the richest thoroughfares in the kingdom, while the meat sellers and the water carriers and the lawyers walked past underneath him. The man at the top of that string, in the eyes of the law, was not being punished. Legally, officially, on parchment, he was just being held. Medieval law was very clear on this point, and I'll get into the actual wording in a minute, but the short version is that a prison in the Middle Ages was never supposed to hurt you at all. A waiting room in the law's eyes. You waited for your trial, or you waited until you paid your debt and then you walked out. Nobody was sentenced to suffer in a cell the way we think of prison sentences now. And yet, over the course of this video, I'm going to walk you through starvation deaths counted by coroners in a single building, men crushed under stone in a licensed procedure, prisoners whose legs rotted off inside their own leg irons, a flooded stone funnel in Paris built so a human body could never find rest in it, and a churchman's prison that the town council next door formally described, in writing, as hell. All of it inside institutions whose founding principle was that they weren't allowed to punish anyone. So that's where we're going. Quick pause first for the housekeeping. Welcome in, everyone. Whether you're watching this on a screen or you've got it running in your ears while you drive or cook or fold laundry at 2 in the morning, I'm glad you're here. Do me a small favor and let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from. I enjoy scrolling through those. Big thank you, as always, to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members who keep this channel alive. If you'd like to join them, all the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. Alright, back to the mitten on the string. The legal idea underneath all of this came down from Roman law, and medieval lawyers repeated it like a proverb. A prison exists to hold men, not to punish them. In the Latin, they like to quote, "Carcer ad continendos homines non ad puniendos haberi debet." The great English legal treatise of the 1200s, the one that goes under the name of Bracton, took the same position. Gaol was custody. You held a suspected thief until the judges came around. You held a debtor until his creditor was satisfied. You held a political inconvenience until the king decided what to do with him. The building was a pause button, not a sentence. Now, in practice, that doctrine created something almost worse than honest punishment would have been, and the mechanics of it drive most of what follows. If prison isn't punishment, then the state doesn't owe you anything while you're inside. No food, no bed, no fire, no doctor. You're not serving a sentence, you're just stored. Whatever you need in storage you buy, or someone brings it to you, or you go without. And the man storing you, the jailer, isn't a public servant with a salary. In England, he's a private businessman who paid good money for the right to run the prison, and the prisoners are how he earns that money back. Now put that next to the pace of medieval justice, because the two things together are what killed people. In most of England, the judges who could actually try a felony came around on a circuit. Jail delivery, the sessions were called, and the name is beautifully literal. The judges arrived, the jail was delivered of its prisoners. Everyone got tried in a burst over a few days. The acquitted walked, the condemned hanged, and the judges rode on to the next county town. For a lot of jails, this happened once a year, twice if you were lucky. So a man arrested in November on suspicion of stealing cloth, a man who might be completely innocent, sat in irons in a stone room through the whole winter, through Christmas, through Lent, into the summer, waiting for a trial that would take perhaps 15 minutes when it finally happened. Trials were fast. The waiting was the sentence, and an unheated medieval jail in an English winter with no food except what you could buy or beg was a place a healthy adult could simply fail to survive. We know how often that happened from a wonderfully bleak class of document, the coroner's rolls. Any death in prison was supposed to get an inquest, same as a body found in a ditch. The coroner came, looked at the corpse, empaneled a jury, and wrote down a cause. And the causes they wrote down, over and over across the 13 and 1400s, were hunger, cold, want. Sometimes all three in one entry. Dead of hunger, thirst, and want. A clerk's 5 words standing in for what was probably 6 weeks of a human being disappearing into himself on a stone floor. One little courtroom scene survives from a jail delivery at Newgate in 1421, and it catches the routine of all this perfectly. The justices are working through the list from the previous session, and they get to a prisoner from a place called Wartham, and they ask the jailer, "Where is this man?" The roll says he was remitted to prison until this session, and the jailer says he died in prison. And the court, rather than just shrugging, asks whether he was buried before the coroner viewed the body, since burying a prisoner unviewed meant a heavy fine for the jailer. And the jailer says no, he was viewed. And the coroner is called in and he produces his book. And the book says, "The man died in the pestilence." And that's it. Case closed. Next prisoner. A man waited months for his day in court, and what arrived at court instead was a line in a ledger confirming the paperwork on his corpse was in order. The system's concern, in that moment, extended to whether he'd been inspected properly, and no further. Who were these people, though? When you hear medieval prisoner, you probably see a bearded man in rags chained to a wall, some captured knight or condemned murderer. The reality of the population is stranger and sadder. The single biggest category, in London especially, was debtors. Ordinary commercial failures, a grocer who couldn't cover what he owed a wool merchant, a widow behind on rent. Under English law, a creditor could have a debtor locked up until the debt was paid. And here's the part that still startles me, with no time limit whatsoever. Some continental cities capped imprisonment for debt at a year. England didn't bother. You stayed until the money appeared, and if the money never appeared, you stayed. A man could be imprisoned in his 30s over a few pounds and die in the same building as an old man. His imprisonment cost his creditor nothing and cost him everything, and the pure spite of it was sometimes the point. After the debtors came the people waiting on trial. Accused thieves, accused killers, poachers, brawlers, servants who'd run off with a master's spoons. Innocent and guilty side by side, indistinguishable. Because guilt hadn't been decided yet, that was the whole point of the waiting. Then a scatter of everyone else. Prostitutes and curfew breakers swept up by the night watch. Clergy who'd committed crimes and been claimed by the church courts. Heretics waiting to recant. People the king simply wanted somewhere, and threaded through all of them, the prisoners' families, because wives and children often moved into the prison too, residents rather than inmates. The alternative was starving alone outside, so they came in, and children were born inside these walls and learned to walk in prison yards, and some of them grew up knowing the begging grate, the way farm children knew the pasture. Every one of those people, the moment the door shut behind them, entered an economy. And I mean that in the most literal way. The medieval prison ran on a price list, and the price list is where we should go next. Because once you understand what was being sold in these buildings, and what happened to the customers who couldn't pay, the rest of this story tells itself. One more thing before we get there though, since it hangs over everything. Escape from all this was sitting right next door the entire time, in a form that shows exactly how people ranked their options. English law offered a fugitive a strange bargain called abjuring the realm. If you committed a felony and got yourself into a church before they caught you, you had sanctuary, 40 days of it. And at the end of those 40 days, you could stand at the church door before the coroner, confess your crime out loud, and swear to leave England forever. They'd assign you a port, you'd dress as a penitent, carry a little cross, and walk there along the King's highway, and then take ship into permanent exile. Everything you owned, forfeit. Your home, gone for life. And thousands of people took that deal. Thousands. Ordinary men chose to confess to crimes, surrender every possession, and walk out of their own country barefoot, rather than sit in an English jail waiting for a jury that might well have acquitted them. They had seen the inside of those buildings, or heard enough. Exile was the good option. The people we're about to meet were the ones who didn't make it to the church door. Newgate is the natural place to start. Everybody's heard of it, and its records are good enough that we can watch it kill people in something close to real time. The building itself started as exactly what the name says, a new gate, one of the openings in the old Roman wall around London, at the western edge of the city near where the Old Bailey stands today. Henry II turned it into a jail in 1188 as part of his big overhaul of English justice, and it stayed a working prison through fires and rebuilds into the 20th century. 700 years of continuous operation. For our purposes, we're interested in the medieval building, the gatehouse with cells stacked in it and dug under it, traffic passing through the arch below, while men rotted in the rooms above and beneath the road. Administratively, Newgate belonged to the City of London, meaning the 2 sheriffs elected each year were responsible for it. The sheriffs being busy merchants who had no intention of personally running a jail, leased the job out. They sold the keepership to a private operator, and I do mean sold. The position changed hands for real money, and it was considered one of the most profitable posts in London. Sit with that for a second. Running a building full of destitute accused criminals was a coveted business opportunity. The keeper had paid up front, sometimes borrowed to do it, and everything he made back, he made out of the prisoners. So here is what it cost to be locked up in medieval Newgate. You paid a fee at the door for the privilege of being admitted to the prison. Admitted, like a hotel. You paid the clerk who entered your name in the register. If the keeper decided you needed irons, and for anyone poor he generally did, you paid to have them riveted on, and then you paid a second, larger fee to have them taken off. Removing them was called easement of irons, and it was the keeper's most reliable earner, since the alternative to paying was living day and night in fetters. You paid for a bed, you paid for a candle, you paid for firewood in winter. Food and ale were sold inside the walls at whatever markup the keeper liked, since he controlled the door, and no competitor was walking in. Down in the cellar, the keepers of later centuries ran what was basically a private tavern for the prisoners, and drinking your misery away in the dark became its own little revenue stream. And at the far end of it all, when your trial finally came and the jury said not guilty, you paid a discharge fee before the door opened. Men found innocent by a court of law were dragged back from the courtroom and held in the cells until they'd settled the keeper's bill. Acquittal was a legal event. Release was a financial one. We even have the price of some of this. In 1431, Newgate charged prisoners 4p a week toward the lamps. In 1488, a bed with sheets, a blanket, and a coverlet ran a penny a week. Those sound like small numbers, and for a merchant they were. For a labourer who earned maybe 3 or 4 pence for a full day's work when he was free, and who now couldn't work at all, they were a slow-motion catastrophe. Every week inside made you poorer, and being poorer made every week inside worse, and the spiral only pointed one direction. The keepers themselves show up in the records mostly when they got caught, and a couple of them deserve to be named. A 14th century keeper called Edmund Lorimer became notorious for charging 4 times the legal limit for easement of irons. And the existence of a legal limit is its own evidence. Cities didn't cap the price of something nobody was gouging on. Another keeper, Hugh de Croydon, was eventually convicted of blackmailing the prisoners in his custody. Blackmail inside a prison is an ugly business when you think through the mechanics of it, because a keeper had endless leverage. He decided which ward you slept in, whether your irons were light or crippling, whether your wife's food parcel reached you, whether you got dragged into a punishment cell on some invented infraction. Pay, or things get worse, and things could always get worse. Actually, the cleanest way to see medieval Newgate is to look at the rules the city kept issuing to the keepers, because every rule is a photograph of the crime it was written against. Keepers were ordered not to seize the alms that charitable Londoners sent in for the prisoners, so they'd been stealing the prisoners' charity food. They were ordered not to monopolize the sale of food and drink at extortionate prices, so they had been. They were forbidden from charging prisoners a fee for the service of bringing them to their own trials. Men were being billed for transportation to their own hearings, and the ones who couldn't pay presumably just didn't get produced in court, and sat through another year until the next session. In 1393, the city banned charging for lamps and beds, and we've already seen the 1431 lamp fee, so you can judge how well that ban held. The regulations kept coming for 2 centuries, each one an admission that the last batch had been ignored. Inside the walls, the building sorted people by money and by fate. Debtors of the ordinary sort went to a common ward called the Stone Hall. Accused felons went to the Stone Hold, and the Stone Hold was the bad one, an unlit chamber where the poorest prisoners lay together in their fetters on the floor. A description that survives of the felons' quarters says the wards were so foul, so dark, and so depraved that physicians would not go in. Doctors, in a century that thought nothing of plague houses and battlefield surgery, drew the line at Newgate's lower rooms. And underneath even that, below the keeper's own house, sat the hold for the condemned, and the surviving description of that one is short and terrible. An open sewer fitted with chains. Men in their last days before hanging lay shackled in a cellar with the city's waste running through it, and the smell coming up through the floorboards was, presumably, part of the keeper's domestic life, and he lived with it because the condemned paid fees too. Women were in Newgate this whole time, by the way. Accused women, debtor women, and until 1406 they had no separate quarters worth the name, and one detail finally shamed the city into building some. To reach the one privy available to them, the women had to walk through the men's wards. Every trip, past men chained in the dark, many of them awaiting trial for violent crimes, all of them bored and desperate. What happened to those women on those walks mostly didn't get written down, and that absence from the record is its own testimony. In 1406, London built the women a tower of their own, with their own latrine. And the fact that it took over 200 years to think of it says plenty about where female prisoners ranked in anyone's concerns. Even the air in the building was a killer, and Londoners knew it. The gatehouse sat directly over one of the city's main roads, and the stench rolling out of it was famous. People rerouted processions to avoid passing under the arch. By 1419, conditions inside had gotten so lethal, the records talk about the fetid and corrupt atmosphere of the place, that the city took the extraordinary step of shutting Newgate down entirely. The prison was killing people faster than the courts could process them. What saved it, oddly enough, was a dead mayor's money. Richard Whittington, the real man behind the Dick Whittington of the pantomimes, The Cat and All That, died in 1423 and left a fortune to charity, and his executors spent part of it demolishing and completely rebuilding Newgate. For generations afterward, prisoners called the building the Wit, with something almost like affection, the way you'd nickname a cruel old relative. The rebuilt prison was cleaner for a while. The fee system moved into the new building intact, because the fee system was never about the architecture. One more fixture of the place, and then we'll follow the money out into the rest of the country. Directly across the street from the gate stood the Church of St. Sepulchre, and St. Sepulchre's bell rang for Newgate's condemned. On execution mornings, the carts came out of the gate and turned toward the gallows, and the great bell tolled them out of the city. Later on, a merchant's bequest formalized an even more intimate ritual, a handbell rung in the night outside the condemned cell itself, with a recited verse telling the prisoners inside to repent while time remained. But the pairing of that church and that prison was already ancient by then. For the men in the hold under the keeper's house, lying in the sewage with their wrists chained, the sound of St. Sepulchre's bell through the wall was the calendar. Every time it rang for a cart of the condemned, the men still waiting knew the sessions had come and gone once more, and counted forward to their own turn. Now, for what a bad year inside those walls looked like. 1315. The year the outside world's food ran out. The Great Famine hit Northern Europe that year like nothing in living memory. The rain started in the spring and barely stopped. The harvest drowned in the fields, drowned a second time in 1316, and grain prices went vertical. A London chronicler recorded wheat selling at 38 and 40 shillings the quarter, 7 or 8 times its normal price, and salt at prices nobody had ever heard of, and villagers walking into the city looking for food that wasn't there either. People without number, the chronicle says, died of hunger. In the hungry years that followed, 52 Londoners were crushed to death in a single stampede when alms were handed out at a religious house and the crowd surged. That was life outside the prison walls. Free people, with legs to carry them anywhere in the city, dying in the streets. Now think about what those 2 years did inside Newgate. Every prisoner in that building ate through one of 3 channels: money, family, or charity. The famine burned down all 3 at once. Prices inside the jail tracked prices outside, except worse, because the keeper set them. So a prisoner's savings that might have bought 6 months of bread now bought 6 weeks. Families who might have carried in a loaf twice a week were suddenly starving themselves, and a wife choosing between her children outside and her husband inside doesn't really have a choice at all. And the charity, the alms baskets, the coins through the grate, dried to nothing, since a Londoner watching his own neighbours drop in the road had nothing to spare for strangers behind a wall. The prisoners were at the absolute end of the food chain, locked in place, forbidden to forage or work or beg beyond arm's reach of a barred window. The coroner's numbers from those 2 years are as close as we get to a body count. Between 1315 and 1316, 62 deaths in Newgate alone came under the coroner's investigation. 62 in one building, in roughly a year, in a prison whose whole population might have been a couple of hundred souls. And separate from the famine deaths, 1 year's records show 22 Newgate prisoners dying of jail fever. Jail fever gets its turn in a minute. First, though, dying of hunger, the phrase the coroners kept writing. 2 short words doing a lot of polite work. Starvation is slow, and it is methodical. The body, denied food, starts eating itself in a fixed order. The fat goes first, over the early weeks, and prisoners who'd come in well-fed watched their own bodies deflate. Then the muscle. The body breaks down its own tissue for fuel, and a man's arms and thighs visibly waste. His face collapses inward around the skull. His skin hangs loose and then stretches drum-tight over bone. Strange things happen along the way. The starving often swell, their bellies and ankles ballooning with fluid as the blood loses the proteins that hold water in the vessels, so the dying man in the corner of the ward looks bloated even as he's vanishing. Fine, downy hair grows on the skin as the body's last insulation. The heart, being muscle, wastes with everything else and shrinks and slows. The mind goes strange, apathetic, then confused, and men in the last stage stop responding to their own names. Cold finishes most of them. A starving body can't generate heat, and English stone in January pulls warmth out of flesh hour after hour, so the coroner's formula, dead of hunger and cold, describes a genuine partnership. The hunger dismantled them, and the cold took the remainder. 6 weeks, 8 weeks, sometimes longer if scraps came in, lying in a room full of other people doing the same thing at their own individual speeds. And the ones with irons on had it worst. Iron fetters on a starving body do damage on their own. The metal sits on skin over bone, ankle and wrist and rubs, and the skin breaks. And in a room floored with waste, those wounds do what wounds in filth do. They fester. Prisoners' petitions and later prison inquiries describe irons riveted so tight and worn so long that the flesh beneath them mortified. Mortified is the old word for gangrene, rotted, while the man was alive and wearing them. Legs turned black below the fetters, and the keeper's fee for removing the irons stayed on the books the whole time. So a man watched his own ankles die inside metal that a few pence would have opened, and either found the pence or didn't. Alongside the hunger, the other great killer worked the crowded wards, and this one didn't care whether you could pay for food. Jail fever, the medieval English called it, and it stalked prisons for 5 centuries before anybody understood it. We know it now as epidemic typhus, and we know the mechanism, and the mechanism explains everything about why prisons of all places bred it. Typhus travels in body lice. Lice live in clothing, in seams and folds, and they thrive where people wear the same unwashed clothes for months and sleep pressed together for warmth. A medieval common ward, straw floor, shared blankets, no washing, bodies packed side by side through the winter, was very nearly a purpose-built lice farm. The infected louse bites, the man scratches, and the scratching rubs the louse's droppings into the broken skin, and roughly 12 days later the disease announces itself. And when it announces itself, it does so loudly. Sudden crushing headache, fever spiking high and staying there, pains through the muscles, and then, around the 5th day, the rash, dark mottled spots spreading from the trunk out across the body. The Elizabethans called typhus the spotted death. The mind goes early and hard. Delirium is a signature of the disease. The very name typhus comes from a Greek word for smoke or stupor, and the wards of a stricken jail filled with men raving, shouting at people who weren't in the room, climbing over their neighbors in the dark. Untreated, in a malnourished population, it killed maybe 1 man in 3 or 4, sometimes worse. And it killed in about 2 weeks. And in a locked building where everyone shared lice, 1 case became 40, with the efficiency of fire moving through thatch. The disease was so at home in English jails that it developed a habit that terrified the entire legal profession, and this might be the most darkly fitting turn in the whole story. Prisoners were the sick ones, but prisoners got taken to court, marched from the cells, lice riding along in their rags, and stood in a packed indoor courtroom. Judges and jurors and lawyers and spectators shoulder to shoulder with the accused for hours. In the summer of 1577, at the assizes held in Oxford Castle, the fever came up out of the jail with the prisoners and swept the courtroom, and within about 40 days, some 300 people connected with those sessions were dead. Dead among them, the Lord Chief Baron of the Exchequer, Sir Robert Bell, one of the most senior judges in England, and the High Sheriff of the county. The event became known as the Black Assize, and it repeated. Exeter's assizes in 1586 did the same thing, and centuries later, in 1750, with the medieval buildings still in use, the fever crossed from Newgate into the adjoining courtroom and killed 60 men, including the Lord Mayor of London and 2 judges. Those later dates fall past our period, I know, but the buildings and the filth were straight-line inheritances from the medieval prison, and the outbreaks are the strongest evidence we have of what the air in those wards carried. The judges who sent men to the jails died of the jails. The prisoners couldn't reach their judges with a knife or a petition half the time, but the lice managed it. Take one ordinary Newgate prisoner of the 1300s and stand in his ward with him. He's in the stone hold, in irons he can't afford to remove, in the dark, eating when charity or family manages to get bread past a keeper who steals alms. Winter is stripping the heat out of him. The man chained next to him has the fever and is raving. 2 others in the ward have already died this month, and their bodies lay among the living for a day or so until the coroner could view them, since burying a prisoner unviewed cost the jailer money, and nothing in that building happened at a cost to the jailer. His trial, for a theft he may or may not have committed, is 5 months away. If the jury acquits him, he owes fees before he can leave, and the fees are growing weekly. And the law, the whole time, holds as a matter of settled principle that this man is not being punished. Executions in this same world took a morning, the cart and the rope, done before dinner. I don't think medieval people were confused about which fate was worse, and the ones who fled to the church door and swore away their whole country rather than await trial were showing us their answer. Everything I've described so far was London, but the fee system ran the length of England, and the country jails left us actual price lists, so we can talk about this like the business it was. The fee for taking a prisoner's irons off had its own name in the trade, the suet, and the going rate varied wildly by county and by the appetite of the individual keeper. At Winchester in 1358, the jail keeper charged a flat 5 pence to strike a man's fetters. Coventry's prison code, a bit later, set 2 pence as the acceptable figure. The keeper of the county jail in Somerset preferred a subscription model, a shilling a week, every week, for the privilege of staying out of irons, and if you ever missed a payment, the metal went back on. And at the ugly end of the scale sits a petition from a man named Thomas Asplund, complaining that the Sheriff of Cambridge had demanded £10 for the removal of his irons. £10. A skilled craftsman might see £10 pass through his hands in 2 or 3 years. A fee that size is a ransom with paperwork. And when a prisoner couldn't pay or wouldn't, the irons became the instrument, and one surviving petition walks us through exactly how that went. A chaplain from Hereford, a churchman named William Hemming, put his complaint in writing toward the end of the 1400s, and his own account of his treatment runs like this. His captor set on him a pair of great fetters and bolts of iron too heavy to bear, then bolted his arms apart, fixed a yard from each other, so the man couldn't feed himself, couldn't cover himself, couldn't wipe his own face, then laid him in stocks, in a deep pit, then hoisted him so he hung suspended off the ground in the whole apparatus, and kept him from meat, from drink, and from his friends, until he agreed to pay a fine of £10, 6 shillings and 8 pence for his deliverance. Hemming paid, or promised to, and then he and the friends who'd guaranteed the money were made to sign a bond swearing never to sue or trouble the man who'd done it to him. A priest, hung up in irons in a hole and starved into signing away his own right to complain. His petition survives in the chancery files, in among hundreds of others, prisoners describing themselves lying in irons at the point of death, eaten by vermin, praying the king's grace for a hearing, each strip of parchment standing for a man who had somehow scraped together a clerk's fee from inside a cell where he couldn't afford bread. Most of those petitions have no recorded answer. You wrote your suffering onto a strip of parchment, paid a clerk to carry it upstream toward the crown, and waited in the dark to find out if anyone official ever looked at it. Set against all that extraction, the only thing keeping the poorest prisoners alive was organized pity, and medieval England, to its credit, organized quite a lot of it. Feeding prisoners was one of the 7 works of mercy every Christian heard preached, right there alongside feeding the hungry and burying the dead. And visiting the imprisoned was understood as something Christ himself had commanded. So the charity flowed through a dozen channels. Basket men made rounds of the cookshops and wealthy houses collecting leftovers, scraps and trenchers and day-old loaves, and carried the baskets to the jails. Parishes took collections. Guilds earmarked funds for imprisoned members. And Londoners put the prisons in their wills in enormous numbers, on the same page as their parish church and the hospitals. Turn through the enrolled wills of medieval London, and the phrase keeps surfacing: bequests to the prisoners of Newgate, of Ludgate, of the Fleet and the Marshalsea and the Compters, a few shillings here, a fixed annual sum there, sometimes bread specified by the loaf. A Marshal of London who died in 1359 left money to the city's hospitals and its prisons in the same breath. People wrote those clauses with their eyes open. Everyone in that city had walked past the grates. Everyone knew, with total precision, what a bequest to the prisoners was for. It was for keeping specific human beings, currently audible from the street, from dying of hunger inside the wall. The grates were the interface between the two worlds, and they shaped daily life on both sides of the bars. A prison that depended on begging built begging into the architecture, barred openings at street level where prisoners could stand and call to the passing city. At the Fleet, the grate opened onto the street, and prisoners took shifts at it, crying out to passers-by to remember the poor prisoners, rattling a box for coins. And the cry ran more or less continuously through daylight hours for centuries, an accepted piece of London's soundscape, like church bells or the cellar's calls. Regulars presumably stopped hearing it, as people do, and that detail refuses to file itself away. The starving of London were audible from the pavement, visible through bars, close enough to touch, on one of the main roads of the richest city in the kingdom, and the city walked past, mostly the way cities do. The luckier prisons got their charity in stone as well as bread. We've seen Whittington's fortune rebuild Newgate. Over at Ludgate, the transformation came from an inmate's own family, and the story is a small, decent light in all this murk. A merchant named Stephen Forster was locked in Ludgate as a young man for debt. He got out. This part of the story survives in later telling with some polish on it, and he prospered to a degree nobody locked in a debtor's gate ever expects, because Stephen Forster ended up Lord Mayor of London. And after his death, in the 1460s, his widow, Dame Agnes Forster, paid to enlarge Ludgate Prison, adding room for the prisoners to walk, easing the conditions, and the works were recorded as being for the comfort and relief of all the poor prisoners there. A former debtor's money, spent by his widow so the men still inside the gate he'd once begged from might suffer a little less of what he'd suffered. Given how this video has gone so far, I'll take it. Speaking of Ludgate, the gate's whole existence amounts to a confession by the city about Newgate. In 1378, the city converted the Ludgate Gatehouse into a second prison, and in 1382 it was formally set aside for free men of London held for debt, trespass, and other minor civil matters. Felons still went to Newgate. And the openly stated logic of the split was that respectable citizen debtors were dying in Newgate. The city looked at its main jail and concluded that putting a shopkeeper in it over an unpaid bill amounted to killing him, so it built a gentler cage for the commercially unlucky, with the grate on Ludgate Hill and the mitten on the string we started with. The city then ran, twice, an accidental experiment that measured exactly how deadly the difference was. Ludgate, being survivable, developed a problem. Debtors settled in. Some found prison life at Ludgate, fed by charity, safe from their creditors, preferable to paying up, and the authorities decided the place had gone soft. So, in 1419, they emptied Ludgate and marched its debtors up the road into Newgate to concentrate their minds. The debtors began to die. The complaints and the mortality were bad enough that the city reversed itself and moved the survivors back, and Ludgate reopened. And then, astonishingly, in 1431, they tried the same thing a second time, with the same result, and reversed themselves a second time. Same men, same charges, same city, 2 buildings a few hundred yards apart. In one they lived, in the other they started dying within months. Nobody in the 1400s needed a study with a control group after that, though it occurs to me that's roughly what the city had run, twice, using debtors as the test subjects. Fees on the way in, fees per week, fees on the irons, fees on the way out, charity plugging the gaps when it could, coroners cataloguing the shortfall when it couldn't. And the building where that system reached its purest form ran as a family business for centuries, a prison you could inherit from your father like a farm. Down the hill from Ludgate, on an island in a river of sewage, stood the Fleet. The Fleet took its name from the river it stood in, and river and prison poisoned each other for 600 years. The Fleet River came down from the hills at Hampstead and emptied into the Thames just west of the city wall, and by the 1200s it had already become London's drain. Butchers dumped into it, tanners dumped into it, every privy along its banks emptied into it. As early as the 13th century, the friars whose house stood near its mouth were petitioning the king about the river's putrid exhalations, monks formally complaining to the crown that the watercourse outside their windows was unbreathable. The lower stretch stopped being called a river at all in common speech and became the Fleet Ditch. And in the middle of this, on a little island in the stream, someone in 1197 had built a prison. The Fleet was the Crown's prison, taking debtors and prisoners sent by the royal courts, and its defining feature was its ownership, because the wardenship of the Fleet was private property in the fullest sense, heritable property. The office passed by inheritance and marriage and outright sale, generation after generation, like a manor or a mill. We know some of the holders by name. A Roger de Saperton had it in the 1380s. A woman, Elizabeth Venner, held it in the 1460s, having come into a prison the way other women came into land. Whoever held the office owned the income of the building, meaning the fees of every soul inside it, and answered for the prison as a landlord answers for a tenement, which in practice meant barely at all. A warden could even sublet, rent the whole operation to a deputy and skim from a distance, and the deputy, having paid rent, squeezed the prisoners harder to cover it. Every layer of the arrangement added pressure, and every ounce of pressure landed on the people locked at the bottom. Life inside sorted by purse, same as Newgate, but with the contrast sharpened, since the Fleet held everyone from knights fallen foul of the exchequer to truly destitute craftsmen. Money bought a private chamber on the master's side, your own bed, meals brought in, visitors, and an existence that resembled a shabby inn with locks. Poverty got you the common side, packed wards where men slept 2 to a bed when there were beds, and the grate. The begging grate at the Fleet became the institution's public face. The barred window on the street, where the poor side took turns crying to the city for alms, day after day, decade after decade. And around them, the families. The Fleet, in its later centuries, typically held about 300 prisoners, plus their wives and children living inside voluntarily, and the medieval prison ran the same way. Whole households transplanted into a debtor's jail, children raised on the common side, doing their growing up between the ward and the grate. The youngest inhabitants of the Fleet had committed nothing, owed nothing, and were serving open-ended terms alongside their fathers, and a boy could go from birth to apprenticeship age knowing the outside city mainly as the place the coins came from. Then in the 1330s, somebody had an idea that made the whole place measurably worse, an achievement in its own right. Around 1335, the authorities dug a moat, 10 feet wide, clean around the prison, so that water encircled it entirely. Security was the thinking, and maybe a little dignity, a proper ring of water like a castle. The neighbors took one look at a convenient channel of standing water and understood it instantly as what it obviously was, free drainage. The stables along the street piped into it, household privies were built out over it, kitchens tipped into it. Within 20 years, the moat was a still ring of sewage lapping at the prison's foundations on all four sides, and then in 1354 the situation achieved its final form when a wharf beside the prison was leased to the butchers of the shambles as a dumping ground for slaughter waste. Entrails, gut piles, spoiled offal, the daily output of London's meat trade, went into the water beside the Fleet. Contemporary records state, flatly, that the moat became so congested with filth that a man could walk across it. An artificial channel of water, thick enough with rotting animal waste and human sewage to bear a man's footsteps, wrapped in an unbroken ring around a building where 300 people, plus their children, were confined by law and couldn't move 10 feet from the smell. The city did investigate, and the paperwork survives, and the language in it is remarkable for how much it concedes. A complaint of 1354 says outright that the stench from the butcher's wharf was injurious to the health of the inhabitants of the Fleet prison. The next year, a commission counted the sources and found the ditch choked by the discharge of 11 latrines and several tanneries, and blamed the corrupted air and the abominable stenches for diseases and grievous maladies among the prisoners. Now, medieval medicine had the mechanism wrong. They believed rotting matter poisoned the air itself, the miasma idea, and the true killers were the water contamination and the filth and the vermin the rot invited. But look past the theory at what the document is admitting. An official body of the English Crown put on record that the prison's own surroundings were sickening and killing the people held inside it, named the disease and the misery in writing, filed the parchment, and the Fleet stayed open, moat and all, with the grate crying into the street and the butcher's carts still rolling up to the wharf. Diagnosis was never the hard part. The prisoner's health simply lost, on the merits, to the convenience of 11 latrines. One more Fleet detail from a later inquiry into the same building, describing practices far older than the report itself. Investigators describing the prison's punishment vault noted that it doubled as the mortuary, the room where the bodies of prisoners who died inside were laid until the coroner's inquest could sit. Living prisoners under punishment were locked in with the dead as a matter of routine scheduling. A debtor being disciplined might spend his nights beside a corpse awaiting paperwork, and nobody involved considered this remarkable enough to change until outsiders wrote it down. Cross the Thames now over into Southwark, because the South Bank ran its own collection of prisons under its own peculiar authorities, and a couple of them earned permanent places in the language. Southwark technically lay outside the city's control, a borough of inns, brothels and theatres to be strung along the road coming up from Kent, and its two great jails served the royal courts. The Marshalsea, on the High Street, belonged to the court of the king's own household, the Marshalsea Court, and took its prisoners, plus debtors, and, in time, pirates and sailors awaiting trial. The King's Bench prison stood close by, holding prisoners of that court. Both ran on the standard fee model, both had their master's side and their common side, both had their grates, and the Marshalsea in particular acquired a reputation for cruelty under its keepers that we'll see the consequences of shortly, since Londoners' opinion of that building eventually got expressed with axes. A little further along the bank stood a smaller prison whose name outlived every other jail in the country. The bishops of Winchester held a great palace on the Southwark riverside, with jurisdiction over the surrounding neighbourhood, and the neighbourhood the bishops governed happened to be London's licensed vice district, the bankside stews, the brothels, operating legally under rules the bishop's own administration enforced. The women who worked there were called, with a straight face, the Winchester geese, and the bishop kept a small prison by his palace for offenders within his liberty, disorderly women of the stews among them, and that prison was the Clink. Whether the name made the sound of the irons or the sound of the bolt, nobody's certain, but it stuck to the building and then detached itself and floated free into English, and 700 years later, people who've never heard of the Bishop of Winchester still say a man's in the Clink, a church prison for imprisoning the church's own licensed prostitutes, and its name became the English language's pet word for jail. History does hand you these things sometimes. The city side of the river, meanwhile, filled in every gap in the market. Each of the two sheriffs kept his own private prison, called a compter, mainly for debtors and civil offenders, with the poultry compter sitting in the middle of the poultry market, the oldest of them. And life in a compter came with the standard fee ladder, plus the smell of the poultry stalls through the bars. Being a sheriff's personal jail, a compter was also splendidly convenient for making inconvenient people disappear for a while. And the petitions include men like a William Crickhouse complaining he'd been thrown into the poultry without cause shown and without bail offered, just locked up on someone's say-so and left to work out, from inside, who he'd annoyed and what it would cost. And then my personal favourite of the minor prisons, the Tun. In 1283, the Mayor of London built a small round lock-up on Cornhill, in the middle of the city, shaped like a great barrel stood on end, a tun, hence the name. The tun was for the night. The watch swept the streets after curfew and tipped their catch into it, streetwalkers, drunks, brawlers, apprentices out past the bell, and, in a category the records dwell on with obvious relish, priests caught in the night with women. Clergymen hauled out of the wrong beds spent the night in the barrel with the drunks, and the city made a point of parading such men to the tun with minstrels playing before them, so the whole street knew exactly who'd been caught doing what. A night in the tun was punishment as theatre, humiliating and brief, and it shows the city knew perfectly well how to run confinement that shamed without destroying. 12 hours in a barrel for the priest, open-ended years over a sewer for the debtor. The difference lay entirely in who the system decided deserved what. Londoners lived alongside all these buildings for generations, paid their great pennies, wrote their bequests, and kept whatever they actually thought about the prisons mostly to themselves. Then, in June of 1381, the countryside marched on London, and for about 3 days, the city's real opinion came out. The peasants' revolt started over a poll tax and grew into something much bigger. Tens of thousands of Kentish and Essex rebels converging on the capital under Wat Tyler, furious at taxes, at serfdom, at lawyers, at the whole administrative machinery sitting on top of them. Watch what the rebels chose to destroy. They had an entire capital city in front of them, palaces and treasuries included, and their targets, from the very first hours, were the law's paperwork and the law's prisons. Coming up through Southwark on the 12th of June, before they'd even crossed the river, Tyler's men broke open the Marshalsea and turned every prisoner loose. The next day they crossed London Bridge, and the fleet's turn came. Doors forced, prisoners out, and the rebels wrecked the place thoroughly enough that the chroniclers describe it as destroyed. Newgate was broken open and emptied. The jail at Westminster, the same. Within about a day, essentially every prisoner in Greater London was standing in the street. Debtors, felons, all of it. Thousands of Wat Tyler's newest recruits, since a man freshly pulled out of the stone hold tends to feel strongly about the system that put him there. Alongside the prisons, the rebels burned records, court rolls, legal documents, the parchment memory of who owed what and who'd been judged what. And they hunted lawyers through the streets. Rough men from the shires, most of whom couldn't write their names, understood with total clarity that the prison and the parchment were two halves of one machine. And then came the piece of the revolt that belongs entirely to our story, the death of Richard Imworth. Imworth was the Marshal of the Marshalsea, the man who ran the prison the rebels had emptied first, and his reputation among ordinary Londoners can be judged from the phrase a chronicler attached to him, a pitiless tormentor. The rebels wanted him specifically, by name. Imworth knew it, and he fled to the strongest safe place his world offered, Westminster Abbey. And within the Abbey, the shrine of St. Edward the Confessor at its heart, the holiest spot in the kingdom, and he wrapped his arms around one of the marble pillars of the shrine and held on. Sanctuary. The same protection that saved thousands of felons, the church's peace, the rule that no armed hand touches a man clinging to the altar. The crowd came into the abbey, into the shrine, and pried the Marshal of the Marshalsea off the pillar finger by finger, dragged him out through the city to Cheapside, the main market street, and there, on a chopping block set up for the purpose in front of the crowd. They took off his head. Sanctuary held for burglars and horse thieves all across England. For the man who ran the Marshalsea, it lasted exactly as long as it took the mob to reach his pillar. Nobody recorded the crowd's words while it happened. The act itself is legible enough. The revolt collapsed within days. Tyler cut down at Smithfield. The pardons revoked. The leaders hunted and executed. And the prisons, of course, were rebuilt and restocked. Some of them with the same men who'd walked out of them, now facing charges of prison breach on top of everything else. Escaping, as it happens, had its own body of law, and that law shows what the system understood about itself. For a long stretch of the early Middle Ages, breaking out of prison was treated as a felony in its own right, full stop, punishable by death regardless of why you'd been locked up in the first place. Taken to its conclusion, a man imprisoned over a debt or awaiting trial on a petty charge that carried no death penalty whatsoever, who wriggled through a window and ran, had by running committed a hanging offence. Staying put might kill him slowly, leaving would kill him legally. In 1295, a statute finally softened this. The death penalty for prison breach would now apply only where the underlying cause of imprisonment was itself capital. And even that adjustment carries an admission inside it, since Parliament was effectively acknowledging that men held for trifles kept risking the gallows rather than remain inside, in numbers large enough to legislate about. The keepers had skin in the escape question too, quite literally. A jailer answered for his prisoners with his purse and sometimes his neck. Heavy fines for an escape, worse if negligence could be shown, and this liability became the all-purpose justification for the irons. Why is this untried man, presumed innocent, wearing fetters heavy enough to wound him? Security, says the keeper. I'm answerable if he runs. And so the risk flowed downhill, as it always did, off the office holder and onto the body of the prisoner, who wore the keeper's insurance policy riveted around his ankles and paid rent on it besides. Some prisoners found a third path between rotting and running, and it might be the darkest door in the whole medieval legal house. Turning approver. An approver was a confessed felon who bought time for his own neck by accusing others, his accomplices, real or invented, and formally appealing them of felony. In exchange, his own execution was suspended while the appeals ran their course. The bargain required something extraordinary of him. Each man he accused had to be convicted, and if the accused denied it, the standard resolution was trial by battle, judicial combat. The approver, this starved wretch out of the jail, was armed according to the rules and put in a pit or a ring to fight the man he'd accused, and he had to win, and then fight the next one he'd named, and the next. Lose any single one of these duels, and he was hanged on the spot as a false accuser on top of his original confessed felony. Win them all, every combat against every man he'd named, and his reward, in the standard practice, was to abjure the realm, that barefoot walk to the port and permanent exile we talked about earlier. That was the ceiling. The absolute best outcome available to an approver was losing everything except his life. Why would any human being volunteer for that? Mostly they didn't, in any meaningful sense of the word volunteer, and the records say so. Complaints from the period describe jailers deliberately manufacturing approvers, taking a suspect who was maybe guilty of nothing, loading him with irons past bearing, starving him in a punishment hold, and continuing until the man agreed to confess and start naming names. Every name he produced meant another arrest, and every arrest meant another prisoner, and every prisoner meant fees. The shape of that incentive speaks for itself. A businessman who profited per prisoner, possessing legal custody of a machine for making men accuse their neighbors. Some approvers, once they'd been fed and were standing in front of an actual judge, found their courage and recanted, declaring their appeals had been extorted by torment, and judges did sometimes listen, and did sometimes prosecute a gaoler for it. Sometimes. The rest of the time, men fought duels to the death over accusations invented in a cellar to stop a keeper's irons from biting deeper, and neighbors hanged on the strength of testimony everyone involved half knew had been squeezed out of a starving man like juice. One last look at the keepers before we move on, leaving them as cartoon villains would miss the more uncomfortable truth. Nothing required a Newgate keeper to be a sadist, and some presumably weren't. The cruelty was structural. A keeper who bought his office owed money. The debt didn't care about his temperament. Every kindness had a cost. Every mercy was margin given away, and a soft keeper was a keeper going broke inside a system built by better businessmen than himself. The city knew all of this, issued its regulations, prosecuted a Lorimer here and a Croydon there when things got flagrant, and never once, across the entire Middle Ages, touched the underlying arrangement, the sold office, the fees, the profit motive wearing a ring of keys. Reform meant new rules for the machine. Nobody official ever proposed turning the machine off. One more piece of the machinery, and it might be the most casually corrupt of the lot. Bail existed. Medieval English law had a perfectly functional system for it. Main prize, by which a prisoner's friends stood surety for him, pledged money or land that he'd appear at his trial, and took him home to wait in his own bed instead of the stone hold. For anyone with roots in a community, bail should have emptied half the jails. The sheriffs made sure it didn't. The power to open a door is a product that sells in both directions, and the sheriff owned the door. Prisoners with bailable offences and willing sureties sat in jail anyway until money changed hands, the release fee dressed up as administration, and prisoners charged with grave crimes, men the law said must be held, walked free when the price was right, sometimes straight past the family of whoever they'd been accused of killing. The abuse got bad enough, early enough, that the Statute of Westminster in 1275 devoted an entire chapter to it, setting out in black and white which offences were bailable and which weren't, precisely because sheriffs were detaining the bailable for profit and releasing the unbailable for more profit. Parliament wrote a menu to stop the sheriffs from improvising one. The improvising continued, the petitions confirm it for centuries afterward, and the practical rule every English prisoner lived under was the one nobody wrote down. Liberty before trial was a commodity, and the price floated with your desperation. And since we're tallying up the ways these buildings killed, one more deserves its place in the ledger. The simplest one, fire. Medieval towns burned. Timber, thatch, open hearths, candles in straw. Whole streets went up in an evening as a routine hazard of urban life, and when a fire reached a jail, the jail's defining feature turned lethal in the most direct way imaginable. Every door locked, every window barred, the poorest prisoners in irons, some of them chained to the walls or the floor, and the keys on the belt of a keeper whose first thought, in a burning town, was his own family and his own strongbox. Court records from the period include cases of prisoners burned to death inside jails that caught fire, men who could hear the fire coming, hear the ward around them understanding it, and do absolutely nothing except pull against metal fixed into stone, while smoke filled a room built to be inescapable, and the town's bells rang the alarm for everyone except them, and the law afterward would inquire soberly into whether the deaths were misadventure, and whether the keeper bore fault for the lost bodies in his charge, the same way it inquired after an escape. A jail in a fire was a net full of fish on a beach. Everything the building was for became the mechanism of the deaths inside it, and the survivors, where fires spared some wards, were recaptured escape risks first and rescued human beings second, marched to whatever strong room still stood while the ashes cooled. Chroniclers hardly dwell on such episodes. A burnt jail got a line at most, and the brevity says what it always says in this story. Prisoners' deaths were administrative events. The fire got remembered for the warehouses. Add up everything the English system had shown us by the end of the 1300s then. Custody without care, offices sold like farmland, hunger as a fee collection tool, disease breeding in the wards and reaching out to strike the judges themselves, the penance cell, the pressing board, sheriffs selling both directions of the door, and locked buildings in flammable towns. Contemporaries added it up too, and their tally matched ours. Not one element of this was secret, or subtle, or deniable. The whole apparatus operated in the middle of towns, behind bars people could see through, audible from the street, documented by the state's own clerks, and it ran anyway, decade over decade, because it paid. And because the people it consumed were, almost by definition, the people least equipped to make anyone stop. Now the story needs to go somewhere stranger, into the procedures where the waiting room itself was sharpened into a weapon on purpose, with the law's full blessing. Because everything so far, the starvation, the fever, the irons, was killing by neglect and greed. What comes next was killing by design, written into statute, with a menu. English felony trials had a strange requirement buried in their foundations. A jury trial needed the defendant's consent. You had to put yourself upon the country, in the legal phrase, agree to be judged by the 12 men gathered there, and if you stood at the bar and refused to plead, refused to say guilty or not guilty, stood mute, the trial legally could not begin. The court had no power to try a man who wouldn't submit to trial. Medieval judges faced with this loophole could have simply changed the rule. Instead, they built an instrument for changing the prisoner's mind. The Statute of Westminster in 1275, the same statute that tried to police the sheriff's bail racket, gave the instrument its name, prison forte et dure, strong and hard prison, and the details of the regime were spelled out over the following decades with a specificity that runs like a recipe. The prisoner who stood mute was returned to the jail and placed in the worst room in the building, stripped of everything except a cloth for modesty, laid on the bare ground, no straw, no covering, and fed by a formula someone sat down and composed. On the first day, 3 morsels of the worst bread. On the next day, water, and only water, and stagnant water at that, the statute specifying water from the nearest pool or puddle, rather than anything running or clean. Then bread day again, then foul water day, alternating, so the prisoner never once ate and drank in the same 24 hours, and never touched clean water or decent bread at all. Irons on top, in the harsher versions. And this continued until the prisoner either agreed to plead or died. Some point in the early 1300s, practice added the element everyone now remembers, the weights. Peine forte et dure, the punishment version, and the procedure in its mature form went like so. The prisoner was laid on his back in a low, dark cell, arms and legs drawn out with cords to the 4 corners of the room, and iron and stone were piled onto a board on his chest. As much as he could bear, the formula ran, and then more. If he still refused to plead, the load grew the next day, and the starvation diet ran alongside it, 3 morsels and puddle water, while the stones slowly crushed the breath out of a body already caving in from hunger. Ribs crack under that. Breathing becomes shallow labor, then a fight, then a losing struggle that runs for hours or days, the strongest men lasting longest and therefore suffering longest, in the dark, under a pile of rocks, in a licensed proceeding of English law, with the jail going about its normal business a wall away. Why would anyone choose it? And people did choose it, that's the astonishing part, with an unclouded understanding of exactly what it involved. The answer lies in what conviction cost a family. A man convicted of felony forfeited everything, his goods to the crown, his lands gone, his blood corrupted so his children inherited nothing but his name. A man who died under the press, though, died unconvicted. No verdict, no forfeiture. His property passed to his heirs intact. So fathers weighed it out, and some of them, looking at their children on one side and the pressing room on the other, decided their families would eat for the next 30 years and lay down under the board. A later legal writer, describing the choice, put it in a sentence that has stayed with everyone who's come across it since. This death some strong and stout-hearted man doth choose. Days of crushing bought a farm for your sons. English law offered the trade openly, kept the pressing room staffed, and let men take it century after century. The records preserve a few of the mute by name, and one of them is a woman whose file I'd give a great deal to see thicker than it is. Cecilia de Ridgeway, or Ridgeway, of Nottinghamshire. In 1357 she was accused of murdering her husband, John. Arraigned, she stood mute, and off she went into strong and hard prison in Nottingham, the bare floor, the alternating days, the whole formula. And then she didn't die. The next document we have is her pardon, issued by King Edward III in 1359, and the pardon itself records the grounds. Cecilia had survived, in close prison, without food or drink, for 40 days, and the pardon says she did it, quoting now, after the manner of a miracle and contrary to human nature. 40 days. The number every medieval mind would catch instantly, the length of Christ's fast in the wilderness, and the king treated the echo as meaningful, took her survival as heaven weighing in, and let her walk free of the murder charge entirely. What actually happened in that Nottingham cell, whether a sympathetic jailer slipped her water, whether the accusation against her was thin and everyone knew it and the miracle offered a graceful exit, whether this woman simply possessed a constitution off the far end of the charts, the parchment doesn't say. She survives as 3 facts and a marvel: accused, endured, released. A generation later, a man named John at Putties came through the same door, pardoned in 1384 after enduring the penance so long that his being alive was itself treated as the argument, and in both pardons you can see an older idea breathing under the surface of the law: the ordeal. The notion that a body's survival under torment might be God's own verdict on the case. The press was built to force a plea. For a few, the Crown accepted it as having answered the question all by itself. From individual agony, the story now widens out, since medieval imprisonment could also happen to an entire people at once, and England supplies the worst of it. It begins on a single coordinated night. 17th of November, 1278. Across England, on royal orders and more or less simultaneously, armed men arrived at the homes of the country's Jewish families. The charge was coin clipping, shaving slivers of silver off the pennies, a genuine and widespread crime of the era, practiced by Christians and Jews alike, but this operation had a target. The orders swept up Jewish heads of household wholesale, more than 1,100 people caught in the initial wave according to the enrolled instructions, homes searched, valuables catalogued, and the prisoners marched toward London. By early 1279, around 600 Jews were being held in the Tower of London. 600. Contemporary estimates put the entire Jewish population of England at roughly 3,000 souls, so that was 1 person in 5, of an entire community, grandmothers down to boys, inside one fortress at the same time. The tower had nowhere to put them. It was a castle, not a purpose-built jail, and the administrative records show the constable improvising, hiring 30-foot sergeants just to guard the crowd, and stuffing prisoners wherever a door could be locked. Into the cellars, into the stables, among the horses. And one detail from the accounts that I've never managed to get out of my head. One woman was lodged in the tower's recently vacated Elephant House. The King of France had once gifted England an elephant. The beast had lived at the tower and died there, and its empty building was standing available, so a Jewish prisoner of the coin-clipping sweep spent her imprisonment in it, held in an elephant's stall, in an English winter, waiting to learn whether she'd hang. The clerk who noted her lodging recorded it as a housing arrangement, nothing more. Cellars, stables, elephant house, wherever bodies fit. What followed the imprisonment was mass death by process. Trials before royal justices ran through the spring of 1279, and by their end, 269 Jews had been hanged in London, alongside 29 Christians convicted of the same offence. Christians clipped coin too, by every account in ample numbers, and yet those are the 2 numbers. and modern scholars going through the rolls have concluded that an accused Jew was several times more likely to hang for it than an accused Christian. More executions followed in other towns, pushing the total past 300. Against a community of 3,000, the hangings alone took roughly 1 person in 10. Every survivor knew the dead personally, and those who did survive came out of the tower's cellars into ruin, since the crown had confiscated as it convicted over £16,000 flowing into royal coffers from fines and seized property, money that historians note helped fund the King's Wars in Wales. 11 years later, in 1290, the same King Edward expelled the Jews from England altogether, every last family onto the ships, and the expulsion order landed on a community already broken on the wheel of 1279, imprisoned as a body, hanged by the hundreds, and stripped to the purse. I said at the start that medieval prison was officially a neutral pause, a place where nothing was supposed to happen to you. Set that doctrine next to 600 people in the cellars of one fortress, waiting out a winter to learn which 10th of them would die, and the doctrine comes apart in your hands. Custody was power, raw as it comes, and the crown knew it, and used the waiting itself, month after month of it, as an instrument on an entire people. The cells were the policy. Before we leave England's jails for the continent, 2 threads I've been stepping past: the women and the ways out, and both end in some of the darkest corners this subject has. Women moved through every prison we've visited, and mostly the records treat them exactly like the men. Same fees, same wards until the reforms, same coroner's entries when the hunger finished them. But female prisoners carried one possibility the men didn't, and the law had to build machinery around it, since a woman standing at the bar of a jail delivery could be pregnant, and English courts would not hang a pregnant woman, the reasoning running through the child rather than the mother, an unborn innocent who couldn't be executed for its mother's felony. So a condemned woman could plead her belly, claim pregnancy, and the court's response was a proceeding you will not find anywhere else in the common law, the jury of matrons. 12 women, married women of the town, experienced in these matters, were sworn in on the spot, took the prisoner into a private room, and examined her body, and their verdict came back in the court's own strange vocabulary. Quick with child or not quick with child, quickening being the moment the baby could be felt moving. Not quick, and the sentence stood, and the cart came for her, quick, and the execution was respited until the child was born. That mercy had a destination, though. The reprieved woman went back down into the jail, into the condemned hold or the women's ward, and carried her pregnancy to term there, in the cold and the vermin and on the begging diet, with the sentence waiting for her on the other side of the delivery. She gave birth in the prison, attended by whoever among the other prisoners knew the work, and then she nursed the baby in the cell, for whatever span the sheriff's schedule allowed, and then the sentence resumed. The child went to family if family existed, to the parish if not, and the mother went to the gallows she'd been assigned before the baby was conceived of as a legal obstacle. The jail calendars record the sequence without comment: respited for pregnancy, delivered of a child, executed, 3 clerical entries covering the better part of a year in a stone room, a birth inside a death sentence. Some women, it should be said, beat the machinery. Pardons did arrive during the respite sometimes. Petitions worked better with a baby in them, and juries of matrons were, by scattered complaint, occasionally persuadable toward mercy in their findings. 12 townswomen holding a stranger's life in their hands and knowing it. But the design of the system is the point. English law paused at the body of the unborn child and nowhere else, and once the child was out, the pause ended. Birth in prison happened outside the shadow of the gallows too, constantly, since we've seen the debtors' families living inside, and then the prison-born. A child delivered on the common side of the Fleet, or in the Women's Tower at Newgate, entered the world already inside the fee system, another mouth on the ward's charity, and grew up, if the family's imprisonment ran long, with the great as a fact of nature. The records mostly catch these children sideways, in charitable bequests specifying prisoners and their families, in ward counts, in the occasional inquest when one of them died of the same fevers that took the adults, and a child's inquest from inside a debtor's prison, dead of the common infirmity, aged 4 years, being held for nobody's debt and nobody's crime, might be as plain an indictment as these buildings ever produced. Now the way's out, and start with the crude one, over the wall, since Newgate and its cousins leaked more than you'd expect. The buildings were medieval, maintained by profit-minded keepers who spent on repairs reluctantly, and the prisoners had unlimited time to study every stone. Men went out through gaps cut in the roof, out through drains, out on ropes of knotted bedding, out in bribed disguises, and periodically out in bulk, mass breaks where a ward overpowered a turnkey and the whole floor emptied into the streets, and the city records track the aftermath each time. The hue and cry raised, the gates watched, the recaptures, and the keeper hauled before the authorities to answer for it in fines. What interests me most in the escape records, though, is the destination. A fugitive fresh over Newgate's wall, in a walled city with the gates alerted, had one realistic move, and it stood a few hundred yards away in any direction: a church. Escaped prisoners ran for sanctuary, and the coroner's rolls document the pattern repeatedly. A man breaks the king's jail, reaches a church, grips the ring of the door or huddles at the altar, and there declares himself, and then, from consecrated ground, takes the abjuration route we've already walked, confesses his felony to the coroner at the church door, swears away England, and sets off barefoot for the assigned port, with the escape effectively laundered into exile. It says everything about the jails that this counted as winning. The successful escaper's prize, the very best case his daring could purchase, was to confess to a capital crime and be banished for life, and men climbed through sewer drains to claim it. Failure had its price list too. A recaptured escaper faced the breach charge on top of everything else. Capital if his underlying cause was capital, and back inside he went into the keeper's special attention, the heaviest irons in the house, the worst hold, since he'd now demonstrated exactly why the keeper's insurance argument existed. and a turnkey or jailer shown to have helped, or just to have slept, answered in fines that could break him, meaning every escape tightened the irons on everyone left behind, the ward paying collectively for the one man who got over the wall. Prisoners understood the mathematics of it perfectly, and the records of informing, prisoners betraying a wardmate's half-dug hole to the keeper for favor, are exactly as depressing as you'd expect, and entirely human. A starving man traded a stranger's freedom for easement of his own irons, and the keeper, buying information with mercy he'd have sold anyway, came out ahead on the deal as usual. The gentler exits ran through paper and piety. Pardons flowed out of the crown in a steady stream, individual pardons purchased through fine and connection, since the king's mercy had a price list too and everyone knew it. And mass pardons on the great occasions, coronations, royal weddings, victories, when a new king's grace emptied whole categories of prisoner as a gesture of the reign beginning well, and you can find the flurries in the patent rolls, dozens of jail doors opening at once because a crown had touched a head in Westminster. Even mercy kept prisoners waiting though, since a pardon in the hand still had to be pleaded in court, and the jails held men whose pardons everyone knew were coming, sitting out extra months for the formalities, deliverance itself moving at the speed of parchment. Custom went further in places. Prisoners released to mark a royal entry into a city. Mercy performed as street theatre with the monarch watching, and the prisoners in these pageants were props in somebody's magnificence, and I doubt a single one of them minded. Pious Londoners built release into their deaths as well, wills funding bread for prisoners and, beyond the bread, freedom for them. Executors directed to pay the debts of poor prisoners and discharge their fees. So many souls at so much a head, the testator buying prayers from the freed for his own soul's speed through purgatory. Under the theology sits a transaction almost moving in its bluntness, a dying merchant spending his last money to pull strangers out of the fleet on the understanding that rescued men pray hard, and for once in this entire video, everyone in the arrangement got what they paid for. Funerals fed prisoners too. Testators ordering a dole to the jails on their burial day, bread and ale carried to the grates while the bells rang for the giver. So a rich man's death meant, concretely, that the wards ate that week, and prisoners tracked the health of the city's great men with an attention their doctors would have envied. Morbid from one angle. From the ward's angle, a calendar of hope measured in other people's funerals. Time to cross the channel now, because whatever you think of English prisons at this point, Paris built something that makes Newgate look improvised. On the right bank of the Seine, guarding the bridge into the old city, stood a squat fortress called the Grand Châtelet, and inside it, the seat of the Provost of Paris, the royal official running justice and police for the biggest city in Western Europe. The Châtelet held courtrooms, offices, and a stack of prisons, and the prisons of the Châtelet were organized in a way I can only describe as honest. In England, your money determined your conditions informally, keeper by keeper. The Châtelet wrote the whole gradient down, cell by cell, with names and prices, a menu of descent, and the deeper you went, the cheaper it got, and cheap in that building was a word to fear. We know the menu in detail from an official ordinance of 1425, listing the Châtelet's cells by name, and the names alone map the descent. Up top sat the paying chambers and the tolerable common rooms, with almost pastoral names: Beauvoir, La Motte, La Salle, Les Boucheries, Beaumont, La Grièche, Beauvais, Gloriette. A regulation of 1435 fills in the pricing. Prisoners in the better rooms could have their own bed carried in from home and paid the jailer a simple fee for the floor space, while those a tier down in the locked wards paid their 4 deniers for a place and slept on straw or a bare frame. Ordinary jail, in other words, bad but recognizable. Below that, the rooms called the secret cells, where the light stopped mattering. And below those, in the foundations, the pits, and the ordinance names those too: Le Puits, the well. Les Oubliettes, a name I won't bother translating because English adopted it whole. La Gourdaine, Le Berceau, the cradle, and whatever earned that little joke of a name went unrecorded. And an entry recorded as entre deux huis, between 2 doors, a name that sounds like nothing until you consider spending a month in the space it describes. Then, beneath even those, the 2 chambers that Parisians spoke of in the tone people save for the bottom of the sea. One went by fin days, the end of ease, and the surviving descriptions have prisoners down there crouching in accumulated filth among vermin, the traditions specifying, with a shudder you can still feel through the centuries, snakes, whatever actually slid through that darkness having grown in the telling or not. And last of all, the pit called La Fosse, also known as the Chausse d'Hippocras. A chausse d'Hippocras was a household object, the long cone-shaped cloth bag Parisians used for straining spiced wine, and the cell earned the nickname through its shape: a stone funnel, wide at the top, narrowing to a point at the bottom, with water standing in it at all times. No door. Prisoners went into the fosse on a rope, lowered through the opening by pulley, and the fortress's own account books confirm the apparatus. A purchase entry survives for a copper pulley serving the fosse of the Châtelet. The geometry of a flooded funnel does the rest. The narrowing walls mean no flat floor exists anywhere, so the prisoner cannot stand upright on a surface and cannot lie down, ever, in any position. And the water is always there, around his feet, cold in every season under a fortress by a northern river. A body in the fosse could crouch, brace, slump against the incline and shift between those postures as each one became unbearable in turn, in blind darkness, indefinitely. Sleep in any real sense was structurally impossible. The cell design did the torturing all by itself, no torturer's wages required, and men were priced into it, since the fosse cost nothing, and in the Châtelet, as everywhere else in this story, the man with no money got the accommodation nobody with money would accept. One more Châtelet legacy, and it's a word you know. New prisoners, on arrival, were taken into a room and looked over slowly by the jailers, studied, so the staff would recognize their faces if they ever escaped. And the old French verb for that hard, insolent stare was morgue. The looking over room was the morgue. In time, the same room found a second use, the display of unidentified corpses fished out of the Seine, laid out so Parisians could come and put names to drowned faces, and that second use carried the word forward into every language in the world. The morgue, every morgue, is named for the room where the Châtelet's jailers memorized the faces of the newly damned. Across the bridge, The Petit Châtelet ran a smaller annex of the same misery, and downstream on the island, in the royal palace itself, the conciergerie held prisoners of the High Court in halls that would still be doing that work centuries later, when the revolution filled them. But the medieval walls were already old at the trade. While we're on the continent, Venice kept its own specialty, and Venetian geography wrote the sentence. Prisons in the Doge's palace complex included cells at water level, the Pozzi, the wells, stone boxes down at the lagoon's own height, and in a city that floods on a calendar. Water level meant wet, permanently, sea damp in the stone, brine in the air. The walls sweating salt onto men who sometimes carved their marks into them. Above their heads the palace carried on, council chambers and gilded staircases sharing foundations with the wells, the government of a great republic conducting its business directly on top of its prisoners, and Venetians crossing the courtyard walked over the cells just as Londoners walked under Newgate's arch, a cell that the sea itself visited. Different city, same instinct. Find the worst place the local landscape offers and put the poorest prisoners in it. Now, in fairness, and to keep this from becoming a single unbroken howl, medieval Italy also built the most humane prison of the age, and looking at it for a few minutes will sharpen everything else, since even the best version of this institution has a body in it before we're done. Florence, in the first years of the 1300s, decided to consolidate its scatter of private tower jails into one purpose-built public prison and put up a big walled compound in the city centre. Its first inmates, in 1304, were captured enemy soldiers taken at a castle called Stinche. So Florentines started calling the building Le Stinche after the prisoner's origin, and the nickname stuck for 500 years. On paper, and in considerable part in practice, Le Stinche was everything the English jails weren't. The staff were salaried public employees, wardens serving fixed terms, guards, a janitor, a chaplain, and a physician on the books, a prison doctor, in the early 1300s. The compound was divided into wards, separating categories the English cheerfully mixed, and among them a dedicated women's ward, and a separate space for the insane, an acknowledgement about 7 centuries ahead of schedule that a madman in a cell is a different problem from a thief in one. Oversight existed, a supervisory committee visiting every week, interviewing representatives from each ward about conditions and staff conduct. A standing charity, the Good Men of the Stinche, managed donations for the poorest inmates and grew influential enough to bail debtors out with its own funds, standing surety for them. Florentine merchants ran their prison the way they ran their banks, with ledgers, audits and job descriptions, and the ledgers survive, so this is the institution in this whole story we can see clearest. And what the ledgers show, decade after decade, is a river of debtors. Committals for debt dwarf every other category, hundreds each half year against a handful of thieves and brawlers and blasphemers, since Florence, being a city built on credit, jailed the failures of credit as a matter of course. The registers even record small strange categories all their own, children committed by their own fathers for correction, slaves locked up at an owner's request, the prison serving the household as well as the state. Most stays were mercifully short, weeks or months, the pressure of confinement doing its financial work quickly. Nobody was getting pressed under stones in Le Stinche, and the attested deaths from violence or neglect are strikingly few. grade it against the fosse or the stone hold, and the Florentine prison comes out looking almost gentle. Then 1348 arrived, and the Black Death walked through Florence, and Lestincia's careful wards meant nothing at all to it. Plague in a locked compound behaves exactly as you'd fear, and the mass graves of that year took prisoners whose names sit in the registers with their debts still open beside them. And the plague years hand us the one inmate of Lestinche everybody might actually know second-hand. Giovanni Villani, the great chronicler of Florence, the merchant whose city history is one of our best windows into the entire era, went bankrupt when his banking company collapsed in the 1340s and was locked in Lestinche as a debtor in 1346, an old man doing time over the wreckage of his firm. He came out. 2 years later, the plague killed him anyway, mid-chronicle, his history breaking off at an unfinished entry. Even Florence, with its salaried wardens and its weekly inspections and its prison doctor, was in the end a place where they wrote your name in a book and closed a door, and the distance between the best prison of the Middle Ages and the worst was the distance between a clean ledger and a dirty one, with the same door in both. The church, meanwhile, had been running a parallel prison system this entire time, its own jails under its own law, and the church's prisons are where this story gets strangest. Cells with scripture on the door start with a quirk of English law called benefit of clergy, the valve that kept a steady stream of criminals flowing out of the king's courts and into the bishop's cellars. A clerk in holy orders accused of felony could claim trial by the church instead of the crown, and the church did not hang people. Over time, the definition of a clerk went soft at the edges. The working test became literacy. Could the accused recite a verse of the Psalter? And men facing the gallows memorized their neck verse and mumbled their way into clerical status. Sounds like a loophole, and it functioned as one, but follow where the loophole actually went. The convicted clerk was handed over to his bishop, and the bishop had a prison, every diocese did, and a clerk convicted of a serious crime could be committed to the bishop's jail for life, doing penance on a diet the sentences liked to specify as the bread of sorrow and the water of affliction. In place of the gallows, an underground room beneath a bishop's palace, bread, water, and the rest of a natural life. Men who chose the church's mercy over the king's rope had traded a morning of dying for decades of it, and the trade only looks clever from outside the cell. The bishop's prisons filled with another population as the 1400s went on, and this one changes the emotional register, since these prisoners were inside for what they believed. The Lollards, England's homegrown religious dissenters, followers in a loose way of the Oxford theologian John Wycliffe, people who wanted scripture in English and doubted what the church said about bread and wine, started being arrested in numbers from the 1390s on. Heresy process ran through the church, so suspected Lollards went into bishops' custody, into the episcopal prisons, to be examined, pressured and held until they abjured, formally renounced the beliefs, or refused and went to the fire, since the crown obligingly provided the stake for the church's incorrigibles from 1401. The prisons were where the pressure happened. Months in a palace cellar, interrogation sessions with learned men taking down your words, the choice narrowing week by week to a public recantation or a public burning. Most abjured. You would too, and so would I. The ones who didn't tended to become names in the martyrologies, and the cellar was the anteroom either way. London's diocese kept a dedicated tower for such prisoners at St. Paul's Cathedral, and it picked up the name everyone came to know it by, the Lollards Tower. A heresy prison inside the cathedral precinct itself, up above the city, with the largest church in England attached to it. The Lollards Tower also holds the most contested prisoner death of the age. 2 sides told it 2 ways. They never agreed, and I'll hand you both. December 1514, just past our period, but entirely inside the medieval machinery. A London merchant tailor named Richard Hunn, prosperous, respectable, and in the middle of a blazing legal feud with the church. It had started small and personal. His infant son had died, and the priest who buried the child demanded the customary mortuary fee, the burial gown the baby died in, and Hunn refused to hand over his dead son's christening cloth. The dispute escalated through the courts for years, Hunn countersuing on grounds that struck at church legal privilege itself, the city quietly cheering him on, the hierarchy increasingly determined to break him. Then the church found heresy material against him, English religious books in his house, and Hunn was arrested and lodged in the Lollards Tower. On the 4th of December 1514, Richard Hunn was found in his cell, hanging by the neck from a hook, dead. The chancellor of the diocese said suicide, a despairing heretic who'd destroyed himself, and the church proceeded to try Hunn's corpse for heresy, convict it, and burn his body at Smithfield, with everything that meant for his widow and children, since a heretic's property was forfeit, and his family was ruined at a stroke. But London wasn't having it. The coroner did what coroners did, went to the cell, viewed the body, empanelled a jury of citizens, and that jury looked at the scene closely and did not believe what they were seeing. The details they recorded pointed away from self-destruction, the condition of the body, marks suggesting violence before death. A scene that struck them as arranged rather than found, and the coroner's jury of London returned a verdict of murder and indicted, by name, the bishop's chancellor and 2 of the tower's keepers for killing Richard Hunn in his cell and staging the hanging afterward. The church furiously protected its men. The case detonated into a national scandal about clerical privilege. King and Parliament got involved, and the accused never faced an ordinary trial. 5 centuries later, the 2 accounts still sit where they were left. A church that said despair, and a city jury that said murder, and everything anyone decides between them rests on the testimony of 12 Londoners who stood in that cell with the body and refused to sign off. Whatever happened in that cell that December night, a man who fought the church's fees over his dead baby's gown ended up dead in the church's own prison, and his family lost everything to the verdict passed on his corpse. In this video full of anonymous dead, Hunn's story survives in detail for one reason. He was prosperous enough, and his city angry enough, that for once somebody powerful demanded answers about a body in a cell. Every jail we've visited held people nobody demanded answers about. Deeper inside the church's world sat the monasteries, and the monasteries kept prisons for their own. This surprises people, and it surprised people at the time too. The outside world caught glimpses only occasionally, but monastic rule had always included confinement among its punishments. A cell for the brother who stole, who struck another monk, who kept breaking his vows. Most of it was short and corrective, bread and water and reflection, closer to a punishment detail than a dungeon. At the hard end of the scale, though, the monastic world developed something with a name I'd put up against anything else in this video for sheer chill. When a monk or nun was condemned to the ultimate sanction, perpetual imprisonment, walled away for life in a cell within their own religious house, the formula spoken over them, in some tellings the words said as the door was closed, was vade in pace, go in peace. The blessing you'd give a departing traveller, spoken to a human being sealed into a room they would never in this life come out of, and the phrase became the name of the cells themselves. A monastery's in pace was its living tomb. The great Benedictine scholar Mabillon, a monk himself, writing later with obvious pain about his own tradition, described how a frightful sort of prison had been invented in the religious houses, cells where daylight never entered, meant for those who would finish their lives inside, and taking their name from those words of peace. And in case that sounds like legend congealing around a scary phrase, the paper trail says otherwise, and one document in particular. In 1246, in the south of France, an inquisitor sentenced a nun named Jeanne, a widow who'd entered the convent of Lespinasse, for having dabbled in 2 separate heresies and lied about it under questioning. The sentence survives, and its terms are exact. Jeanne was to be confined in a separate cell within her own convent, alone, permanently. No one was to enter that cell. No one was to see her, ever. Her food would be pushed in through an opening left for that purpose. The document sketches the arrangement as calmly as a builder's contract, the wall, the slot, the meals going through it, and it simply omits any end date, since the end date was understood. Somewhere in that convent, women she'd prayed beside walked past a wall with a slot in it every day for years, and shoved bread through it, and heard, or didn't hear, whatever came from the other side, and Jeanne of Lespinasse was on the other side the entire time, and the record never mentions her again. Of everything in my notes, that slot in the wall might be the image I most wish I could put down. Even churchmen gagged on it eventually. Monks at Toulouse in the 1300s formally protested the prison called Varde in pace in their own city as far crueler than anything their rule required. And the tradition records the King of France himself told what the phrase meant in practice, being horrified into intervening, pressing the religious orders to at least allow the buried alive a visit from a superior a couple of times a month. The baseline that reform implies is the telling part. The concession wrung from the church by the Crown of France was that a person sealed in a wall might see a human face twice in a month, and this was counted an act of mercy, and by the standards of the cells, it was one. Which carries us to the Inquisition, since the slot in Jeanne's wall was an inquisitor's design, and the inquisitors of southern France built imprisonment into a system with a scale and a vocabulary all its own. The background, in one breath. The south of France in the 1200s was thick with the movement the Church called the Cathar heresy, a whole alternative Christianity with its own clergy and believers, entrenched enough that a crusade had been fought over it, and after the armies came the tribunals. Papal inquisitors, mostly Dominican friars, set up permanent operations in cities like Toulouse and Carcassonne to interrogate the region into orthodoxy, and their tool of choice, above everything else, was prison. The Inquisition executed relatively few of the people it processed. That part of the popular image runs ahead of the record. What it did, at industrial scale, was imprison, and it sentenced with a precision that produced its own technical terms. A cooperative penitent might get the murus largus, the broad wall, confinement within a prison compound, but with movement inside it, visitors, air, something like the common side of an English jail with prayers attached. The stubborn, the relapsed, the ones whose confessions came slow or crooked, got the murus strictus. The narrow wall, solitary confinement in a small cell, in chains as the sentence specified, often chains at both ankles and sometimes fixed to the wall itself. On that same diet, the sentences named like a liturgy, the bread of tribulation and the water of affliction. For life, in the standard case, the sentence documents use the vocabulary casually, largus here, strictus there, the way a modern court distinguishes minimum from maximum security, a filing system for degrees of entombment, and the system worked at volume. Church councils in the region during the 1240s were fielding a problem you don't develop by accident. Bishops complaining that the sheer number of people sentenced to perpetual imprisonment had outrun the capacity to hold them. That stone and mortar and money couldn't be found fast enough to build cells for everyone the tribunals were walling up, and the councils had to sort out rules for who paid to feed and house a pauper heretic for the rest of his natural life. Administrators arguing over the catering budget for a population of the buried alive. The registers the inquisitors kept, and they were meticulous. Thousands upon thousands of interrogations written down verbatim mean we can still round these prisoners up by name today. Weavers and midwives and farmers of Languedoc, sentenced by the entry load into the wall. At Carcassonne, the wall was a building with an address. The Inquisitors' prison there, standing just outside the old fortified city, was called exactly that, le mur, the wall. And the wall of Carcassonne produced the document this whole video has been building toward. By the 1280s, the Inquisition's operations at Carcassonne had ground on for 2 generations, and the town had had enough. Prominent citizens were disappearing into the wall on heresy charges that looked to their neighbors like score settling and property hunting. The town's consuls, its elected leadership, respectable and orthodox men, complained through every legitimate channel, to the king's officers, to the Pope himself, and got nowhere. So around 1285 they took the last road available and wrote an open letter directly to the Inquisitor of Carcassonne, a Dominican named Jean Galland. and made sure copies travelled, a public shaming of the region's most feared official, and the letter describes what was happening inside his prison, and the consul's own words, 7 centuries old, are the ones to use here. "You have created a prison called the Wall," they wrote to him, "which would be better called Hell." And then they itemize. "In it you have built small cells for the purpose of inflicting pain and mistreating people with various tortures. Cells so dark and airless that the prisoners inside cannot tell day from night. Prisoners kept permanently in fetters of wood or of iron, unable to move, who foul themselves where they lie, who cannot stretch out except on their backs against the cold earth. Prisoners deprived of food beyond the scraps of bread and water doled out rarely. Others, the letter goes on, put to an engine of torture called the Chevalet, so many of them left crippled by the severity of it that they had lost the use of their limbs entirely. And then the consuls sum up life inside the wall, sober civic men writing in official correspondence to a churchman about a building in their own suburb, and their summary runs that for the prisoners, living had become one long torment and dying would come as a mercy. Under such treatment, the letter finishes on this point. Men were affirming as true things that were false, preferring a single death over more of the wall, meaning the town's leaders stated openly in writing to the Inquisitor's face that his prison was manufacturing false confessions wholesale, that innocent people were inventing heresies just to make the wall stop. The letter changed very little in the short run. Letters rarely do against institutions like that. But the anger it came from kept building for another generation, and eventually it found a voice, and the voice belonged to a Franciscan friar named Bernard de Lisieux, and his story is the closest thing this video has to a hero's arc. It does not finish like one. De Lisieux was a friar of Carcassonne, educated, magnetic, and by 1303 openly preaching in the streets against the Dominican inquisitors, telling crowds, in effect, that the tribunal was a machine for devouring the innocent. He had a fable he liked to tell, about a field of rams, from which the butcher took one animal each day, and the rams, who had horns, finally understanding that they could resist together. Carcassonne understood the fable fine. That same year, with a sympathetic royal official named Jean de Piquigny at the front and a crowd of townspeople behind him, the town physically went to the wall and demanded prisoners out, and got them, inmates transferred away from the Inquisitor's custody, men who'd been inside that building carried into daylight in front of the town. For a moment, an actual moment in recorded history, the people of Carcassonne stormed their Inquisition's prison and won. The complaints even reached high enough to force an inspection. In 1306, the Pope sent 2 cardinals to investigate the inquisitorial prisons at Carcassonne and at Albi, where a bishop had arrested a wave of prominent townsmen years earlier and left them in chains awaiting sentences that never seemed to come, and the cardinals looked inside, and their findings tracked the consul's letter closely enough that changes were ordered on the spot, prisoners unchained, the worst conditions eased, custody arrangements shuffled. Taken as an admission, and I don't see another way to take it. The commission confirms that men had sat in the dark in double irons for years, some dying before any sentence arrived, in the custody of the church, and that it took papal intervention to get the chains struck. And Bernard de Lisieux, the friar who'd shouted all of this into the open? The machine waited for him. Machines are patient. His royal protectors fell from favor, the political weather turned, and years later the church came for him on charges that had accumulated in his file the way they do, obstruction of the Inquisition among them. An old man by his trial in 1319, he was tortured during the process, formally, judicially, an aged friar put to torment by the procedures he'd spent his life fighting, and then sentenced, and the sentence chosen for him was the one he would have understood better than any man alive. Perpetual imprisonment, in chains, on bread and water. The wall's regimen for the wall's great enemy. His judges, colleagues among them, knew precisely what those words meant when applied to a tortured man in his 60s. Everyone in that room had the actuarial sense to see the sentence's real content, and within months of the door closing, Bernard de Lisieux was dead in his cell. The prison he'd told the world about closed over him, and did to him exactly what he'd said it did to everyone else, and if the Middle Ages ever produced a more complete dying proof of a man's own argument, I haven't found it. The wall itself, I should mention, has come back into the light in our own time. Archaeologists working at Carcassonne have identified remains of the Inquisition's prison, the actual building the consuls called Hell, footings and walls you can stand over today, with the letters inventory running in your head, the airless cells, the fetters, the earth floors people could only lie on face up. Places like that survive better than people. It's one of history's less lovable habits. Back to England for the home stretch, and out of the capital, since so far this has been a very London story, and most English prisoners never saw London. They saw the county jail, and the county jail was usually a castle or a gate, or a cellar under the local hall, some spare strong room pressed into service, and everything we've established about fees and hunger ran in these places, without even London's thin layer of civic oversight watching. Oxford's jail gives the flavour. The town lockup occupied a chamber over the north gate, and it carried a strange name, the Bocado, after, of all things, a term from formal logic. The Bocado being a notoriously awkward form of syllogism that students supposedly found hard to get out of once they were in it. University town humour, a prison named by scholars as the trap you can't escape, and the joke ran for centuries with real people inside it. Debtors and drunks, and eventually, in a later age, condemned heretics, all of them dangling their own version of the mitten out over the street below, since the Bocado's prisoners begged from their window too, lowering a hat on a string to the traffic passing through the gate. Elsewhere, the pattern repeated with local variations. Royal castles at York, at Gloucester, at half the county towns of England, kept their jails in towers and undercrofts, damp spaces built for storage and war, and repurposed for storage of people. And the surviving castle jail records run heavy with the same coroner's vocabulary. We've been hearing all video, prisoners dead of hunger, dead of cold, dead of the common infirmity of the jail, a phrase that turns up meaning, roughly, whatever it is that kills people in here. Winter shows in the dates, Line the inquests up by month, and the cold season swells them, January and February taking the prisoners the autumn sessions had left waiting, and a man's odds of meeting his judges alive depended, above almost everything else in his file, on which side of Christmas his arrest had landed. Getting to the county jail could kill you before the jail got its chance. An arrested man might be taken leagues across country, walked or carted in bonds from his village to the castle, and custody along the way was its own gauntlet, since the constables and bailiffs moving him expected their expenses covered, and a prisoner without friends walked hungry. And when he arrived, the jailer at the castle door had no obligation to feed what he was receiving, so the moment of committal was a moment of pure accounting, a new body on the books, an asset if it had money, a liability if it didn't, and the liability got the far corner of the worst room. Sheriffs in principle answered for all of this to the Crown, and sheriffs in practice farmed the jails out exactly as London's did, and asked no questions a fee could answer. 2 more populations lived in these county holds that I haven't given their due, and both belong in the record. The first, the sick and the mad. Medieval England had no separate provision for the insane offender, none, so the man who killed in raving madness and the man who killed for a purse waited in the same ward. And the records of jail deliveries show juries wrestling with prisoners who couldn't answer questions, couldn't follow the proceedings, sometimes couldn't be safely brought up at all. And back down they went, into the hold, waiting for the king's pardon on grounds of madness, and those pardons could take years, if they came. A lunatic in a county jail had the same fee ladder as everyone else, and no capacity to climb it, and family, if he had any, carried him, or he sank. Some of the saddest entries in the whole record are these: prisoners noted as frantic, as mad, held not because anyone thought them responsible, but because nobody had anywhere else to put them, insanity itself functioning as an indefinite sentence. The second population is the dead, since the dead had a career in these buildings too. A prisoner's corpse we've seen, waited on the coroner. After the inquest came burial, and burial for the friendless prison dead meant the cheapest hole available, pauper pits by the jail or in the nearest churchyard's worst corner, no stone, frequently no name beyond the inquest record. Before the burial, though, came the wardmates, and here the record gets grim in a very human direction. Clothing was wealth in the medieval world. A decent tunic represented weeks of wages, and a dead man's clothes did not go to the grave with him, not in a room full of freezing people. The living stripped the dead, sometimes by agreement, debts of the ward settled in cloth, sometimes by simple speed, and men entered these jails in their own good clothes and were buried in whatever rag nobody else wanted, having been, in the ward's internal economy, gradually unwrapped as they declined. The garments moved on to warm somebody else through the same winter. You can call that ghoulish, or you can call it survival. And from inside the ward I doubt the distinction felt very sharp. Prisoners waiting on all of this had one long ritual marked in their year, jail delivery day, and we've circled it for hours without ever actually attending one. So here is the day. The justices arrive in the county town with their commission, and the town fills, jurors summoned from the hundreds, witnesses, victims, families of the accused, everyone sleeping in the inns. Next morning, the jail empties in procession, and this was public spectacle. The prisoners brought up from the castle through the streets to the hall, still in their irons, and the crowd got its look at them, mothers scanning the line for sons, months of rumour finally attached to faces, and the faces, after a winter in the hold, made their own impression. Men blinking in daylight they hadn't seen in half a year, lice-bitten, wasted. Some carried because they couldn't walk. One piece of legal theatre opened each case, and in context it lands strangely. A prisoner was supposed to come to the bar unfettered, since the law held that a man must plead free of iron, unconstrained by anything except his conscience. So before arraignment, the fetters that had been eating into him all winter were struck off, and he stood before his judges rubbing his own wrists, legally free of compulsion for the first hour in months, with the fee for that same easement still chalked against his name downstairs. The courtesy ran the length of the hearing and no further. Inside the hall, the calendar was worked at speed. Indictments, pleas, juries empanelled from men who often knew the accused personally, verdicts inside the hour, and at the day's end the sorting was done. This group acquitted, this group to hang, this group remitted back to jail for another year because a witness hadn't come or a record was faulty, and that last group is the one to spare a thought for. Men who'd survived the winter for their day in court and got instead a clerical adjournment and the walk back down to the hold as the crowd dispersed to the taverns. The condemned went back down too, briefly, to await the cart, and the acquitted, as we know, went back down until their fees cleared. On delivery day, every road out of the courtroom ran through the jail one more time. I keep quoting documents at you, so before we finish, a word about the people who wrote about these places while it was all happening. The Middle Ages knew what its prisons were and said so in sermons and in verse, and the saying so is its own part of the story. Preachers ranked comforting prisoners among the 7 works of mercy, right beside feeding the hungry and sheltering the stranger, on Christ's own authority. I was in prison, and ye came unto me, and the churches of England heard that list recited for centuries, meaning every congregation was reminded routinely that the men behind the town's grate were their assigned neighbours in the economy of salvation. William Langland, writing Piers Plowman in the 1370s, put prisoners in his roll call of the wretched poor. The folk in pits, he calls them, bound down and hungry, listed among those most deserving of alms. And pits from him is plain description. We've been in the pits. The man was talking about municipal infrastructure. The petitions we've sampled, all video, form a literature of their own, hundreds of parchment strips in the Crown's files where prisoners describe themselves in the third person. Your poor bedesman, lying in irons, at the point of death, eaten by vermin, praying deliverance for the love of God. Formulas, yes, drafted by clerks for a fee, but formulas that existed because the conditions they describe were common enough to need standard wording, and it takes a special sort of world to develop boilerplate for I am being eaten alive. And one prisoner left us poetry from inside the fleet itself, and he's where I want to end. George Ashby was nobody dramatic, a career civil servant, decades a clerk of the signet writing letters for the Crown, an old man when the politics of the 1460s turned over and men of his connection became men to be locked away. In 1463 he was put in the Fleet, the Island, the Moat, the Great, all of it as we've toured it, an elderly clerk among the debtors. Stripped of goods he complains he'd not been paid for losing. Held, by his own account, about a year with no certainty of the end. And in the cell, having been a writing man all his life, he did the only thing his hands knew, and wrote. A Prisoner's Reflections, the poem is called, verse in careful rhyme royal about patience, about fortune's wheel, about bearing what arrives. An old bureaucrat comforting himself in metre, working out on paper how a man endures a cage, admitting the sorrow plainly, and then talking himself stanza by stanza into steadiness. Nothing in it is great poetry, and everything in it is true, and the manuscript survived. So across 5.5 centuries you can still sit with the exact words an old man made in the Fleet to keep his own mind from going under. Of all the voices that came out of these buildings, the petitions crying deliverance, the consuls writing hell, the coroners writing hunger, Ashby's is the quietest, one clerk in the dark, counting syllables against despair, and when his release finally came, he walked out of the Fleet carrying the poem, and the poem is most of what's left of him now. And as memorials go, a prisoner's handmade instructions for surviving a prison isn't the worst thing to be remembered by. All right, that's where I'll leave it for tonight. Before you click away, thank you sincerely for spending this many hours in the worst buildings of the Middle Ages with me. If the video earned it, the like and subscribe genuinely help more than they should. I'll be back soon with something new. Take care of yourselves. Before he killed you, he drank with you. That was the custom in Nuremberg, and it had a name, the St. John's Blessing, a cup of wine shared between the condemned and the man who was about to end their life. The prison warden would come down the corridor of the underground jail they called the Hole and announce it through the door in a set phrase, "The executioner is at hand." And a moment later, the door would open and in would step a tall, well-built man in his good clothes, freshly groomed, and he would ask you, politely, for your forgiveness, for what he was about to do to you. Sometimes the prisoner gave it. Sometimes the prisoner spat at him, or fainted, or was so far gone with terror that the words did not register at all. Either way, the cup was offered, the drink was shared where it could be shared, and about an hour later that same courteous man cut your head off in front of several thousand people. His name was Franz Schmidt. For 40 years he was the executioner of one of the richest cities in the Holy Roman Empire, and across his whole career he personally put 394 people to death. He hanged them, he beheaded them, he burned them, he drowned them, and he broke their limbs one by one with a heavy wagon wheel while they were alive and screaming and staked out on the ground. He also punished 345 more short of death, flogging them out of the city gates or taking an ear or a finger as the sentence required. He kept count. We know the exact numbers because he wrote them all down himself, in a private journal that he kept for his entire working life, entry after entry, name after name, and that journal survived him, and it is one of the strangest documents to come out of the 16th century, a serial record of state killing, written by the hand that did the killing. Now here is where the story turns sideways. Franz Schmidt never wanted the job. His father never wanted the job. His father was standing in a crowd one October afternoon in 1553, an ordinary, respectable man watching an execution get organized, and by the end of that afternoon his family was cursed for the next 3 generations. One afternoon, that was all it took. Because in this world, the executioner was untouchable in the fullest sense of that word. People would not eat with him. People would not touch him. Craftsmen who brushed against him could lose their livelihoods for it. His children could not learn a trade, could not marry outside the profession, could not escape. The state needed him desperately, paid him well, protected him, and the same state seated him apart in church like a carrier of disease. So this video is about that man, and about the men like him across Europe, the ones who did society's bloodiest work and were despised for doing it. Fair warning before we go any further. This one is grim even by the standards of this channel. We are going to spend time with the wheel, with the stake, with the boiling cauldron, with botched beheadings where the axe came down 4, 5, 7 times. We are going to meet a man torn apart with red-hot pincers for allegedly being a werewolf, and elderly women whose fingers were pulled out one at a time before they were thrown living onto a fire. All of it sat in court records and diaries and pamphlets, waiting. If you are eating right now, maybe finish up first. Quick pause before we get into it. Welcome in, everyone, whether you are brand new here or one of the regulars who falls asleep to these every day. Do me a favor and drop a comment telling me where in the world you are listening from tonight. I go through them all, and it never stops being fun seeing how far these videos travel. Big, sincere thank you to everyone supporting the channel on Patreon and through YouTube memberships. If you want to join them, The links are down in the description and in the pinned comment. All right, get comfortable because we are starting a long way back, before Franz Schmidt was even born, with a question that sounds simple and absolutely is not. Who does the killing? For most of the early Middle Ages, the answer was, well, you. If you accused a man of a crime and he was condemned, in plenty of places the job of carrying out the sentence fell on the accuser himself, or on a relative of the victim, or on the youngest member of the jury that had just voted to convict. Which meant that some poor 20-year-old juror who had raised his hand along with everyone else suddenly found a rope in that same hand and a live human being at the end of it. Justice was communal and amateur. A village hanged its own thief the way it raised its own barn. Nobody made a career of it because nobody needed to. Executions were rare enough and informal enough that the work could be spread around. That started changing in the 1200s and 1300s, and it changed fastest in the cities. Towns were growing, trade was growing, crime was growing right alongside it, and city councils began doing something new. They took violence away from the family feud and the private vendetta and claimed it for themselves. Punishment stopped being a settling of scores between households and became a public performance staged by the government. And once punishment became a performance, staged regularly, with an audience, with expensive apparatus, with a script, somebody had to be the professional on stage. You cannot run regular public beheadings on volunteer labor. The stroke has to be clean. The wheel has to be handled correctly. The crowd of 5,000 people has to see the sentence done right, or the crowd becomes a problem, and we will get to exactly what that looked like later, one of the wildest parts of this story. So the office appeared, the town executioner, salaried and housed, sometimes even given free firewood and grain as part of the deal. On paper, he was a civil servant like any other, and yet something attached itself to him almost immediately. And this is the part that historians have chased for a long time without ever finding the bottom of it. The stain. Nobody can point to the law that created it. No king decreed it. No pope pronounced it. The church, officially, held that executing a lawful sentence was no sin at all. The law books said the executioner acted in the name of justice. And yet everywhere the office appeared, the disgust appeared with it, fully formed, as if it had been waiting. German legal language eventually gave it a name. The executioner belonged to the unehrliche Leute, the dishonorable people, a whole legal category of the defiled. And you would not believe who else was in that category with him. Skinners, obviously, the men who hauled away dead livestock, grave diggers, latrine cleaners, but also millers, shepherds, linen weavers in some towns, bailiffs, an entire underclass of trades that respectable society had decided were contaminated, and the executioner sat at the very bottom of that list, the most polluted man in a category invented for polluted men. The pollution behaved like something physical. This is the detail that makes this world feel truly alien. Dishonor was contagious. It moved by touch, like grease, like plague. If an honorable craftsman, say a carpenter, so much as brushed hands with the executioner in public, that carpenter could be hauled up before his guild, and the guild could strip him of his membership, meaning his livelihood, meaning everything, unless he underwent a formal restoration of his honor. Journeymen would refuse to work alongside any man rumored to have shared a drink with the hangman. Guild networks across the empire enforced this obsessively for centuries. A man could be ruined for a handshake. The towns knew perfectly well how absurd this got, and my favorite proof is what happened when a gallows needed repairs. Fixing the gallows was carpentry, and carpentry on that structure would dishonor any carpenter who touched it, and yet the thing had to be maintained, so cities developed a gloriously bureaucratic workaround. Every carpenter and mason in town was summoned to work on it simultaneously, the whole trade at once, often marching out together with drums and flags, a compulsory festival, each man striking at least one blow with hammer or axe, on the logic that dishonor shared by everyone landed on no one. Hundreds of craftsmen ceremonially hammering a death machine in unison so that none of them could be singled out afterwards as the man who fixed the gallows. People built entire civic rituals around not becoming him. Once you understand the contagion, everything else about the executioner's daily life snaps into focus. And honestly, the daily details are worse than the dramatic ones. Start with money. When the executioner went to the market to buy bread, some vendors would not take coins from his hand. He had to drop them into a bowl set out for the purpose, or the seller would pick them up with tongs. Tongs for money. In taverns, where he was allowed in at all, he had his own table, his own designated stool, sometimes his own cup that no one else would ever drink from, hanging on its own peg. In church, in the towns that let him through the door in the first place, he had an assigned pew set apart so that no honest family would accidentally share a bench with him at prayer. Some parishes went further and denied him communion outright. The man was baptized, he was a Christian, he prayed with everyone else, and the wine of the Eucharist was withheld from him like he might sour it. Then housing. City after city pushed the executioner physically to the margins. His house went up against the wall or outside the gate entirely, or in the streets nobody wanted, next to the public latrines, next to the brothel, out by the leper house. His address was an insult. Nuremberg, to its credit, did a little better by its man, and the building it gave him is still standing today. The hangman's house sits on a small island in the middle of the Pegnitz River, connected to the banks by a covered wooden walkway, and the geography of it says everything. On one side of the water, the city proper, the markets and churches of respectable life. On the other side, the prison tower, and the executioner lived suspended in between over the running water, belonging to neither shore. Marriage was where the trap really closed. No honorable father would give his daughter to a hangman, ever, at any price. And a hangman's daughter carried the taint outward like a dowry of ash, so no honorable son would take her either. The result, over generations, was that executioner families married executioner families, and only executioner families. Across Alsace and Lorraine and the Saarland, historians have traced these webs, the Rhines, the Burgards, the Grossholzes, the Wolfs, dynasties knotted together by intermarriage until half the executioners in a region were cousins of the other half. The son inherited the sword whether he wanted it or not, since every guild in the empire was closed to him. The apprenticeship application of an executioner's boy went into the fire unopened. Baker, cooper, mason, smith, all barred. His options were his father's trade or vagrancy. Some sons ran anyway, changed their names, moved across the empire, and lived in terror of the day some traveller recognized their face. And it happened. And when it happened, the exposure destroyed them all over again in a new town. The stain did not wash out with distance. It was in the name, in the blood, in the record. Now, having said all of that, here comes the strange twist that runs underneath this entire story. Plenty of these despised men were rich. Executioners drew a regular salary, plus a fee for every execution, plus a fee for every torture session, plus payments from a basket of side monopolies we will dig into properly later in the video, and in a big city, the total could add up to a very comfortable living. A 13th century executioner could earn 5 shillings for a single execution, roughly what a skilled craftsman made in 25 days. Some hangmen wore fine clothes, ate good meat, lent money, and owned property, all while being refused a seat at any respectable table in town. A full purse and an empty pew. Contemporaries noticed the contradiction too, and it made them despise the man even more, because he was profiting from blood. And yet the moment a burglar needed hanging, the whole town turned to him with perfect confidence and expected the job done beautifully. All right, with the world established, back to that October afternoon in 1553, in a small Franconian town called Hof, because the story of the Schmidt family is the entire system compressed into a single day, and it starts with one of the nastiest princes of the century. The prince was Albrecht Alcibiades, Margrave of Brandenburg-Kulmbach, a man whose entire career was one long armed tantrum across southern Germany. Contemporaries called his wars the Second Margrave War. Historians mostly call them a disaster, and by the autumn of 1553, he was paranoid, cornered, and camped on the town of Hof, where he became convinced that 3 local gunsmiths were plotting to assassinate him. Whether they actually were, nobody can say now. It hardly mattered then. The Margrave wanted them dead, publicly, immediately, at which point he hit a small logistical snag. Hof had no executioner on hand. The normal solution was to send for a travelling professional from a nearby town, wait a few days, pay the fee. Albrecht was not a waiting man. Instead, he reached for an old and half-forgotten custom that said a prince could simply appoint a bystander on the spot to carry out a lawful sentence. He looked out at the assembled crowd, and his eye landed on a local woodsman and fowler named Heinrich Schmidt, a respectable man, a citizen's son. Grandfather had been a tailor in good standing. Heinrich had done nothing, absolutely nothing, except stand in the wrong crowd on the wrong afternoon, within sight of the wrong prince. Albrecht pointed at him, and told him he would be hanging the 3 prisoners. Heinrich refused. He begged, actually, and what he chose to beg about is the revealing part. If he did this, he told the Margrave, he and his children and his children's children would be dishonored forever. He was pleading for his bloodline, and the Margrave answered that if Heinrich would not do it, then Heinrich would hang instead, and so would the 2 men standing beside him in the crowd, and Albrecht would find someone else to pull the ladder. So Heinrich Schmidt hanged 3 gunsmiths who may well have been innocent to save his own life and the lives of 2 strangers, and the moment the 3rd body stopped moving, his old life was over. No customer would hire the woodsman who had touched the rope. No neighbor would drink with him. The trade he had been forced into against his will at sword point was now the only trade that would have him, so he became, formally, professionally, the thing the Margrave had made him for an afternoon, executioner of Hof. And a few months later, in the first half of 1554, his son Franz was born, arriving into a household already sealed off from the world, a baby with a curse on him before he could hold his own head up. The Margrave, in case you were wondering, never paid for any of it. Albrecht Alcibiades lost his wars, got himself banned by the empire, and died in 1557, in exile, in his brother-in-law's castle, aged 35, and history filed him under minor warlords and moved along. He almost certainly never gave Heinrich Schmidt another thought for the rest of his short life. The whim of his one afternoon, though, kept working, quietly, for 7 more decades, in a family he would not have been able to pick out of a crowd. And we know his name today substantially thanks to the journal kept by the son of the man he ruined. If you ever wonder whether writing things down matters, that is your answer. Franz grew up inside that quarantine. Other children were not allowed to play with him. His father was, by every scrap of evidence we have, a decent and careful man who did the one thing left open to him. He trained his son to be excellent at the family's hated craft, on the logic that if the boy had to carry the sword, he would carry it as a master and not a butcher. The training itself has this almost farm boy quality to it that sits very oddly against what it was for. Young Franz practiced his 2-handed sword stroke on rhubarb stalks, because a rhubarb stalk has roughly the resistance of a human neck. Hour after hour in the yard, decapitating vegetables. From vegetables he graduated to stray dogs and other animals, learning where a spine gives and where it fights the blade. And in the spring of 1573, at 19 years old, he was judged ready. On the 5th of June, at a place called Steinach, under his father's eye, Franz Schmidt hanged a thief named Leonhard Russ, and the presiding master pronounced the work done adroitly, and with that single killing, the teenager was certified a journeyman of death. The first line of his journal records it in the same tone you might log a delivery. He spent the next 5 years as a traveling freelancer around Franconia, riding from town to town wherever a sentence needed carrying out, building a reputation stroke by stroke, and his reputation was very good. clean work, sober habits, no drama. And in Nuremberg, one of the great cities of the empire, the authorities were paying attention because their own executioner situation had become an embarrassment, and they were in the market for a steady young man. Nuremberg in the 1570s was serious money. A free imperial city of maybe 40,000 people, stuffed with merchants, metalworkers, printers, and gold, answering to no lord but the distant emperor himself. A city like that ran a serious criminal justice operation, and it expected its executioner to perform like a professional at the top of his field, in front of enormous crowds, without embarrassing the council. On the 1st of May, 1578, the council gave the job to Franz Schmidt, 23 or 24 years old, and he would hold it for the next 40 years. Salary, official residence, that house on the river we talked about, plus fees. One of the best paid appointments of its type anywhere in the German lands, held by a man who could not legally become a citizen of the city he served. Two things made Franz genuinely unusual, beyond the sheer length of his career. The first was the drinking, or rather the absence of it. He took a vow, apparently early in life, never to touch wine or beer, and he kept it for decades in the 16th century, in Germany, in a profession famous for drunks. And you can see the cold logic under the vow. Everything in his world depended on the steadiness of his hands in front of thousands of witnesses. One shaky morning, one stroke that landed in a shoulder instead of a neck, could undo 20 years of careful reputation, and reputation was the only currency his family had left. He also seems to have understood the optics. The sober executioner, the church-going executioner, the executioner who did not gamble or whore or brawl, was a walking argument that the Schmidts did not deserve their stain. His whole life was that argument. The second thing was the journal. Starting from that first hanging in 1573 and continuing to his final execution in 1617, Franz kept a private register of every person he put to death and every person he punished short of death. Early entries are almost skeletal: a date, a name, a crime, a method. Executed with the rope at Nuremberg. Executed with the sword. As the decades pass, the entries grow, and he starts recording the stories, where the condemned came from, what exactly they did, the little details of their crimes that clearly lodged in his head and would not leave. He never says how he feels. Not once in 45 years does he write anything like, "This one was hard." The closest he comes is in word choices and in which details he bothers to save. When he writes that a murdered girl was a pious young woman, or notes that a thief was only 18, something is being said sideways. The original notebook is lost, and what survives are handwritten copies made afterward, 4 of them sitting in libraries in Nuremberg and Bamberg, plus a printed edition from 1801, and the copies disagree a little on the final count: 361 in one version, 394 by the fullest modern reckoning. Either way, hundreds of human beings, filed in one man's hand. The range of people in that file is astonishing. Flip through it and you meet the underside of the 16th century. Highwaymen and horse thieves, obviously, by the dozen, but also Niklaus von Gulchen, an actual member of Nuremberg's ruling elite, a counselor and doctor of law who turned out to be running years of spectacular fraud and corruption behind his respectable face, taking bribes from both sides of lawsuits, forging documents, molesting his servants, and in 1605, France took his head off with the sword like anyone else's. Or a conman recorded as Gabriel Wolf, a merchant's son gone crooked, who spoke 7 languages and spent over 20 years gliding through the courts and counting houses of Europe, forging seals and signatures, swindling nobles and merchants from Lisbon to Krakow, until Nuremberg finally got its hands on him. France clearly found him fascinating. The journal entry on Wolf runs long, almost admiring, cataloguing the man's tricks the way you would describe a rival craftsman's technique. Then it ends the way they all end, with the sword. Now what did a man like this actually look like on the job? Franz Schmidt worked barefaced. The black hood and the leather mask belonged to later imagination, to Gothic novels and film sets. Every soul in Nuremberg knew exactly who he was, knew his house, passed him in the street, and on execution days he dressed up. Fine doublet, good hose, sometimes color-coordinated finery that a merchant would envy, because the ceremony demanded dignity, and he was its central officer. German never even called him a hangman when it was being formal. The title was Scharfrichter, the sharp judge, the judge of the blade, or in some regions Nachrichter, the after judge, the one who comes after the verdict. And colleagues and clients addressed him as Meister, Master Franz, a craftsman's honorific, in a world that denied him a craftsman's honor. The tools had their own folklore, and the sword collected the most of it. Execution swords were treated as half alive. A blade that had taken many heads was believed by common people to grow thirsty between jobs, and stories circulated of swords rattling in their cabinets at night when a death sentence was coming, the steel sensing work ahead. Some masters notched a tally into the grip or the blade, 1 mark per head. A sword that botched or that reached some unlucky number of kills might be ceremonially retired, buried even, put out of service like a soldier judged unfit. And the guild-like structure around the trade was completely real, oddly formal for a profession outside all guilds. An aspiring executioner served an apprenticeship, travelled as a journeyman exactly as Franz did in his freelancing years, and earned the master title through a masterpiece, and the masterpiece was a flawless public killing, judged and certified by an established master on the spot. The proving work of a cabinet maker was a cabinet. The proving work of a Scharfrichter was a stranger's clean death, witnessed and signed for. Right, so that is the man and the ledger. Time to talk about the work itself, method by method, starting at the bottom of the scale, with the rope, because one of the stranger features of this world is that the methods were ranked, and everybody, including the condemned, knew the ranking by heart. Hanging in this period worked almost nothing like the version most of us carry around in our heads. The trap door and the long, merciful drop that snaps the spine belong to the 19th century. A 16th century German hanging was a slow strangulation in the open air, and it went like this. The gallows at Nuremberg stood just outside the city on a raised stone platform, a permanent structure of posts and beams, and the executioner's assistants propped a ladder against the crossbeam. The condemned man, hands bound, was made to climb that ladder backwards, facing the crowd, with the executioner climbing alongside him. At the top, the noose was fitted, and then the man was simply pushed off the ladder, or the ladder was twisted away from under him, and he dropped maybe a foot, and the rope closed his throat, and then everyone waited. Strangulation takes minutes. The dying man kicked and swung and convulsed while thousands watched. And the spectators had a euphemism for those movements. They called it dancing. 10 minutes was not unusual. Sometimes the executioner's men would drag down on the legs to hurry it along, and dragging on a dying man's legs counted, in context, as a kindness. The rope was also the shameful death, the bottom rung, reserved mostly for thieves, and its shame outlasted the dying. A hanged man was left up there, days, weeks, months, until the weather and the ravens finished him, and the pieces dropped off the rope by themselves into the grass under the gallows. Travellers approaching Nuremberg on the main road passed under that display, and it was meant to be seen exactly that way. A permanent advertisement. This city hangs its thieves. Families of hanged men would sometimes creep out at night to cut a father or a son down for burial, at real legal risk to themselves, since touching the gallows made you dishonourable too, and the body, technically, belonged to the law. That shame explains one of the most upside-down scenes in all of France's world. Prisoners condemned to the rope, hearing that the council had graciously commuted their sentence to beheading, would fall on their knees and weep and kiss the hem of the judge's robes in gratitude. They were thanking the court for a different death. Their reasoning is easy to follow. The sword was quick where the rope was slow, but the deeper point was rank. The sword was the honourable death, the soldier's death, the citizen's death. Executed with the sword, a man could be buried in a churchyard. His family kept a future. Executed with the rope, he rotted on a beam in the wind while his children carried it forever. People in this world would rather die like gentlemen in 30 seconds than like thieves over 30 minutes, and honestly, given those two options, so would I. So, the sword, the true test of the craft, the thing that made or destroyed an executioner's name. A German judicial beheading did not use a block and did not use an axe. The condemned knelt upright, or in Nuremberg often sat in a plain wooden chair, the judgment chair, sometimes with an assistant gently holding their hair from the front, and the executioner took position behind and to the side, with a two-handed sword built for exactly one purpose. These execution swords survive in museums all over Germany, and they are beautiful and horrible at once, broad, flat blades with no point, because no point was needed. Nobody was being stabbed, often with words etched down the steel. One surviving blade carries the inscription, When I raise this sword, I wish the sinner eternal life. A prayer engraved on the tool. The stroke itself had to do something genuinely difficult. A horizontal cut delivered from a standing start through skin, muscle, vertebrae and windpipe on a living, breathing, sometimes swaying target, cleanly, in one pass, with several thousand people watching at close range, executioners trained for years for that one motion, on the rhubarb, on animals, on calves' necks, and France was among the best who ever did it. Across roughly 187 beheadings, his record needed a second stroke only 4 times, and only once in his whole career did he need a third. That once haunts the record. A woman, calm through her trial and sentencing, fell apart on the way to the chair, and by the time she was seated, she was shaking so violently, wobbling her head on her neck, that the target would not stay still, and his blade caught wrong, and it took him 3 blows to finish what should have taken 1. His journal notes the botch flatly, in his own hand. He never hid his failures from himself, and given what failure meant in his profession, that honesty had teeth. Because when a beheading went wrong in front of a crowd, the crowd did not merely boo. An old customary rule, never written into any statute but understood everywhere in the German lands, allowed the executioner 3 strokes. 3 attempts to take a head. Beyond that, tradition held, the crowd was within its rights to storm the scaffold, and by some tellings, to put the executioner to death in the condemned man's place. Whether that ultimate penalty was ever formally enforced is hard to pin down in the records, and it may have lived mostly as a threat hanging in the air, but the storming of scaffolds is documented over and over, and it is terrifying. France's own predecessor in Nuremberg once needed 3 strokes on a victim, and the crowd pelted him off the platform with frozen clods of mud, and the council quietly noted that perhaps the old man's hands were no longer what they had been. In the Swiss town of Chur in 1575, an executioner arrived at the scaffold so drunk he could barely stand, hacked at the condemned man's head without finishing him, and the spectators stoned him. Rocks, from a crowd of hundreds, at a public servant, mid-execution. At Lüneburg in 1542, another botched job, another mob surging over the barriers at the man with the sword. Family law among the Queasels, a Bavarian executioner dynasty, whose descendant Oliver Putsch has written about them, held that a bungler could end up strung from the nearest lime tree beside his own scaffold, and that on at least one occasion an executioner's wife had to climb up and finish her husband's job for him while he was dealt with. The logic of those riots looks backwards at first, and then suddenly it does not. These crowds had come on purpose, some of them walking for hours with their children on their shoulders to watch a human being die. They had no objection whatsoever to the death. What enraged them was the suffering, or rather, unauthorized suffering. The sentence said death, and a clean stroke delivered death, and everyone went home satisfied that justice had occurred. A butchered stroke delivered agony that no court had ordered, torture without a warrant, and the crowd took it instantly as either incompetence or cruelty, and either one broke the spell that made the ceremony legitimate. The executioner stood on that platform as the precision instrument of the law. The moment he stopped being precise, he was just a man mangling a helpless neighbor in public, and the public came for him. Nobody in the history of the trade demonstrates this better than an Englishman, so we are going to hop across the channel for a few minutes to London, and to the single most notorious executioner who ever botched his way into the dictionary. His name was Jack Ketch. He was the public executioner of London from 1663 until his death in 1686. And to be fair to him, most of his work was hanging, and his hangings were unremarkable. His problem was the axe. England, unlike Germany, beheaded with an axe and a low block, and reserved beheading for the nobility, and noble treason cases were rare, so an English headsman might go years between beheadings, with no practice in between and none of the German training culture behind him. And in the 1680s, political treason trials suddenly handed Jack Ketch two of the most high-profile beheadings of the century, back to back, in front of enormous crowds. It went about as badly as it has ever gone for anyone. The first was Lord William Russell, a famous politician condemned in the Rye House plot, beheaded in Lincoln's Inn Fields on the 21st of July, 1683. Russell, following custom, paid Ketch a handsome tip beforehand, 10 guineas by one account, the going bribe for a swift, clean job. Ketch took the money, raised the axe, and buried the first blow in Russell's shoulder, a hand's width from where it was aimed. The living man on the block took the next strokes too, 3 of them, maybe 4, before the head finally came away, and the crowd's reaction was ugly enough that Ketch afterwards published a printed pamphlet, an actual public apology, in which he explained that his lordship had moved, and that he himself had been interrupted while taking aim. A professional killer, issuing a press statement about his technique. A pamphlet like that only gets printed when the whole city is talking. 2 years later, London gave him a second chance, and this is one of the most horrible execution accounts in English history, so brace yourself a little. On the 15th of July, 1685, on Tower Hill, before a vast crowd, Ketch was to behead James Scott, Duke of Monmouth, the handsome, popular, illegitimate son of the late King Charles II, condemned for rebellion against his uncle. Monmouth had heard all about Lord Russell. Everyone had. On the scaffold, the Duke handed Ketch 6 guineas and looked him in the eye and asked him, in words several witnesses wrote down, not to hack him as he had hacked Lord Russell, adding that he had heard it took 4 or 5 blows, and that if Ketch struck him twice, he could not promise to lie still. He then ran his thumb along the axe's edge and remarked that it seemed too dull. The state of Ketch's nerves after that little exchange is not hard to guess. The most famous man in England, checking your blade in front of tens of thousands, telling you to your face that he expects you to fail. He failed. The first blow gashed the back of Monmouth's head and neck without going near through. Monmouth reportedly rose partway off the block and turned and looked at Ketch, and did not say a word, just looked at him and laid himself back down. The second blow bit and did not sever. The third, the same, and the Duke's body was still moving, and the crowd had begun to howl, and at that point Jack Ketch threw the axe down on the boards and cried out that he could not do it, that his heart failed him. The sheriff on the scaffold ordered him to pick up the axe. Take up the axe, man, in front of that screaming crowd, with a half-killed Duke on the block between them. Ketch picked it up. 2 more blows, by the official Tower account 5 in all, 7 or 8 by some witnesses, and even at the end, the head hung on by sinew, and Ketch finished the work by drawing the butcher's knife he wore at his belt and carving through the last of the neck by hand. Guards had to close ranks and hustle him away because the crowd was ready to tear him into pieces on the spot. Spectators pressed forward anyway and dipped their handkerchiefs in the Duke's blood, keepsakes of a martyr, and those handkerchiefs are going to come back later in this video, because blood at the scaffold meant something in this world far beyond mourning. One more piece of Monmouth lore has trailed the story ever since, and I pass it along as the story it is. The Duke had never sat for an official portrait, so the tale goes, after the execution his head was stitched back onto his body long enough for a painter to take his likeness, and generations of visitors to London galleries have stood in front of a certain portrait of a sleeping-eyed young man and been told they were looking at the result. Art historians have gone back and forth on it forever. True or groan in the telling, the fact that England found the story believable tells you what that day on Tower Hill did to people. Jack Ketch died the following year, still employed, and then his name simply refused to die with him. Within a generation, Ketch had become English slang for any hangman, and then for the devil, and in Punch and Judy shows, the hangman puppet that Punch tricks into stringing himself up carried the name Jack Ketch for the next 3 centuries. Children who never heard of Monmouth laughed at him in seaside puppet tents into living memory. History has strange ideas about who gets remembered and for what. Back on the continent and back to Franz Schmidt, because so far we have covered the rope and the blade, and those were the merciful end of his toolkit. At the far end sat the wheel. Most people have heard the phrase broken on the wheel without ever learning what it involved, and once you know, you never hear it the same way again. Courts reserved it for the worst of the worst. Murderers, robber gangs, men whose crimes had genuinely horrified even this hardened society, and the sentence often came in stages, written into the verdict like a recipe. Stage 1 could begin before the execution ground was even in sight. Some sentences ordered that the condemned be torn with glowing tongs on the way. The procession would halt at fixed points along the route. The executioner's brazier came forward, and a pair of iron pincers, heated red, closed on the man's arm or chest or thigh, and pulled away a piece of him, flesh smoking, in front of whoever stood nearest. And then the procession moved on to the next station and did it again. The verdict specified the number of nips, 2, 3, sometimes more, a fixed quantity of agony, itemized by a court clerk in advance. People in the front rows could smell it. Chroniclers mention that detail again and again, the smell, because nobody who stood close ever managed to forget it. At the execution ground, the condemned was stripped to his breeches and staked out flat on his back, arms and legs spread, wrists and ankles lashed to pegs driven into the earth. Under his joints, under the wrists, elbows, knees, ankles, the assistants laid sharpened wooden batons, ridges of hard wood, so that each limb was bridged over a cutting edge, like a plank set across two stones. Then the executioner took up the wheel itself, a heavy iron-shod wagon wheel, and began. He raised it high and brought the rim down on a shin, and the bone broke over the baton with a crack the whole field could hear, and the crowd counted the blows out loud the way crowds count anything. Up the leg, the other leg, the arms, forearm and upper arm, each in turn. A thorough wheeling could run to 30 or 40 blows, and the man staked in the grass was awake for it, screaming through it, watching his own limbs stop being limbs one strike at a time. A 15th century rule from Zurich prescribed the routine exactly, 2 blows to each limb and a 9th to the spine. Bureaucracy, with a wheel in its hand. The verdicts distinguished, and this distinction meant everything to the man on the ground, between working from the bottom up and from the top down. Bottom up meant starting at the ankles and shins and climbing slowly, saving the chest and neck for last, maximum duration, maximum awareness. Top down meant the first blow, or one of the very first, came down on the chest or the throat, and that blow had its own tender little name, the blow of mercy, because it killed, or near enough, and everything after it was carried out on a dying or dead man. French courts formalized the same mercy in a written clause called the retentum, tucked into the sentence, sometimes secret from the crowd, instructing the executioner to strangle the condemned quietly after the second or third blow. Mercy, in this world, was a scheduling decision about which minute of the procedure you died in. And when the breaking was finished, came the part that gave the punishment its name in half the languages of Europe. The shattered man was unlashed, and his arms and legs, now soft in the middle, bending where limbs do not bend, were threaded through the spokes of a second wheel, woven through. The contemporary word was braided, his ruined body knotted onto the wheel like wet rope. Then the wheel went up horizontally on top of a tall post, planted at the execution ground beside the gallows, with the man on top of it, face to the sky. And if no mercy blow had been given, he was alive up there, alive with every major bone broken, unable to move anything but his eyes and his mouth, raised up high specifically so that everyone could see him and nothing could help him, while the crows arrived. Survival on the wheel ran hours at minimum. Reliable accounts speak of men lasting a full day, 2 days, 3, calling down from the post, begging travelers on the road for water or for killing, and one German account describes a young man, 17 years old, who was still alive on his wheel 9 days after his breaking. 9 days. I will be honest, the 9-day figure survives in the sources at a distance, and how literally to take it is your call, but contemporaries repeating it at all shows what they knew the wheel could do. Bodies stayed braided up on their posts for months and years afterwards, weathering down to bone, and the skeletons of wheeled men were a normal feature of the landscape outside German towns, a thing farmers ploughed past, a thing children grew up seeing on the skyline and learned not to ask about. Franz Schmidt carried out the wheel dozens of times, and his journal preserves the men it was built for, and some of those entries are hard to sit through even at 4 centuries distance. Take January of 1588, when he wheeled 2 robbers together, George Hohenlein and Jobst Knau. Career criminals, murderers several times over, and the crime that sealed their sentence involved a baby. A prostitute in their company had given birth to a boy in the house where the gang was staying. Knau, a potter by trade, actually baptized the newborn himself, went through the little ceremony, water and words, and then cut off the infant's hand. A mutilation tied to a piece of criminal folk magic we will come back to near the end of this video, and one of the company tossed the child in the air so that it fell onto the table and mocked its crying with the words, "Hark how the devil whines." Then they cut the baby's throat and buried him in the garden. Franz wrote all of it down, the baptism, the hand, the joke, in more detail than he gave most crimes, and then recorded their sentence, which the court had sharpened with extras, glowing tongs on the way out, and for Hohenlein, both arms broken with the wheel before the rest of him. You do not have to look hard between the lines of that entry. The man with the pen wanted it remembered why these 2 died the way they died. Or take Georg Frank, wheeled in 1593, whose entry Franz opens with the victim rather than the killer. A young woman the journal calls Fair Annie, a servant girl, engaged to be married. On St. Andrew's Day, Frank and a companion offered to escort her through the woods to her betrothed's village, a normal courtesy on dangerous roads, and in the middle of the woods the companion clubbed her from behind with a fence stake, hit her twice more while she lay in the leaves, and they cut her throat, stripped the body, and sold her clothes in the next town for 5 florins. Her wedding clothes. Some versions say 5 florins. Franz broke Frank on the wheel for it, arms first, and the care he takes in the entry to name her Fair Annie, when so many victims in the journal go nameless, feels like a small stubborn act of remembrance from a man not given to sentiment. One more layer of the wheel, and this layer belongs specifically to men like Franz, the quiet negotiations underneath the official sentence. A court might pronounce the full horror, tongs, breaking from the bottom up, the living braid, for the benefit of the public record and the watching crowd, and then privately instruct its executioner to soften the reality. Sometimes that meant the mercy blow moved up the schedule. Sometimes it meant a cord around the throat, applied discreetly while the assistants blocked the crowd's view so that the thing being ceremonially shattered was already a corpse. And often in Nuremberg it meant Franz beheaded the condemned first, one clean stroke at the Ravenstone, and only afterwards broke the dead limbs and wove them through the spokes and raised the wheel on its post, so that the city got its full deterrent skyline, and the man himself got 30 seconds of dying instead of 3 days. His journal marks these commutations without comment, executed with the sword beforehand, then exhibited on the wheel, and the records show him and the chaplains actively lobbying the council for them, case by case, prisoner by prisoner. The public saw the medieval nightmare. The nightmare, more and more often as his career went on, was staged on a body past feeling it, and almost nobody in the crowd knew, and that gap between the spectacle and the truth of it was the executioner's own private mercy. invisible by design, thankless by definition. Executions like those drew the biggest crowds of the calendar, and the crowds themselves take some believing. A major wheeling or beheading in Nuremberg emptied the city. Shops closed. Schoolmasters brought their pupils, on purpose, as moral instruction. Vendors worked the crowd selling sausage and beer. Printed ballads about the condemned man's crimes were hawked at the roadside. Families claimed good spots hours early, and out at the Ravenstone, that raised platform whose name came from the birds that attended it, the full apparatus of death sat waiting in the middle of what functioned, with no exaggeration, as a fairground. Then the poor sinner arrived, and the mood turned strange, hushed, and hungry at once. This society saw nothing contradictory in weeping for a condemned man, praying loudly for his soul, and being entertained. A good execution was church and theatre in one, and everyone had a role, including the star who was expected to die well, repentant and steady. And when the star died well, the crowd went home moved and satisfied, discussing the performance like critics. A whole print industry fed on those days too, and half our sources came out of it. Nuremberg was one of the printing capitals of Europe, and its presses treated a big execution the way modern outlets treat a verdict in a famous trial. Broadsheets went on sale in the streets, sometimes the very same day, with woodcut illustrations of the crime and the punishment, a portrait of the poor sinner, a moralizing poem, the last dying speech either transcribed or, when the condemned had disappointed, improved. Ballad singers performed the crimes at the roadside for coins, verse after verse of murder set to familiar tunes, so the crowd could join the chorus. True crime is one of the oldest products the printing press ever sold, and the werewolf pamphlet about Peter Stump, translated and rushed into English within months, was simply that industry finding its first international bestseller. The executioner stood at the middle of all of it and earned nothing from any of it, the one man in the story forbidden to be its hero. Now, staying with France's toolkit, two methods remain that he inherited from the law of his day, fire and water, and both of them carry a hidden mercy folded inside the horror, the same quiet pattern that keeps surfacing around this man. Burning at the stake was the prescribed death for arsonists, for certain heresies, for sodomy, for counterfeiters in some jurisdictions, and famously, in these same decades, for witchcraft, though Nuremberg itself stayed remarkably cool during the witch panics burning across the rest of Franconia. The apparatus everyone knows, the post, the chain, the stacked wood. What the paintings usually leave out is what actually killed people and how long it took. A big, well-built, dry fire could bring unconsciousness fairly fast, smoke and scorched airways doing the work before the flames properly reached the body. A mean fire, built of green wood or fighting a crosswind, was a catastrophe. The condemned, chained too high above a struggling blaze, roasted rather than burned, sometimes for the better part of an hour, conscious for far too much of it, and the crowd's stomach for that was limited, which the authorities knew perfectly well. So the mercies evolved. A repentant prisoner was routinely strangled at the stake, a cord slipped around the neck from behind the post and twisted tight, dead or nearly dead before the executioner ever touched torch to wood, and the fire that followed burned a corpse for form's sake. Elsewhere, they hung a small sack of gunpowder around the condemned person's neck or between the arms, so that when the flames climbed high enough, the charge went off and ended things at a stroke. Gunpowder as a kindness. The defiant and the relapsed could be denied all of it and burned wide awake, and the difference between those two deaths often came down to whether the prisoner had said the right words to a chaplain the night before. England again supplies the case you will not forget. In 1726, at Tyburn, a woman named Catherine Hayes was burned for murdering her husband, and the plan was the usual mercy. The executioner would strangle her with a rope run around the stake before the fire took hold. The fire was lit, and the flames ran up faster than anyone expected and reached the executioner's hands where he was working the rope, and he let go. And Catherine Hayes burned alive, fully conscious, in front of the Tyburn crowd. Shrieking, witnesses counted 3 great screams, trying to push the burning wood away from herself with her bare hands, until somebody threw a heavy piece of timber at her head to end it. The mercy failed, because a man's fingers got hot. That is how thin the membrane was between the two versions of this death. Fire and water met in one more method, rarer than either, and reserved in the places that used it for a crime the age found uniquely sneaky: poisoning. Boiling alive. The apparatus was a great cauldron or kettle over a fire, filled with water, or in the crueler variants oil or pitch, and the refinement that made it an execution rather than an accident was the hoist, a chain or rope rigged to a beam or gibbet above the vessel so that the condemned could be lowered in, raised out and lowered again, the cooking metered, prolonged, controlled by the man on the rope. And the man on the rope always was our profession. England, of all places, gives the fullest case. In February of 1531, a cook named Richard Rose, working in the household of John Fisher, the Bishop of Rochester, allegedly stirred poison into a pot of porridge, and the porridge went out to the bishop's dinner guests and, in the custom of a charitable house, to the beggars at the gate. 2 people died in agony, a gentleman of the household and a poor widow who had come for the free food. The bishop himself survived by pure luck. He had been fasting and never touched his bowl. Roos said under interrogation, and English interrogation in 1531 included the rack, that it had all been a joke gone wrong, a purgative slipped into the pot for a laugh. King Henry VIII, who had a lifelong personal horror of poison, took the case as a national emergency, and Parliament passed a special act declaring murder by poison high treason, punishable by boiling to death, and the act was written to apply to Roos retroactively, by name. A law with one man's name on it. He was boiled at Smithfield that April in front of a large crowd, lowered by chains into the water, and a chronicler preserved the scene in a handful of lines nobody who learns them ever unlearns. He roared mighty loud, the account says, and women in the crowd who were heavy with child felt sick at the sight and were carried away half dead. And other onlookers said they would rather see the headsman at his work 100 times than watch this once. Even that audience, that hardened, execution-literate Tudor audience, found its limit at the cauldron. The statute claimed only one more victim, a servant woman named Margaret Davy, boiled in 1542 for poisoning the households she worked in, and when Henry died, his young son's government repealed the act almost immediately, and England quietly never boiled anyone again. 16 years, 2 deaths, 1 law, and a sound at Smithfield that the 16th century itself flinched at. Water was gendered. Under the Carolina, the great imperial criminal code that Emperor Charles V issued in 1532, the standard punishment for a woman convicted of killing her newborn child was drowning, and the procedure was as bleak as anything in this video. The condemned woman was sewn or bound into a sack, carried to the river and thrown in, and if the current was slow, the executioner's assistants stood on the bridge or waded the shallows with long poles and pushed the struggling sack under and held it under until it stopped moving. In some old versions of the custom, animals went into the sack with her: a dog, a cat, a snake, a rooster, an inheritance from ancient Roman law that some German towns kept alive, so that the drowning woman spent her last minute in the dark being bitten and clawed by drowning animals. Nuremberg's own records show sack drownings in the Pegnitz, the same river that flowed under Franz's house, within living memory of his tenure. And who were these women? Almost without exception, they were servant girls, young and unmarried, working in some household far from their families, seduced or assaulted by a master's son, a fellow servant, a soldier passing through. Pregnancy meant instant dismissal without a character reference, and after that, destitution, quite possibly starvation. So they hid it, laced tighter and told no one, right up until the night they gave birth alone, in a barn or an attic, in pain and terror, with no midwife and no plan, and some of them, in that state, did the thing the law killed them for. The court records of the period are full of these girls, and the pattern repeats so exactly, town after town, decade after decade, that eventually the records stop feeling like a series of crimes and start feeling like a single machine, running on schedule, feeding on the same girl over and over. Franz's journal holds his share of them. Margaret Moranti, a country girl in service to a farmer, concealed her pregnancy, gave birth alone at night by a shed near the Pegnitz, and put the newborn into the river, and his entry preserves one detail with terrible precision, that the child stirred and struggled as the water took it. She was executed with the sword, and the sword, in her case, was the mercy, and it was a mercy that Franz himself had fought for. Early in his Nuremberg career, he and the prison chaplains began pressing the council to abandon the sack for infanticide cases and substitute beheading. The argument he made out loud was practical and even a little cynical, that a beheading on the scaffold was visible to the whole crowd and therefore a better deterrent than a sack vanishing under brown water. The argument underneath is not hard to guess. He was the one who had to hold the pole. The council agreed. The sack fell out of use in Nuremberg. And in his old age, Franz noted with something as close to pride as he ever allowed onto the page that the drowning of women had been done away with there, in part by his doing. One of the busiest killers of his century, and one of his proudest achievements was subtraction, one death made quicker for the most pitiable people who ever came through his hands. The machine kept feeding long after him, mind you. 2 centuries on, in Frankfurt in 1772, a 25-year-old servant named Susanna Margaretha Brandt went to the sword for exactly the classic case, a passing goldsmith's journeyman. A seduction, she said, began with a drugged glass of wine, a hidden pregnancy, a birth alone in a laundry room, a dead newborn, a panicked half-burial, a trial. The whole city turned out for her beheading, and one household in that city had a personal connection to the case, a young lawyer named Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, whose family lived close by, and who followed the trial documents, and who carried Susanna with him for the rest of his life, until she surfaced, transformed in the most famous German book ever written, as Gretchen in Faust, the ruined girl in the prison cell. Millions of people have wept over Gretchen without ever hearing the name Brandt. The machine even ate the memory of its victims and returned it as literature. From the deaths themselves, over now to the other half of the job, the half done in cellars with no crowd at all, because in the Holy Roman Empire the executioner was also, officially and unavoidably, the torturer, and the torture chamber is where his world becomes most alien to ours. The legal background, in one breath. Under the Carolina, a court could not simply convict on suspicion. Serious conviction required either 2 eyewitnesses or a confession, and when witnesses were lacking, as they usually were, the confession had to be obtained, and the law provided the method and called it painful questioning. The same law then required, with a straight face, that any confession made under torture be repeated afterwards, freely and voluntarily, in the courtroom. And if the prisoner stood up in court and took it back downstairs for another session, the system had a door marked exit, and the door opened onto the same room. The sessions themselves followed an escalation ladder as formalized as a liturgy, and Franz climbed that ladder with hundreds of prisoners across his career, down in the vaulted chamber the Nuremberg jailers called, with the gallows humor of all jailers everywhere, the chapel. Step 1 involved no touching at all. The prisoner was walked into the chamber and shown the instruments one by one, slowly, with explanation. The screws, the ropes, the weights, the pulley in the ceiling. For a certain percentage of people, the tour alone was enough, and they started talking before anyone laid a hand on them. And honestly, having heard what comes next, you will understand them completely. Step 2, the thumb screws, a small iron vise fitted over the thumbs, studded on the inner faces, applied first without tightening, a last chance to speak, then tightened. Turn by turn, the studs sinking in, the bones of the thumb creaking toward fracture, with pauses between turns, and the pauses were the legal part, the moments where the questioner asked again, and the clerk in the corner sat with his pen up, waiting. Step 3 moved to the legs, iron splints or screw vises on the shins, the same principle scaled up to bigger bones, and past the screws waited the centerpiece of continental judicial torture, the strappado, and for centuries this was the standard across most of Europe, the thing the word torture actually meant. The prisoner's wrists were tied together behind his back. The rope ran up through a pulley in the ceiling. The executioner hauled, and the prisoner rose off the floor, hanging backwards from his own wrists, and the shoulders, which do not bend that way, took the entire weight of the body. Both shoulders typically wrenched out of their sockets within moments. That was level 1. Hanging. Level 2 added weights, stone or iron, hooked to the prisoner's ankles, 25 pounds, 50, doubling the load on the ruined joints. Level 3 was the drop, the executioner letting the rope run free for a yard and snapping it taut. A jolt through arms already dislocated, and the drop could be repeated and counted and specified in advance by the court. 3 drops, 5 drops, like items on an invoice. Interrogation records survive in quantity, question by question, scream by scream, because the clerk wrote everything, and the transcripts have this obscene calm to them. The prisoner denies it. Hoisted, the prisoner still denies it. The weights, the prisoner cries out to God and the Virgin. The drop, the prisoner confesses. Time noted. Session closed. England, incidentally, preferred a horizontal version of the same principle. The rack, the frame with rollers at either end, wrists and ankles roped, the winches cranked in opposite directions until the body drew taut and then passed taut, joints separating down the whole length of a person at once instead of just the shoulders. Its most famous victim from these years was Anne Askew, a young Protestant gentlewoman racked in the Tower of London in 1546 over her beliefs and her connections at court, racked so severely, with 2 royal councillors allegedly working the wheels themselves when the professional balked, that her body simply stopped working below the damage, and when they burned her at Smithfield weeks later, she could not stand or walk to her own stake, and had to be carried to the fire sitting in a chair, and burned in the chair. She was 25. 2 consequences followed this system out of the cellar. The first, and every thinking person of the age eventually ran into it, sometimes the pain produced fiction. A prisoner in the strappado will say anything, name anyone, invent whatever the questioner's questions imply, purely to make it stop, and the confessions then went into the record as legal truth. The witch trials, everywhere they raged, ran on exactly this fuel. Ordinary women hoisted and dropped until they described flying to Sabbaths and kissing the devil, then repeating it in court with their arms in slings, because the alternative was the rope and the pulley again. Nuremberg's council, to its considerable credit, grew skeptical of witch evidence and kept the city comparatively clear of that particular madness, and its executioner, our France, never burned a witch in his entire career, a remarkable line in his ledger given the bonfires on the horizon in every direction. The second consequence is quieter. The torturer and the healer were the same man. The law needed prisoners fit for further questioning and fit for public execution, so after a session, the executioner set the shoulders he had pulled apart, splinted what he had cracked, salved what he had torn. France was famously good at that part, and his skill at mending bodies is going to open up one of the biggest surprises of his whole story a little later on. First, though, the pincers and the single most infamous execution of France's era, carried out by a colleague of his over in the Rhineland, a case so extreme that the pamphlet describing it was a bestseller in 2 countries, and it involves a werewolf. In the 1580s, around the town of Bedburg near Cologne, a region already half ruined by religious civil war, livestock, and then people began turning up torn apart in the fields. Children mauled, women savaged, remains that looked chewed. Wolves were the obvious culprit. Wolves were everywhere in that ruined countryside, but fear organized itself the way fear does, and the talk turned to a werewolf, and the hunt for a wolf became a hunt for a man. The man the region settled on was Peter Stump, a prosperous farmer from the village of Eprath, well known locally, and identifiable at a glance, since his left hand was missing. One version of the story says hunters had cornered the wolf and hacked off its left forepaw, and when Peter Stump was found to be short the matching hand, the case was, by the logic of the moment, closed. His missing hand had probably been gone for years, an accident, the ordinary price of farm work in that century. It did not matter. On the rack, under exactly the escalation we just walked through, Stump confessed to everything the questions contained. A pact with the devil made at age 12. A magic girdle of wolfskin that transformed him. 16 murders, including children. The killing of his own son, whose brain he said he had eaten. Incest with his daughter. Whether any sentence of that confession describes a real crime, or whether a one-handed farmer was fed to the fear of a traumatized region, the record cannot settle for us, and the trial documents burned in a later war, leaving mostly a sensational London pamphlet and a Cologne alderman's diary. What those sources agree on completely is what was done to him, and what was done to him is why he is in this video. The 31st of October, 1589. A field outside Bedburg with nobility reportedly among the crowd. Princes and counts come in from across the region to watch, because word of the werewolf trial had travelled far. Peter Stump was bound to a wheel. The executioner's brazier stood ready with the pincers glowing in it, and the sentence specified 10 tearings, and the executioner delivered them 10 separate times, closing red-hot iron on Stump's body and pulling flesh away, working over him while he was fastened flat and screaming, the smoke of it drifting into a crowd that had paid good money for their vantage points. Then the breaking, and here the sentence turned openly supernatural. His arms and legs were shattered with the blunt side of an axe head rather than the wheel, and the stated purpose of pulverizing the limbs was to make certain he could never rise from his grave and come back. They were breaking him for the afterlife. Insurance against a dead werewolf. Only after the tearing and the breaking came the beheading, and then the fire, and his body burned on a pyre alongside 2 other bodies, his daughter Sybil and a woman named Catherine Trompin, condemned as his accomplices, put to death beside him that same day, strangled at the stake by the more common account before the flames were lit, though the pamphlet versions differ on how much mercy they were shown. His daughter, convicted substantially out of her own father's rack confession. Afterwards, the authorities built a monument on the spot, a tall pole with the torture wheel mounted on top, the carved figure of a wolf fixed to the wheel, and at the very top, on a spike, Peter Stump's severed head. It stood there for years, a one-handed farmer's head drying on a pole above a wooden wolf, and travellers on the Cologne road could see it from a long way off. And that was precisely the idea. That business of accomplices opens onto one more famous case from these same years, from the other end of the empire, and it shows the executioner's work at its most politically convenient. Hungary, January of 1611, the trial surrounding Countess Elizabeth Bathory, the noblewoman accused of torturing and killing girls in numbers that witnesses put anywhere from dozens into the hundreds, the servant girls first, then, fatally for her, daughters of the minor nobility. Whatever the full truth of the Countess herself, and that argument has run for 4 centuries, her rank protected her from any scaffold. She was walled up in her own castle instead, bricked into a set of rooms with a slot for food, and left there until she died. Her servants had no rank, so her servants met the executioner. At Biexa, on the 7th of January, 3 of them were condemned in a single afternoon. The 2 older women, Ilona Jo, who had once been the Countess's own wet nurse, and Dorothea Sentes, were sentenced in terms the surviving verdict spells out plainly. Their fingers, described by the court as the instruments of their torturing, were to be torn from their hands one by the public executioner with red-hot pincers, and after the fingers, both women were to be thrown onto the fire alive. And they were. The young manservant they called Fichko, judged less guilty on account of his youth, received the mercy tier, beheaded first, his body drained, then burned with the others on the same pyre. One executioner, one afternoon, one bonfire consuming 3 human beings, while the woman at the center of it all sat behind fresh brickwork in her castle, working through her supper. If you ever want a single scene that captures exactly whom the scaffold was for in this world, and whom it was never for, that one is hard to beat. All right, deep breath. Away from the fires for a while now, into a different side of this profession entirely, the everyday side, the paperwork and carcasses side, the days when nobody needed killing. It gets stranger, I promise, and it ends with sick people fighting their way towards scaffolds with cups in their hands. Executions, even in a big city, were occasional. A handful of death sentences a year, a few dozen floggings, some torture sessions. That left a lot of calendar, and the towns filled the executioner's calendar with every job that respectable people refused to touch, bundled together into his contract like a portfolio of disgust. He was the knacker, or the knacker's supervisor, meaning that every dead horse, every plague-killed cow, every bloated dog in the streets and ditches of the city and its territory was his to haul away, skin, render, and bury out at the knacker's yard. A stinking compound of hides and boiling fat that respectable people navigated around at a distance of blocks. He caught and killed the stray dogs. He cleaned the public latrines and emptied the cesspits, usually at night, and by widespread custom, he kept whatever valuables he fished out of them, and people dropped rings down privies more often than you would think, so even the sewage had a margin in it. He drove lepers out of town when ordered, escorted prostitutes, collected fines and tolls from the very outcasts he policed. In 16th century Troyes, the executioner collected 5 sous from every prostitute in town and a smaller due from every leper, a tax farmer of the untouchable, himself the most untouchable of all. In Dijon, he held a surreal privilege. Any pig found wandering the streets illegally, he could kill on the spot and keep the head. Municipal law, written down, pig head as salary. The money side of all this was run with wonderful bureaucratic seriousness, and surviving fee schedules from German towns itemize the work like any trade's price list. So much for a hanging, more for a beheading, considerably more for a wheeling, since a wheeling was a full day's labor with assistance. A separate line for each application of the glowing tongs, a charge for the rope, for hauling the body away, for burying it under the gallows, mileage and expenses when the master rode out to handle a job in some village that had no executioner of its own. Town treasurers audited these invoices and haggled over them, exactly as they haggled with the roofers and the well-diggers. Columns of neat figures adding up a man torn apart by the item, signed, approved, filed. Some of those account books still sit in German archives, and they may be the most quietly disturbing documents in this whole story, worse in their way than the pamphlets. Every one of those duties made the stain worse, obviously. The man who touched corpses and sewage and lepers for a living was never going to eat at your table. And every one of them paid, so the executioner's ledger fattened while his name blackened, and here the story takes its biggest turn. The same society that would not touch this man's hand came to him in private, constantly, to be healed by it. Executioners were the unofficial doctors of the poor, and often of the not-so-poor, all over the German lands, and their credentials, if you think about it for exactly 10 seconds, were completely genuine. A master executioner had a working knowledge of the human body that no university physician of the age could match. He broke bones for a living, so he knew precisely how bones break and how they sit, and how to set them. He tore muscle and dislocated joints in the torture chamber, and was legally required to repair his own damage afterwards, session after session, year after year, an apprenticeship in trauma medicine that no one else on earth was getting. Physicians of the day trained on ancient texts and rarely touched patients. The executioner had his hands inside the subject matter weekly. Franz Schmidt built exactly that second career, and the scale of it is the statistic that rearranges his whole biography. By his own estimate, across his decades in Nuremberg, he gave medical consultations to some 15,000 people. 15,000. Set that against 394 executions, and the man healed roughly 40 people for every one he killed. Nuremberg's licensed physicians complained about him repeatedly. This unlettered hangman poaching their patients, and the council repeatedly shrugged, and the patients kept coming across the covered walkway to the little house on the river. Guild craftsmen, merchants' wives, respectable citizens carrying their children, the same people who would not take a coin from his hand in the marketplace now holding still, while that hand set their daughter's arm. Need beats taboo, every time, everywhere. Franz also dissected, quietly, the bodies of some of those he executed, teaching himself anatomy from the inside, decades before that was anything like a normal path to medical knowledge. Beyond the honest medicine sat a darker shelf of the same pharmacy, and this is where the 16th century stops being a foreign country and becomes a foreign planet. Europeans of this era, from peasants to princes to their physicians, believed in corpse medicine. The human body, especially the body of a healthy young person cut off suddenly in full vigor, was understood to be full of unspent life force, and that force could be harvested, processed, and swallowed. And who had lawful possession of exactly such bodies, freshly made, several times a year? The apothecaries even had a product name for the flagship item: Armsunderfett, poor sinner's fat, human fat rendered from executed criminals, sold openly by the pound as a premium salve for arthritis, gout, aching joints, bad bones, and lameness. Executioners harvested it, prepared it. In Munich, the executioner delivered it to the city's apothecaries on what amounted to a supply contract, and some masters compounded their own ointments and sold them at the door, cutting out the middleman. Human skin, tanned by the same hands, was made into belts that pregnant women wore to ease labor, and into strips worn at the throat against goiter. Ground human skull went into powders for epilepsy. Respectable pharmacies stocked it, respectable doctors prescribed it, and the trade ran for centuries. And now, finally, back to those handkerchiefs at Monmouth's scaffold, and to the cups. Of everything the executed body offered, the most prized substance of all was blood, drunk fresh, warm, at the scaffold itself, within moments of death, as a cure for epilepsy. The falling sickness, one of the most feared and least understood afflictions of the age. Epileptics, or their desperate parents, paid the executioner in advance for access, and at beheadings across the German lands, you could witness the scene over and over. The sword falls, the head drops, and figures dart forward from the crowd's edge with cups outstretched to catch what leaps from the neck, and they drink it on the spot, steaming, while the crowd watches with complete comprehension and zero horror, because everyone present shared the belief. This went on into shockingly recent times. An American travel writer named John Ross Brown witnessed a public beheading at Hanau, in Germany, in 1861, the age of railways and photography, and described 6 or 8 epileptic men stationed by the scaffold with tumblers in hand, who rushed the body the instant the head was off, caught the blood as it came, and drank it down with what he called frantic eagerness. A scholar of this grisly trade, Richard Sugg, put the executioner's position in one line that has never left my head since I first ran into it. A social leper with almost magical powers. The man was contamination and cure in the same body, and his customers held both ideas at once without strain. The touch itself carried power too, both the living hand and the dead one. In England, at hangings well into the 1800s, mothers pushed to the front at Tyburn and at county gallows to have the still warm hand of the freshly hanged man stroked across their children's necks and faces. The dead stroke, held to cure goiters, tumours, warts, the scrofulous swellings people called the king's evil, and the hangman managed the queue and took the fees, guiding the corpse's arm like a tool over one sick child after another while the body still swung. On the continent, the executioner's own living touch worked the same double shift. On any ordinary Tuesday, his hand on your shoulder in the market square was contamination worth a lawsuit. At the scaffold, or in his kitchen surgery, that identical hand was medicine, and people paid for its attention, and the line between the two hands ran through nothing but context. Same man, same fingers. The entire difference lived in the heads of everyone around him. The magic ran past medicine into pure superstition, and criminals bought from the same shop as the sick. Remember Jobst Knau, the potter who cut the hand from that newborn before killing him. He did it in service of one of the ugliest folk beliefs in the European record, the thieves' light. The idea that a candle made from, or held by, the severed hand or finger of an infant, ideally an unbaptized one, would make a burglar invisible or send a sleeping household into sleep no noise could break. Thieves paid real money for severed thieves' fingers as luck charms, and the executioner, the only man with legal access to hanged bodies, was the obvious supplier, and more than one master quietly sold pieces of his own gallows produce out the back door. The famous hand of glory of English folklore, the pickled hand of a hanged man fitted with candles, sits in this same family of beliefs, and one alleged specimen still exists, on display in a museum in Whitby to this day. Even the ground under the gallows was product. Mandrake root, the magical plant of 100 legends, was said to grow where the fluids of hanged men dripped, and gallows mandrake commanded a premium from cunning folk and charm sellers, and who harvested under the gallows? The man with the key to that ground. Death, in this economy, had no waste product. Fat, skin, blood, bone, fingers, even the soil it dripped on, all of it moved through the executioner's hands and came out the other side as merchandise. So take stock of the man we have assembled. Killer, torturer, veterinarian of sorts, sewage contractor, dog catcher, tax collector, bone setter, surgeon, pharmacist, charm dealer. Paid by the city, feared by the underworld, consulted by the sick, shunned at the market, seated alone at church. And on top of all of it, one more role, maybe the strangest one, spiritual co-star in the last hours of hundreds of human lives. So before we leave France's Nuremberg, follow one full execution day from his side of it, beginning to end. The choreography of those days says more about this world than any single method does. 3 days before the end, the condemned learned their sentence, and from that moment they stopped being a prisoner and became the poor sinner, an almost ceremonial figure, and the city's full attention bent toward them. Chaplains moved into the death cell more or less around the clock, singing hymns with the prisoner, coaching them toward a good death, calm and repentant. Because in this society's deepest belief, a criminal who died right walked off the scaffold into heaven ahead of half the audience. The waiting itself happened in the hole, and the hole earned its name. Nuremberg's death cells sat below street level under the town hall, small stone chambers off a cramped corridor, dark at noon, cold in August, furnished with straw and a bench, and the jailer and his wife lived down there among their prisoners, cooking for them, listening to them cry through the doors at night. Respectable citizens walked across the pavement above it every day, on their way to the market, over the heads of people counting their last hours in the dark, and most never gave the ground under their shoes a thought. The condemned came up out of that darkness into their final morning blinking like miners. On the last morning came the famous meal, the hangman's meal, and Nuremberg did not do this by halves. Whatever the poor sinner wanted, within reason, arrived at the cell, and the traditional centerpiece was an entire roasted goose, plus wine, and this for a prisoner with hours to live, and some of them ate every scrap of it, and some could not touch a bite, and the wine flowed either way, since a slightly drunk poor sinner was steadier on the scaffold, and everybody involved understood that arrangement perfectly. Then the warden's phrase at the door, "The executioner is at hand," and the scene this video opened with, France in his finery, the request for forgiveness, the shared St. John's drink. Then out, past the judges seated in the open air at the blood court, where the scribe recited the confession and the crimes aloud, and the sentence was proclaimed in the name of the laws of the Holy Roman Empire, and each of the jurors in turn spoke his formal assent. The same sentence 12 times down the row. What is legal and just pleases me. What is legal and just pleases me. And the condemned was invited, and this is real, to thank the court, to formally absolve the men who had just ordered his death. And most of them did it. And then a staff was ceremonially snapped over the condemned's head. The breaking of the staff, the sign that the law was finished with them, and they now belong to the executioner. Then the procession, and the procession was the gauntlet. A mile or more through packed streets, church bells tolling the poor sinner's bell, the crowd pressing close enough to touch, shouting encouragement or abuse, and France walking beside his charge, and his journal and the court records show how much of his craft lived in this walk. He timed it, managed it, hurried it through hostile stretches, slowed it where the mood was warm. He was, among everything else, a handler, keeping a shattered human being upright and moving toward the Ravenstone, and the humane touches recorded along these walks stay with you. A woman allowed to wear her favorite straw hat to the scaffold. A condemned poacher allowed to wear the wreath his sister had woven and sent him. Small permissions, inside a machine built to kill, granted by the machine's own operator. At the stone itself, the final performance. The poor sinner was expected to address the crowd, forgive the executioner out loud, forgive the judges, warn the young against the path that brought them here, and the crowd judged all of it openly. A steady speech and a brave death sent thousands home glowing. Then the chair, or the kneeling, the bared neck, a chaplain's voice going, and France's one motion, and if the motion was clean, and with France it almost always was, the head came away in a single beat, and he lifted it by the hair, and showed it to the crowd in the prescribed manner, and the whole square exhaled at once. Court witnesses more than once recorded the strange pride of the moment, the council formally noting that the execution had been carried out finely and adroitly, a state killing with a review attached. Then the crowd dispersed to the taverns to discuss the performance. The vendors packed their sausage carts, the epileptics wiped their cups, and Franz Schmidt walked back across his covered bridge over the river into the house in the middle of the water, took off his good clothes, and by every surviving indication, sat down and updated the journal before anything faded. Another name, another line. Now for the question that hangs over all of this. What did the work do to the men? Honest answer, the sources mostly will not say, because the men mostly would not say, and Franz, our single best window, guarded his interior like a fortress for 45 years of journal keeping. But the record catches things at the edges, and the edges are eloquent. Start with recruitment, with how a person even became this. Sons inherited, we have covered that, the trap of birth. The other main door in is almost worse. Courts sometimes offered a condemned criminal his life on the condition that he take the vacant post of executioner, and men standing under their own gallows said yes. Obviously, they said yes, and walked down from their own execution into a lifetime of performing everyone else's. Records across the German lands and beyond show hangmen recruited exactly this way. Thieves and killers turned instruments of the law that had nearly killed them, and the arrangement had a nasty circularity to it. Since an executioner who later went crooked, and some did, country hangmen especially drifted along the edges of the underworld they serviced, could end up climbing the scaffold one last time in the other role, the same shoulders that had carried the sword under it. It happened enough that the profession told stories about it. Then the breakdowns, and they surface in the records exactly where you would expect, at the beginnings. First executions, apprentices, sons, teenagers like Franz, had been at Steinach with his father watching, and not all of them had his hands or his father's coaching. Accounts survive of young executioners freezing on the platform, botching first strokes out of pure nerve, being sick, and every practicing master understood that the first one decided everything. Either the boy crossed over into the man who could do this, or he broke, and a broken first execution in front of a crowd could finish a career before it started. With the crowd consequences, we have already toured. And even for the ones who crossed over, the isolation never lifted. Colleagues were rivals for scarce posts. Honest men avoided them. Their own households were staffed by assistants as dishonored as themselves. Drink got a great many of them, the chur executioner swaying at the block being merely the one who got stoned for it. And when you set Franz's lifelong sobriety against that background, it stops looking like quirk and starts looking like armor, one man's decision that the trade would not get him the way it visibly got the others. He did not work alone, by the way. A master of Franz's standing employed assistants, known in the German trade by the wonderful title of Löwe, lion, plus the knacker's men, plus servants. And every one of them shared his dishonor by association, so his staff was recruited from the only pool available. Other dishonorable families, drifters, men with nowhere better to be. His wife, meanwhile, ran a strange household economy, part farmhouse, part clinic, ropes and swords in one room, salves and splints in the next, and executioners' wives show up in the records as full participants, mixing the ointments, dressing patients' wounds, managing the fees, and in that one piece of Bavarian family law, finishing a beheading. One wrinkle surprises everybody who studies these people. The dishonorable defended their honor constantly, ferociously in court. Archives across the empire bulge with lawsuits brought by executioners and knackers against neighbors who insulted them because their own world ran on an internal ladder of standing, honorable executioners and shameful ones, respectable knacker clans and trash. And a man at the top of the dishonorable heap would litigate for years over a slur, demanding formal apologies and damages. Society told them they had no honor. They flatly declined to believe it, and they sued. Family was the deepest wound, and here France's own story carries the theme. In 1580, he married Maria Beckin, and the fact that the wedding happened at all was its own small scandal, worked out under the council's protection, since giving a daughter to the hangman cost a family its standing. 7 children followed, raised in the house on the river, inside the same quarantine their father had grown up in. Other children held away from them, every trade barred to the boys in advance. And France, who had spent his whole life climbing out of exactly that pit, now watched his own sons standing at the bottom of it, and everything he did in his last decades, and I do mean everything, aimed at getting them out. He buried Maria in 1600, and he buried several of the children too across the years, plague years among them. And the journal, which records the deaths of hundreds of strangers with dates and details, falls completely silent on the deaths inside his own house. Whatever that silence was, discipline or grief with the lid held down, it is the loudest thing he never wrote. The acquaintance problem never went away either. Nuremberg was 40,000 people, big for its age, still a town where faces repeat. Across 4 decades, the men and women delivered to France's hands included people he had flogged years earlier and warned, people he had tortured and released, repeat customers of the criminal system whose files he knew by heart, and his journal tracks some of them across years. This thief, branded and banished in one entry, hanged in a later one, a long professional relationship ending the only way it could. He executed men he had healed. Patience. Think about the 15,000 consultations, then think about the overlap. In a world that small, the man who fixed your broken leg in 1590 could be braiding your arms through a wheel in 1602, and both events were his job, and he did both well, and then went home and wrote it down. Then the youngest ones. The gallows of this era did not check birthdays the way we would want them to, and thieves swung at ages that stop the modern eye dead in the record. France's journal contains teenagers, boys of 18, 17, hanged for theft, repeat offenders by the standard of the day, children by any standard since, and the surviving evidence suggests the hangings of the very young sat badly, even with contemporaries, even with him. Courts show a visible squeamishness in these cases, hunting for reasons to commute, to flog and banish instead, to accept a tearful mother's petition, and the archives hold examples of Nuremberg's council bending sentences downward for offenders barely into their teens, sometimes explicitly on account of youth. When the bending failed and a boy climbed the ladder anyway, the crowds that cheerfully watched hardened robbers die would go quiet and ugly, and chaplains wrote of these days with open distress. A machine built by humans kept snagging on the humanity of the people fed into it, at exactly the point where the people were smallest, and it kept running anyway for 400 years. His last execution came in November of 1617, and then Franz Schmidt, 63 years old, hung up the sword and began the final campaign of his life, the one his whole life had secretly been about: the stain. He wanted it gone, not for himself so much as for the children, and he went about it exactly the way he had gone about everything, methodically, in writing. He petitioned the emperor himself, Ferdinand II, laying out the whole story. His grandfather, the Honourable Taylor, his father seized from a crowd in Hof by a tyrant's whim, forced under threat of death into the trade that damned the family. The 60-plus years of blameless and sober service the Schmidts had given since. The petition worked its way through the imperial machinery, and in 1624 the answer came down from Vienna, and the language of the decree survives. The inherited shame of Franz Schmidt was, by imperial power and clemency, abolished and dissolved. One document, 71 years after the afternoon in Hof, and the curse was legally over. Nuremberg granted him citizenship in the city he had served for 4 decades and could never before belong to. His children were free, eligible for honest trades, clean. He lived another decade as what he had always been underneath it all, a respected medical man, and died in the summer of 1634. Around 80 years old, and Nuremberg gave him the last scene, and it is the right last scene. A large funeral, attended by respectable citizens in numbers, and burial in consecrated ground at St. Rochus Cemetery, an honourable grave in an honourable churchyard, for a man whose profession was traditionally tipped into pits by the gallows. The boy who practiced on rhubarb stalks in a cursed household in Hof went into the earth as a citizen, mourned in public, and if the dead keep score, somewhere Heinrich Schmidt, the woodsman who begged a Margrave not to ruin his bloodline, finally got his answer. The Schmidts escaped the trade. Most families never did, and the final stretch of this video follows the ones who stayed in it, generation after generation. The dynasties carried all of this forward in time much further than you would expect, and the greatest of them all was French, the Sansons of Paris. Their story starts, fittingly, with a marriage nobody honourable would have made. In the 1680s, a former soldier named Charles Sanson married Marguerite Jouen, daughter of the executioner of Dieppe, and by the logic we know so well by now, the marriage decided everything. He took up his father-in-law's trade, and in 1688 he became executioner of Paris. The post then passed from Sanson's father to Sanson's son, unbroken, for 6 generations and 159 years. The holder bore an almost royal courtesy title, Monsieur de Paris, and wore, in the early generations, a red cloak on the scaffold, and Parisians whispered that the family name itself sounded like Sanson, without sound. The silence after the screaming stops. Parisians are like that. The famous one, the one the whole dynasty gets remembered through, was the 4th, Charles-Henri Sanson, born in 1739, and with him the family curse found its cruelest target, a gifted and sensitive man. He studied medicine. He played the cello and the violin seriously. He dressed elegantly and practiced free healing on the side exactly as France had and wanted, by every account, any life other than the one waiting for him. And when his father was paralyzed, the post swallowed him anyway, because that is what the post did to Sanson men. And his career had opened years earlier with the worst duty in the family's entire history. In 1757, a man named Robert-François d'Amiens scratched King Louis XV with a penknife, barely drawing blood, and for that scratch the courts revived, in full, the medieval sentence for regicide, and young Charles-Henri was on the scaffold crew that carried it out. The hand that held the knife burned off with sulphur, the arms, legs and chest torn open with pincers, and molten metal, boiling oil and burning resin poured into the wounds. Then 4 horses harnessed to the 4 limbs to pull the man apart, except the horses could not do it. They pulled for the better part of an hour, 6 horses eventually. And Damien's came apart only after the executioners cut through the sinews at his joints with knives, and witnesses swore he was alive and aware deep into the process, and that his jaw still moved as though speaking when nothing remained that could speak. Half of fashionable Paris watched from rented windows. Charles-Henri never got over that day, and said so, in a century when men of his trade said nothing. The revolution then handed this reluctant man the busiest scaffold in human history. Charles-Henri championed the new beheading machine and genuinely believed in it, a device that could not have a Jack-Ketch day, could not miss, would deliver to every condemned person, noble or beggar, the identical instant death. And in April of 1792 he conducted its first execution, a robber named Pelletier, and the crowd, marvelous detail, went home disappointed. It was over too fast, no spectacle, nothing to grade. Within 2 years the machine was falling all day long, and Monsieur de Paris presided over the terror. By his own count across his career, Charles-Henri executed nearly 3,000 people, 2,918 by the tally his biographers repeat. And on the 21st of January 1793, the man whose family had served the crown for a century guided King Louis XVI to the plank, and the blade came down, and Sanson's own account of that morning is quiet and sick with grief. The family paid its own blood price for the era too. His younger son, Gabriel, assisting on the scaffold, lifted a freshly severed head to show the crowd. The boards were wet the way those boards were always wet, and he slipped and fell from the platform head first and died. After that, the Sansons fitted railings. The dynasty ended 2 generations later in the most Sanson way imaginable. Henri Clément, 6th and last of the line, hated the work, gambled, drowned in debt, and in 1847 he did the unthinkable. He pawned the guillotine. the state guillotine of France. And of course an execution promptly needed carrying out, and the state discovered its instrument sitting in a pawn shop, and had to buy back its own machine to kill a man on schedule, and the moment the sentence was done, they fired him. 159 years of hereditary office ended by a pawn ticket. Broke to the end, Henri Clément dictated a sprawling 6-volume family memoir and sold one of the old machines to Madame Tussauds for the Wax Museum. The family curse liquidated piece by piece as entertainment. France just switched families. The Dablers took over, and their line traced, beautifully for our purposes, all the way back to executioners in Augsburg in Franz Schmidt's own lifetime, the trade folding back on itself across 3 centuries. Louis Daibler held the Paris post to the end of the 1890s, and his son Anatole carried it deep into the 20th century, 395 executions across a 54-year career, 299 of them as the man in charge. And if the number 395 sounded familiar, yes, almost exactly France's tally, 3.5 centuries later, in the age of automobiles. And the old stigma, fully alive. Landlords refused to rent to the Daiblers, so the family bought a house and fortified it, a bulletproof wall, an iron door, iron shutters over the windows rigged to drop, and Anatole's schoolmates had tormented him over his father's trade exactly as schoolmates had tormented executioners' sons in the 1500s. He died in February of 1939 on a Paris metro platform of a heart attack while traveling to conduct an execution, working to the last breath, dead on the way to the next name on the list. Germany's version of the same long thread runs through a Bavarian family named Reichardt, knackers and executioners for 8 generations, back into the mid-1700s, and it ends with a man whose life closes the story like a door. Johann Reichardt, born in 1893, took over the Bavarian state executioner's post from his own uncle in 1924, working with the falling blade machine, and then history did to him what history did to everyone in Germany in those years, and his ledger grew into the largest of any man in this video, 3,165 executions, most of them under the government that took power in 1933, when political death sentences became an industry, and Reichardt travelled between prisons like a contractor with a route, driving his own car with the dismantled machine in tow, working in the old formal costume of the Bavarian office, black coat, white shirt, white gloves, top hat, a 19th century gentleman's uniform carried into the neon 20th. And at the peak of the war years he was carrying out executions at a pace no Scharfrichter of the 1500s could have imagined, entire groups in a single evening, minutes apart. On the 22nd of February 1943, at Stadelheim prison in Munich, the prisoners brought to him included a 21-year-old student named Sophie Scholl, condemned with her brother Hans for distributing anti-government leaflets with the White Rose Resistance, and Reichardt carried out the sentence, and he said afterwards that he had never seen anyone die as bravely as that girl. He said it, and he had watched more people die than almost any human being who has ever lived. And then he went on to his next appointment, and the machine of his era rolled on. When the war ended, the occupying Americans, needing experienced hands, hired the same Johann Reichardt to hang condemned war criminals at Landsberg, and he did that too, And afterwards he was interned and put through the denazification courts himself, where he offered the defense the trade had been offering for 600 years, that he had never doubted the legality of what he was doing. The law sentenced, he executed, the guilt lived elsewhere. The courts eventually let him go. His own life, though, delivered the old verdict anyway, the one that had found Heinrich Schmidt in 1553, because the ancient stain turned out to have survived everything, the Enlightenment, the railways, the 20th century. His marriage collapsed. His children were tormented at school with a chant, head cutter, your dad's a head cutter, 400 years after other children had hissed at young France in the streets of Hof. And in 1950, Reichart's son Hans, 23 years old, crushed between his father's trade and his father's trial, took his own life. Reichardt himself died in 1972, poor and alone, and was buried in Munich's East Cemetery beside his sons and the uncle who had handed him the post. In France, the last of the line, Marcel Chevalier, performed that country's final 2 executions in the late 1970s, and in 1981 France abolished the death penalty. And the office of Monsieur de Paris, born under Louis XIV, simply ceased to exist, its last holder living out his days as a printer, an ordinary man with an extraordinary former job that no one needed anymore. As for the great stain itself, the contagion, the tongs for the coins and the separate pew, it dissolved when it finally dissolved with strange quietness. Revolutionary France abolished the whole doctrine of dishonorable trades in 1791, declaring the executioner a citizen like any other, and the German states followed through the 1850s, striking the ancient category of the unehrliche Leute from their law books with a stroke of ink, and no crowd rioted, and the sky did not fall, and within a couple of generations people had to be told by historians that any of it had ever existed. And the families themselves, freed at last to choose, made a move so fitting it feels scripted. A striking number of the old executioner dynasties went into medicine, formally this time, with degrees. All those generations of bone setting and wound dressing and anatomy learned at the scaffold flowed straight into licensed practice, and the descendants of men who had been refused a seat in church became the physicians and surgeons of the very towns that had shunned their grandfathers, and their patients by then had no idea. 6 centuries of ruined bloodlines annulled in a clause. And the hangman's house? Still standing in Nuremberg. The little building on the island in the Pegnitz, with its covered wooden walkway, was lovingly restored after the war, along with the rest of the shattered old city. And today it is a small museum about Franz Schmidt, and tourists stroll across the bridge all day long, taking photos over the water, walking in cheerful crowds through the doorway of a man no honest citizen would once stand beside. The river still runs under the house, the same water that closed over the sack of Margaret Moranti's era, and on the wall inside you can find the old journal's tallies laid out for visitors, the 394, name after name after name, and somewhere near the end of the exhibit, the line from Vienna, abolished and dissolved. People tend to go quiet in that last room, I am told. Then they walk back across the executioner's bridge, over the running water to the shore, where everybody belongs now. All right, that is where I will leave it tonight, on the bridge. Thanks for staying down here in the dark with me. You are made of sturdy stuff. If this one held you, Pass it along to a friend with a strong stomach and toss me a like on the way out. It really does help. Tell me in the comments which detail is going to follow you around this week. Mine is the cups. Patreon and YouTube membership links are in the description and the pinned comment if you want to keep this strange little ship afloat. Rest easy, and I will catch you in the next one.